Hello. Hello. Now, the continuous Shaper's ripples from yesterday. Yippee! I'm gonna get to the conclusion of this stuff. We're halfway through it, so I figured it's a good. It was a good stopping point yesterday. Let me try and recap what's going on. Let's see. I think there's only like one more use of the key left for them to turn back time and stuff. Hello. I'm not sure how to pronounce the first part of your name. Aked? Aked? Hello. Oh man. I know I've only been through the first half of the story, but it's been really good. I'm looking forward to finishing this. I don't know how long this second half is going to be though. It might be pretty lengthy. I know there's a ton of other battle stages to do, since I've only gone 4 out of 17 stages. It's stage achievements. Alrighty, let's start this. Lost in an endless dream. Dreamed of his own death. Alright. Lee's story. Alright. Before it all unfolds, here is a secret, or lie, that Lucia would keep forever hidden. Oh? Pray tell. In truth, the moment... This game is so good. Super good. PGR has been super nice. I enjoy the story the most of all. Gameplay is second, but story for me is like number one. For this game, at least. In truth, the moment she entered Constellia, her Pyroth frame received messages from the future. In those glimpses, she saw 9 different endings that would unfold after leaving Constellia. That was why she remained so quiet all along, deliberately avoided deep mind connection, and constantly checked on the Commandant's well-being through physical touch. The future. At first, she refused to yield to those messages from the future. After meticulous analysis and careful contemplation, Lucia believed that if she could return to her original era before the Inver Hetero Tower's complete collapse, none of these 9 futures would come to pass. Yet, Agent Zero staunchly opposed this notion. Much like the 47 time rewinds within the tower, looming disasters and shadows persistently entangled them both. Sometimes, it was an overwhelming tide of hetero creatures surging from all directions. Sometimes, it was seemingly harmless traps that enticed them to investigate, only to suddenly spring into action without warning. Open terrain tended to shift and transform into mazes. And those mazes would suddenly collapse, with deadly ambushes from all sides. It was as if the tower possessed its own consciousness, actively rejecting all intruders. The only moment of peace came when they approached the Inver Hetero Tower's core. Only under that blue radiance would Agent Zero's schemes be momentarily subdued. Agent Zero. With Agent Zero's relentless presence and watchful eye fixated on Lucia, exploring the tower felt like entering a magic house where its master could alter everything at will, making progress utterly impossible. Even after they left the tower, this curse-like shadow has lingered, inexorably pushing her towards those 9 endings. In the first ending, she loses the ability to rewind time and falls victim to Agent Zero. A year subsequent to Constellia succumbing to the Red Tide, the outer layer is breached, and the world is ultimately consumed by the Red Tide. In the second ending, chaos takes her place when she is unable to rewind time again, taking away her Commandant, and what happens after remains unknown. In the third ending, she gives up on rewinding time and returns to Babylonia with all the intelligence and samples from the Inver-Hetero Tower. However, she's continuously bombarded by chaotic information from various timelines and unknown corruption, ultimately dying the moment she returns to the Inver-Hetero Tower. In the fourth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the Commandant. However, Agent Zero seizes the Hetero Tower's core during the battle, leaving nothing but a field of corpses drowning in blood, devoid of any survivors. In the fifth ending, with Vonnegut's temporary aid, she rewinds time to save the Commandant and manages to melt down the Hetero Tower's core before Agent Zero can destroy everything. However, you, as the Commandant, choose to merge with Chaos to compensate for the consequences of the core's removal. In her attempt to stop this, Lucia is hurled into the rift by Vonnegut, and what happens after remains unknown. The sixth ending begins the same, but Agent Zero then finds an opportunity to strike back, dragging everyone into the rift before causing the Hetero Tower to collapse. What happens after remains unknown. In the seventh ending, after the core's meltdown, Lucia seems to spend endless years beside the rift of the Hetero Tower until she finally collapses from exhaustion, dying alone before the rift. In the eighth ending, Lucia holds her ground before the rift of the Hetero Tower until the very end, only to be blocked by Vonnegut on her way back. Exhausted from the endless battle, she can no longer fight back and dies outside the Hetero Tower. The ninth ending. She holds on until the final moment, allowing you to safely escape the Hetero Tower with the seized core. She bears every possible burden until her body, enveloped by the fog, crumbles into nothingness. What happens after remains unknown. Across these 9 endings, the world's destiny undulates, intricately entwined with that of the Commandant, and yet for her alone, there exists not even a glimmer of hope for survival. She refused to surrender to these prophetic visions, but here she is, pushed by an invisible force, standing at the crossroads of fate. Should she forcefully rewind time now? None of those cryptic visions reveal a clear path forward. The road to these fragmented glimpses of tomorrow still needs to be discovered step by step. Is there really no other way? She stands alone before the rift, the place she and the Commandant promised to reach together. Her hand clutches the nearly shattered, unresponsive key as despair and rage threaten to consume her heart. She cannot fall here. She cannot give up now. Among those 9 endings, only one path hints at a possible solution to save you without destroying the core. I need to take all the data back to our original era first. Back there, she still has Babylonia, the other members of Grey Raven, the Science Council, and Gestalt. With everyone's strength gathered, she will find a way to change things, find a solution, even if it still means her inevitable death. I won't give up. Even if I have to break the very time that binds us, I will never give up. Crossing the rift, she steps once more onto this unfinished path home. Over the rifts where the red tide gathers. Avoiding the anomalies born from the Inver-Hetero Tower's collapse. Past one location after another, each etched with memories of death and suffering, until the exit, once just within reach, finally appears once more. I'll be back for you soon, Commandant. However, at the very moment of crossing the exit, of leaving the Inver-Hetero Tower, the world that slowly unfolds before her eyes is nothing but an unfamiliar wasteland. While flowing lines trace the streets and alleys, voids fill where light and shadow should be, as the faded scenery is now turned into withered paper. Standing before this incomprehensible scene, she is momentarily adrift, losing all sense of direction. What is this place? A space beyond Earth. The fog Vonnegut mentioned. A far too distant future. Or, perhaps, This is the present, shaped by the red tide within Constellia. Her grief-stricken heart plunges into the abyss once again. Hello? She calls out, but her voice is drowned out by the unknown, not even reaching her own ears. She attempts to propel herself to leap over this bizarre scenery, but her frame, like the key itself, remains unresponsive. In this stagnant landscape of unsolvable mysteries, she takes but a single step forward, and her fingers begin to turn pale. Another step, and her forearms dissolve into lines matching the scenery. This is a world devoured by silence, devoid of any living being or energy, as if the third dimension itself has been stripped away, leaving nothing but a desolate blank page. In this endless expanse of nothingness, only the hetero tower behind her remains unaffected. She gazes once again at the crack-covered key in her hand, recalling the intelligence discovered in the inver-hetero tower and those 9 futures. Too much time has been spent in Constellia. That quick and stable ending, once within such easy reach, is now forever closed off. Perhaps only one path remains now. One that could save you and prevent the world from falling into doom. The 9th ending. It will be a relentless struggle fraught with uncertainty, each step laden with the risk of dragging all into the unfathomable abyss. Even though she has steeled herself to bear all consequences alone, the lingering uncertainties and their hidden dangers still weigh heavily on her mind. But I can't wait any longer. Lucia tightens her grip on her sword's hilt and turns around once more. And so she returns to the inver-hetero tower. This is so good. After another grueling journey, she once again finds the agent standing near the blue core at its center. Her relentless fury is unleashed into a fierce battle where Lucia seizes Vonnegut's precious key and holds her blade against her throat. As you said, it's time to put an end to this far too long entanglement. She must obtain the time-rewinding item from Vonnegut, but before that, Lucia needs to use this opportunity to extract some information. I'm not the one who killed the Commandant. You are one of them. She forces out a near-mocking sneer, directed at all those trapped in their predicament, herself included. Your plan all along was to have Cradle and me slaughter each other. You wanted to use this to separate me from Commandant so you could carry out your plans without my interference. You not interfering with my time rewinding. It was all just to keep Commandant alive long enough to prepare for fusion, so you can merge Commandant with Chaos. Wait! No, I couldn't. Damn it. I must have, damn it. I was like 1 pixel off from clicking on the blue line, blue text. Dang it. Whatever. Her quenchable grief and rage guide her trembling blade into Chaos's neck, leaving a deep wound. What exactly did you do to the world outside? What did you tell Commandant? Why would Commandant suddenly ask me to help you? If you're referring to those rifts and the red tide outside, those are exactly what I'm trying to prevent. No, I'm talking about the world outside. Why is there nothing left but blank spaces and lines now? Did you say? He doesn't know. You don't know. There's no sign of life out there anymore, not even scenery. Everything visible has been reduced to just outlines. The inver-hetero tower's collapse is more severe than I estimated. Explain yourself. The blade sinks several millimeters deeper with each furious grind of her teeth. The red tide flows out from the wound like blood, only to dissolve under the influence of the Omega Core. The inver-hetero tower's collapse has caused massive displacement of its exits, even transporting you to another future, one frozen at the brink of doom. Another future? Indeed. Initially, only the bridge was connected to that future. With Agent Zero's continued influence over the inver-hetero tower, it would be effortless for her to steer you away from your desired destination. don't concern yourself too much with it. That future isn't yours to deal with. All you need to know is that the root cause of these problems lies in both the collapse of the Inver Tower and Agent Zero, namely Cradle. Cradle must destroy the Inver Tower to counter the rewritten core. That's the exact reason I am remaining here, to prevent Cradle from taking further action. You must have already noticed two things: my hostile relationship with her, and how the Hetero Tower's exits lead to the wrong timelines. Lucia has indeed noticed them long ago. At the final destination within the Inver Tower lied the convergence of rifts and the red tide. Looks like this is the node we discovered earlier. Alright, I'll start gathering the data. She leaned forward, using Pyroth's power to transfer the data, absorbed from the punishing through the Omega Core, into the drone, reconstructing it as a holographic projection. Just as I thought, it's them. When you escaped through that exit, did you reach the correct time? The doll, bound within the egg-like chamber, responded only with silence. Do you still think that was also my doing? I have but one goal: to make you become Agent Zero. As long as Agent Zero doesn't steal your will, you're free to use your obtained authority however you wish. Vonnegut's projected figure knelt by the red tide where the rifts converged, tossing fragments of an unknown composition into its depths. We'll establish a new interference point here. Though the corruption process will be lengthy, it's stable and secure enough. If this method fails, we'll have no choice but to take the riskier path. The more she uses the red tide, the more easily she'll consume this information, making the chains of humanity bind her further. When her attention is diverted by trivial matters and insignificant desires, the destruction of the Inver Tower will slow down as well. Besides those messages sent to the past, most of what we've found points to this. Vonnegut is interfering with the red tide. Maybe he's trying to stall Agent Zero. When he mentioned taking the riskier path, could he be referring to having you merge with that humanoid hetero creature? Maybe. But there's something else that bothers me more. What did he mean by reach the correct time? Could he be talking about sending messages to other times, or the time one ends up after leaving the tower? There's a record we found earlier where Vonnegut said before the core, if the Inver Tower continues to get destroyed like this, the times it can interfere with will become chaotic. It's possible. If that's the case, it'll affect us as well. Should we head back first? Yeah. Whether it's running tests or gathering data, we've been in the Inver Tower long enough. Let's record this information and take some more samples of the red tide. We still don't know what exactly he tossed in here. It couldn't just be salt, right? Let's bring these back for Asimov to analyze. That's a funny one. It couldn't just be salt, right? I won't say that. Alright. As the two of you work together on any round of searching and precise sampling, the key in the human's hand suddenly begins to vibrate violently. The key vibrates with such intensity that it becomes impossible to hold, falling into the red tide and sending crimson droplets splashing into the air. Countless crimson threads emerge from it, wrapping around the key like a cocoon. Lucia dashes forward, using Pyroth's immunity to punishing to retrieve the key, now saturated with a potent dose of the punishing virus. Looks like the key has absorbed some kind of information. With a humming sound, the key finished absorbing the crimson threads and returned it to its quiet state. Let's connect the key to the terminal and see what happens. Alright. Garbled text. It might be a more complex punishing language beyond the terminal's interpretation capabilities. Let's bring it back and save the headache for Asimov to deal with. Alright. Oh, and you should keep holding onto the key from here on. Something so important and safer in your hands. I found out you've been using the red tide to corrupt Cradle. So why do you still want Commandant to merge with Chaos? It's too late. The Inverhedro Tower is being destroyed at an alarming rate. It seems not everything goes according to your plans after all. There have always been many things that don't go my way. I've simply made it seem like they never happened through time rewind. But I did notice the existence of the fruit at the place where I first found Commandant. And in fact, it's proven effective. Cradle can no longer submerge all of Constellia. However, you still haven't given up on your plan to merge Commandant with Chaos, nor have you killed Cradle. What exactly are you still hesitating about? You've had numerous clashes with Agent Zero's vessel, so you must have noticed that she cannot be killed within the tower's bounds. However, her vessel, Cradle, has weakness. Voldemort turns to look at the blue core behind him. It's right here. She will die if she comes near the blue core. But you never followed through. You've been holding back all this time. I even had a suspicion that when you pushed me, Commandant, and her out of the Inverhedro Tower, it was more about protecting her than whatever excuse you gave about showing us something in the fog. In Constellia, it'd be easier to detect each other's positions and to see exactly what she's doing. Most importantly, Agent Zero won't vanish even if her vessel dies. To put it simply, Agent Zero is like a commandant of Babylonia. It's a position of authority and office currently held by Cradle. If the current holder dies, the position will be transferred to the next vessel capable of bearing the duty. In this competition, Chaos's condition lacks the strength necessary to excel. It is unlikely that she will be the next vessel to hold Agent Zero. Should this position be assumed by an unfamiliar entity unfavorable to both humanity and myself, and given that we have explored all viable options here, the future of this world will become just like that other world you've witnessed. That world stripped of everything. Or like the world shown in the messages from the future, one without the Commandant or a single trace of humanity. Even if we can't find a more suitable vessel than the incomplete Chaos to assume Agent Zero's role, and we end up leaving everything to her, her consciousness would struggle to cope. Gradually, she would lose herself, becoming just like the current Cradle, whose every action serves only Agent Zero's mission. That's why I need that Commandant's own consciousness to complete her. So, because your hetero creature isn't good enough, you're going to take Commandant's life to complete hers? This, above all else, is something Lucia can never accept. This is to prevent the catastrophe that Agent Zero will bring. What really happened back then? Did Commandant decide to help you because you gave the same explanation? That person only agreed to help after seeing how the Inverhedro Tower's destruction led to a reality even more brutal than the fate of Constellia. But you wouldn't believe that either, would you? Vonnegut turns to Chaos, who has witnessed everything from the beginning. Both you and Luna are agents. Why can't either of you take Agent Zero's place? If humans didn't realize that the contaminating mimetic, Luna might still achieve that through destruction. The current Luna, however, not only cannot take Agent Zero's place, but is also barred from entering the tower altogether. The entry rules have been changed. Agent Zero's whereabouts remain unknown. Could she be connected to the Inverhedro Tower's anomalies? I tried to return to the past to give her a hint, asking her to destroy part of Gestalt before everything began to prevent any Agent Zero from showing up entirely. But that would only drag her into a conflict with Babylonia. I presume you've made comparable attempts within the tower. None proved successful, and eventually you had to take the same action as I did, halting the transmission of messages. Commandant mentioned you appeared before Luna went to the Inverhedro Tower. What was that about? Lithos just told me you'd left, and yet here you are. What's the matter? Forgot something? I sure do. When Vonnegut appeared that day, he seemed deep in thought, as if he had already begun to act before finishing his contemplation. Got something. Or was it about the information from the Inverhedro Tower? Both are correct. Vonnegut looks at Chaos, her consciousness still too frail to be used, leaving unsaid what or whom he had forgotten. After entering the Inverhetero Tower, I've spent far more time here than beyond. During this time, I've been trying to prevent Agent Zero from inciting uncontrollable turmoil further, while also attempting to persuade an uncooperative Chaos. Unfortunately, my efforts have yielded little fruit. You've all seen the consequences of these events. The Hetero Zone has begun to expand rapidly. And now you claim you are trying to prevent a catastrophe? What I'm trying to prevent is things becoming uncontrollable. Vonnegut emphasizes the final word with a particular weight. I won't deny my actions or the problems I have caused, nor will I justify the deaths and chaos as necessary sacrifices to prevent a greater catastrophe. I have my own vision of the future, my own personal desires, and on that path to that future, those uncontrollable things stand as my obstacle. What exactly is your vision? I wish to manipulate time without the Hetero Tower's constraints, with greater freedom. For this, Chaos must take over Agent Zero's power and help me pass through the gateway completely. Meanwhile, I cannot allow Agent Zero to fulfill her mission. She would bring the problems from that other future, the world you've witnessed right here. While I have the resources to extricate myself from the repercussions of her accomplished mission, I absolutely refuse to permit her triumph. Regard this as a personal vendetta between Agent Zero and myself. For these two purposes, I have been screening, experimenting, and searching to create someone capable of assuming Agent Zero's position and aiding me in thwarting her mission's fulfillment. Is this explanation clear enough for you, Lucia? Release Chaos and make a deal with me instead. There are still too many unresolved issues in this tower. So that's it. She's found it. At this moment, these words from Vonnegut mark the turning point leading to the 9th ending. If she can obtain from Vonnegut an item that allows her to rewind time again, there may be a chance to ensure the Commandant's safety. If fortune smiles upon her and everything goes as planned, every second during the long-standing struggle can be dedicated to where it truly counts. Then, she can finally fulfill her wish to protect everything and everyone she holds dear, and when the end comes, face death without regret. Having Chaos become Agent Zero is the only way to resolve this catastrophe. I harbor no desire to witness the death of that Commandant either. As for real, even if you kill both Chaos and me here, it won't solve anything. Without assistance, you won't even be able to navigate back to your own time. And your leverage is? In response to Lucia's deliberate question, the agent in black produces a peculiar-looking terminal. Your key is unusable because it has lost its operating energy, but the Omega core in your frame, it originates from the same source as Chaos. Of this, I am absolutely certain. Connect your frame to this terminal, and the key will become operational again. Lucia responds with her silence, waiting for the agent before her to reveal the price of using it. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. This is your real intention, isn't it? You've always wanted me to die first in those clashes, so you could take Commandant away alone. But it never went as you wished. Vonnegut remains non-committal. Do you have any other choices? With her blade at Chaos's throat, she approaches Vonnegut step by step. Only after taking the terminal from his hand does she release Chaos. Chaos, help her return to her original time and location. Performing a direct time rewind here will only increase the deviation. Before I leave, I have one last question for you. Vonnegut, your explanations have been emphasizing the catastrophe brought by Cradle and Chaos's crucial role in subduing and replacing her, yet you've never mentioned your part. What role are you playing? A spectator? A benefit reaper? What part do you really play in rewriting these disasters? Are you going to end up the same place again, Lucia? You ended up the same place again, Lucia. Her memories come rushing back to that fruitless battle. Through countless returns to the beginning and relentless attrition, she finally forced Vonnegut to deploy abilities beyond his force field. Killing me won't change anything. It will only reduce the assistance you can receive in the present. Indeed, killing you won't change anything until Agent Zero is dealt with. The Commandant has made a decision. You should accept the outcome as it is. I remember everything that's happened along the way. I know your guidance is filled with deception. The sacrifices you demand won't solve everything. In that case, I look forward to seeing you find a more perfect answer for those you care about. I will. And when that time comes, no. As soon as Agent Zero is dead, I'm coming to kill you. Ooh. Death loop. 4 achievements. Good lord. Awakening from a blinding light, Lucia finds herself back in the underground tunnel of Constellia. Nearby, the petite doll is intently operating a device almost as tall as herself. What are you doing? She silently points to the force field at the room's edge, beyond which numerous hetero creatures roam. Is this device generating the force field? Wasn't it something Vonnegut created? The doll shakes her head and nods. What do you mean? Are you trying to say not just that? She nods, keeping her head down in silence. Is this a contingency measure? She nods again. Can't you just speak? This is frustrating. That's funny. Hello, Jeannie. How are you? Lucia can't hide the irritation between her brows. EPL-01. Except for matters concerning your commandant, I have nothing to say to you. At the mention of the frame number she shares with Alpha, Lucia lets out a cold, derisive laugh. Fine. Then tell me. I've been good. That's good. Lucia tightens her grip on her pyrokatana and takes a menacing step toward the hetero creature's fragile figure. What actually happened that time? Why did Commandant come back to the Inver Hetero Tower with you and order me to assist Vonnegut? She must gather as much intelligence as possible, eliminating any potential oversights. The doll slightly raises her head, her lifeless eyes staring ahead. Bars. Vonnegut looked at you when he mentioned it. Tell me. Cradle took that person out of the Hetero Tower. After that, it was similar to Constellia's situation. After the Inver Hetero Tower appeared again, many rifts showed up across the world. Just as how the red tide surged into Constellia from underground, those rifts brought the red tide to other places as well. I wanted to bring that Commandant back to the Inver Hetero Tower, but instead saw an endless cycle of death. She finds herself unable to continue. After a long silence, the doll decides to cut out a piece of punishing-made tissue from her chest and tosses it to Lucia from a distance. Gross. You want me to see it for myself? You should be able to see some of it. Lucia silently gazes at the hetero creature tissue in her hand for a moment before finally crushing it in her palm. The Phantom Tracer activates at its user's command, unveiling the memories stored within the tissue one by one. I can only imagine that if that was actually like animated. There's like a lump of like tissue, just red, bloody, fleshy tissue, and then Lucia just crushing it in her hand. That's gross. Through Chaos's perspective in the memory data, Lucia sees Cradle trailing behind. Commandant, we're almost at the exit. Almost at the exit. We can finally go back. Feels like we've been here forever. Yeah, once we're back, I'll make sure you get a few days of proper rest. At that moment, Lucia failed to notice Cradle lurking among the hetero creatures. Once you've recovered, she never even noticed when Cradle made her move. Commandant? Was she careless? No, that's impossible. Was it because Cradle used her familiarity with her own territory to prepare everything far too perfectly? Whatever the case, when Lucia turned around, there was no one behind her anymore. Commandant! Unlike Lucia, who doubled back to search, Chaos spotted the traces left behind by the red butterflies. She realized that Cradle planned to use this irreversible separation as a chance to permanently eliminate the Commandant, ensuring Vonnegut could never complete Chaos. Can't wait to get Pyroth. I got Pyroth. My fire team is ass too, though. Though she disagreed with Vonnegut's plans, she didn't want the Commandant to die here either. And so, Chaos rushed forward in pursuit, stepped into the chaotic, never-ending cycle of death. Pull on fate, biggest mistake. Whoa. No, I want to switch to the other gun. I want to switch to the rapid burst. Oh well, this is fine too. D6 something pretty right now. The fate banners are the ones that's like 80 to 100 or something, right? For that pity system, isn't it? Or is it like, or was that something else?
ここで少し休憩してろ。空中庭園に連絡する。ずっと探してた指揮官がなぜかいるって。
I'm guessing you were already high up in that pity for the fate banner. That's why you rolled for it.
なんだよ。通信不能だと。他の方法は。
I love that this game incorporates like first person. I was at like 20 pity on it, so I got Pyroth pretty easily because I was at like 40 out of 60 pity. I was trying to pull for like extra copies of Wansha, but if I didn't get any extra copies, I'm like, okay, this is easy pity build up for Lucia at least.
Konnichiwa. 私はエナ。
No.
大丈夫？
Oh, Aina. Aina.
どうしたの？
She's alive. In the correct timeline, Aina hid in a box during the red tide attack in the conservation area and died of severe infection. Neither Lucia nor I could save her. I was playing on Faye and Wansha patch to see if I could get lucky and got a Wansha dupe. Ew. Wansha has been super fun for me. My terminal's broken. What's today's date?
5月3日。あんたは1ヶ月以上行方不明なんだ。空中庭園の連中がずっと探してたよ。
It was hard to learn, but after, really fun. Yeah. It took me a while to learn what to do, but after I picked it up, I was like, oh, this is actually quite easy to learn. I've gone back in time.
Huh? あんた何言ってんだ?
So there's this crazy thing. It's called time travel, right? Never mind that. What's the status of the Hetero Tower?
少し進めば見えるさ。地球に刺さった赤い刀みたいなやつがな。
Is this happening because the tower remained unchanged? What exactly went down here?
何がって？空から腐った柿の実が落ちて赤潮のクレーターができるんだ。あんたが見つかって本当に良かった。これでグレイレイブンが動けば大勢助かる。
You guys have a lot of faith on us. What date is today?
通信まだ復旧しないの
A
か。
never-ending May. That goes hard.
そうだな。いっそ空中庭園の拠点へ行くか。道中ちょっと危ないけど。
Should I return to Babylonia or go back to the Hetero Tower to solve this problem?
つながった。西側の拠点なら行けるそうだ。よし、行くぞ。 おかしいだろ。なんで集中砲火を浴びてるんだ。
Well, I think they're specifically going after me. You guys are just here.
来るな、化け物だらけだ。空間に亀裂だと。化け物どもはここから。
Too much punishing. No, not Aina, not again. What happened just now? Remember I was... Where am I? Power armor rebooting, receiving treatment for live.
大丈夫ですか？気分が悪いなどはありませんか？
指揮官。
I'm alright. What date is it?
5月3日です。指揮官が行方不明になって1ヶ月以上経っています。ようやくシグナルを探知できたんです。
I'm living through this same day again.
え？どういう意味です？あ、そうです。この刀、付近の赤潮で見つかったんです。
My sword. Why do I have Lucia's sword with me?
お忘れですか？赤い移住強盗の出現後、ルシアが自衛用にと彼女の刀を渡していました。
Where's Lucia?
別のエリアで指揮官を捜索中です。もう連絡しましたからすぐ合流できるはずです。私たちも行きましょう。
See katana tutorial? Okay. Five times. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mid-air combo. Press and hold. I get okay. I get signal orbs too. Can block as well. Counter, okay. Sword and spear forms? Tap signature to switch. Press, hold, dodge. Press, hold, basic. Ping arms if possible. An entirely new experience here. Oh shit, what the fuck? Wonder if they'll make him playable. Not just a story. I don't know. Maybe. Clearly, they're experimenting a lot, though. That's for sure. I got sword waves. I'm using okay. I'm using Alpha's signature. Oh, my UI is so awkward now. Freaking. Changing the pistol, the icon is like overlapping with my dodge. Maybe they're thinking about it. Maybe. I feel like if they were going to release like playable Commandant or something, or I mean, if anything, I could. If anything, they would make this a thing more often during the story. It's still a little janky, but
いえ罠です
never mind. Oh yeah, okay, I see. That's what it is. We have Crimson Abyss Sig, and we have Crimson Weave, like the whole dodge thing. That's funny. And then of course the sword waves here. Who's your best team? My best team for me would be my lightning team, as I have like my Crimson Weave and Vera Garnet like kitted out and stuff. So my lightning team is my either my lightning team or my ice team.
大したことじゃありません集中しましょう
Sword Commandant is literally alpha, yeah. I'm assuming some of these animations for like pistol Commandant here is like maybe something from Lee.
あの蝶は危険です警戒をこの異合生物と裂け目も追跡しているようです指揮官輸送機はこの先です早く
Ready? Go.
彼女が願ったのですでは代わりに一度死んでもらいます
Effortless. She killed me in an instant. What the fuck? Didn't even give me a chance. I couldn't even fight back. That's not fair. She's cheating. I'm reporting her to the game, to the GMs. There's something sparkling. I want it. There's sparky. Oh, there we go. A dose of serum. A dose of serum that has long expired but seemed to have been used recently. It's been expired though. That's not gonna be helpful. That was fast. She's just like, hey, how's it going? Okay, bye. The butterfly of death. Even the wings have rotted. Hello, Chaos. Oh, I died again. Dead again. Oh, there goes my arm. It dissolved into nothing. Birth of Planets. As bodies disintegrate in the high concentration of punishing, a white light engulfs every living silhouette. This marks the end of the information Lucia can process. However, your dream was not over yet. The vision continued to extend and this dream remained invisible to all but the dreamer. Who are you? The eyes of the nightmare fell upon a woman in a white cloak, and she too became aware of the eyes. I see. You're still in the dream. unable to control where your eyes wander. Then let us watch this together. Following her gaze, the eyes witnessed countless corpses paving a long path ahead. From above, the city unfolded beneath. Countless threads raced through the streets, frantically carrying countless crimson fragments as they plunged into a bottomless pit of despair. The threads, bearing the essence of Earth's life and civilization, converged and weaved themselves into an expanding cocoon. This planet, too, is ready to hatch. Her words rang with familiarity, as if heard somewhere before. No miracles have happened here either. She gazed at the pupa enclosed within the massive cocoon. It was feeding on the corpses, utilizing the threads and information within to reconstruct its form. As it grew, the world gradually lost its shape. The consciousness drifted further away from the ground as it dissolved into nothingness, and her form became increasingly indistinct. As gravity waned, all sorrows ascended, enveloping everything in a denial of liberation or peace for any soul. The ground became unreachable below, while the sea of stars still hung overhead, beyond touch. No salvation, no miracles. Everything once alive would be converted to data, becoming part of the cocoon. Oh, looks like this isn't the true ending. A smile graced her lips as she pointed to the cracking cocoon. Someone has escaped. Its purpose is to harvest, to eliminate incorrect civilizations and bring all their data back to the gate. Of course, what's correct or not is defined by its test. Defeating it earns the right to cross the gateway, though whether one can pass through it intact is another matter entirely. Yes, this is its test. Once mastered, it becomes a ticket to the Sea of Stars. People here call it the Chaos Contamination. If a miracle does occur, I will come to this planet. Let's meet again when that time comes. Opening eyes once more, that person returned to the Inverhetero Tower under Chaos's gaze, that person being Commandant. Memories of reality and dreams blur into chaos under the influence of deaths and time rewind. The human's body felt as if crucified on a gallows known as May 3rd, being torn apart piece by piece. What exactly is this cycle of death I've experienced? A piercing ring tore through the human's skull, merging with a splitting headache as the figure fought to steady the swaying body. Simulation? Reality? Dream. Reality. The reality that is constantly shifting and deteriorating with the collapsing Inverhetero Tower. Is Cradle behind all of this? It's Agent Zero. Cradle's body and personality are in fact working against her. Her consciousness and sense of self are unstable, so she's deviating toward Agent Zero's persona. Chaos gives her a nod. Gives her a nod. What has Vonnegut been doing in the Inverhetero Tower all this time? The Hetero Tower's core. Can't let Agent Zero revert it to its original state. The core. The key. The human's gaze dropped to the hands, recalling something precious once held by them. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Inverhetero Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. It should only be used as a last resort. What problems would arise if the Hetero Tower were to lose its core? Things uncontrollable. Both Agent Zero and the Key would lose control of the tower, releasing all the problems. The Inverhetero Tower would no longer invert anything it currently shields. The Red Tide, the rifts. Meanwhile, anyone could enter the tower with no guarantee of which time they might exit into when they leave. Complete chaos. If everything fell apart like that, what was even the point of retrieving the core? With all the problems now, if this continues, Agent Zero will cause the same outcome as a core meltdown, or maybe something even worse. So that's why retrieving the core is the last resort. One more thing. I know. Once the core is retrieved, humanity will gain a crucial bargaining chip. If we can complete what remained unfinished during Dominic's attempt to melt down the core. You know about that. Chaos appeared somewhat taken aback, lowering her head in contemplation. Can you? I have faith in the current Science Council. I trust in Azuma's abilities. It's just that I don't know how long it will take, and how many more lives will be claimed by the disaster that ensues. It's like Pandora's box. Reaching for that last flicker of hope necessitates enduring the catastrophe it unleashes. If that happens, all my memories will become reality. All 3 members of Grey Raven will leave me. In the end, I'll be left all alone. Just like that inevitable ending. To sidestep this path, to avoid the weight of an impossible choice, only one safe option remained. Delay everything and keep both the Inver Hetero Tower and the core safe. Even if the tower's problems remained unresolved, the delay would buy time to search for a solution. Is there any way to stop Agent Zero from destroying the Inver Hetero Tower? Let me become Agent Zero. She kept the rest to herself, not mentioning that it would require another sacrifice. Or, if you give me the retrieved core, I can take over Agent Zero's authority, even though with my consciousness stability I won't last long, just like Cradle. Is there any other choice? If we had more time to try things out, maybe there could be another way. Chaos. She quietly lifted her lifeless eyes, waiting for you to ask the next question, and yet she was met only with silence. Both the human and the doll standing here knew that this silence carried the weight of countless failures and an inescapable dead end. Through futile attempts and years of torment, the Hetero Tower acted as scissors, cutting down those who dared to tamper with time. Perhaps there really was no other way. This treacherous path led to an insurmountable cliff. Only sacrifice could carry them forward. Chaos. Calling out her name once more, you turned with a bitter smile to face this hetero creature. What does it feel like to be a hetero creature? The only answer to this question was an even longer silence. Just as Lucia suspected, you turned to the path of sacrifice for the very same reason. To prevent your sacrifice, every single step from here on must be calculated with utmost precision. Don't disappear without letting me know again. She whispers this plea in a soft voice, even knowing she herself will soon break this very word. Next. Melting down the core may have long become inevitable. I could bring the retrieved core back to our original era, maybe. With everyone's help, there could still be a way. Then everything she has done would not be in vain. But are they even safe anymore? During the endless cycle of massacre on May 3rd, the Commandant had already witnessed the deaths of Liv and Lee, something that happened not even in the future, but in the past. As long as Agent Zero lives, she will ensure suffering follows you like a haunting shadow, never ceasing until the end. To deal with Agent Zero once and for all, Chaos must take over her role. For an incomplete Chaos to become Agent Zero, the core must be destroyed first. It's almost a dead loop, impossible to break. Since entering Constellia, the only progress seems to be Cradle being held back by the fruit. She tightens her grip on the terminal that Vonnegut gave her, weighing her options. It will severely strain your frame. The first use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. How many times would it take to exceed her limits? Even if she asked Vonnegut, he wouldn't answer. Best to treat this as a one-time chance. One misstep could spell her demise in the never-ending battle looming ahead. Well then, a plan gradually takes shape in her mind. Chaos. I remember you've always been in contact with Rose. It was the same when we first met you in Constellia. Are you trying to protect her? Chaos gives her a nod. To keep her safe, you have to get her out of Constellia. I can do this. Not just for her, but for everyone trapped in Constellia. I can help them all return to the normal world. But I need your help with two things. First, open an exit in Constellia's force field to let them escape, while holding back the red tide. Chaos nods earnestly. Second, once we're inside the Inverhetero Tower, can you help us return to the correct time, like you're doing now? Is it impossible? Or you just can't guarantee it? I can't guarantee it. The Inverhetero Tower's deterioration runs deep, but I'll do what I can. Can you keep the time displacement within 1 month? 1 year. If the Inverhetero Tower's condition is no longer severe, 1 year. Time is running out. Agent Zero won't stop destroying the Inverhetero Tower, and Lucia knows all too well that she has few options left. Vonnegut, I'll make use of your plan, after all. She holds up the peculiarly shaped terminal, carefully inspecting the connection device with her frame scanning module before linking it to her frame. The connection is swiftly established. Despite encountering intermittent disruptions in energy transfer, the affordable nature of trial and error ensures that the key soon reverts to its initial state. Beneath a newfound radiance, all the cracks appear concealed, and yet she wonders how long this fragile facade can uphold its guise. Let's race, Commandant. I'll use the methods that you taught me toward death for the same goal. While Lucia murmurs to herself, Chaos seems to sense a shift in the air. She watches Lucia complete the terminal setup, step by step, a desire to speak tugging at her, yet she only bows her head eventually, words caught in her throat. What were you going to say? The doll, her head bowed, fixes her gaze on a spot in the distance ahead. Just spit it out. That core. Was it made from egg that Lamia took? As the connected key activates within the Inverhetero Tower's bounds, time begins to flow once more. Just as everything is about to rewind to the beginning, Lucia noticed something peculiar about the doll. I've heard that hetero creatures capable of holding complete conversations all retain a relatively intact human consciousness within them. Whose consciousness is inside you? Lucia's question is met with a prolonged silence. This isn't meant to be an interrogation. Lucia harbors no desire to extract such trivial information. She accepts Chaos's silence and begins counting down the remaining moments in her mind. Just as the countdown reaches 0 at the very moment before everything rewinds, the doll finally speaks in a voice weighted like a lament. I forgot. All I remember is that my name is Chaos. Until the sun rises. The 76th time rewind, and the third entry into Constellia. Building Infirmary, January 1st. What was it, 21 something? The soft light of dawn gently sweeps aside the veil of night at the city's periphery, casting its gentle glow across the heavens. In silence, Constellia ushers in the Death was painless. You have been sleeping for 12 hours, and still shows no sign of waking. Could this be the effect of the damaged key? Lucia's brow furrows as she fights to contain her growing anxiety. Once again, she reaches out to check her breathing, then takes the wrist to feel for her pulse. The normal vital signs ease her anxiety for a brief moment, but soon enough her worry drives her to check them all over again. Something seems to have snapped within her mind, like a broken string. As the key depletes, that broken string tightens around her neck like a noose, threatening to snap her seemingly calm composure. If you as her commandant never wake up, what purpose does anything serve? This solitary, helpless exploration has gone on for far too long, with the two of them constantly entangled in endless obstacles. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees those blood-stained paths as clear as day. She might be losing her grip on rationality, but she has to stay composed. Taking a deep breath through her simulated respiratory system, Lucia's mind drifts to the memory of standing in Grey Raven's lounge before their departure. Back then, Lee would always stand silently by the window. Anything troubling you, Lee? It's nothing. Just a feeling I can't quite explain. About the Inver Hetero Tower? Feels like I forgot everything that happened in the tower because of a certain choice I made. If this is the decision that brings you back safely, then it isn't wrong. It brought me back safely. In this tower that has long since become the enemy's trap, every step forward is paved with death and blood. Feeling the coldness in those human fingertips, Lucia takes the hands into hers, hoping the warmth from her pyroth frame would seep into human skin and chase away the chill of that long, cold nightmare. Such a small gesture is all she can do right now. And for that very reason, her heart grows heavier still. The strain from operating her frame weighs heavily upon her. Employing Vonnegut's terminal for time rewind has undeniably added to her load. There's only one shot. If she fails this time, the mounting strain will only further restrict her movements and future operations, limiting her ability to act freely. Commandant, is this all that's left for us? She absolutely cannot let the same mistake repeat itself. She can't bear to suffer such partings again, nor can she let you go through that pain once more. Her heart has long been riddled with scars, a patchwork of countless pieces torn apart and stitched back together. Yet, when it comes to you and your shared dreams, she refuses to grow numb, to turn cold, to accept things as they are. Commandant. Her whispers drift through the air, echoing in the silence. The half-closed door creaks as a girl carefully knocks on it. Lucia? Lucia looks up to see Rose standing there. Come on in. The girl tiptoes into the room and sits in the chair Lucia has pulled out for her. She steals a glance at the sleeping Commandant, worry spreading across her face. Don't worry, the Commandant is fine, just getting some rest. Lucia hears her own voice speak these words, both intended for others and a self-assurance whispered to herself. What's wrong? Yuko and her sister have gathered everyone here as you asked. Some didn't want to climb the stairs and stayed downstairs. The rest are waiting outside the infirmary. Alright, let's wait until the afternoon. We'll head out then, whether Commandant is awake or not. Well? Rose tilts her head up to look at Lucia, lost in thought for a moment. What's wrong? Yuko is outside the infirmary too, but she keeps her head down and won't talk to her sister. Why is that? Didn't she miss her sister a lot? Then why won't she speak now that they're together? Sometimes, when you have a lot on your mind, you also have many concerns. It can be hard to figure out where to start. Does that happen to you too, Lucia? Lucia? Yes, I feel like that sometimes too. She nods firmly. Oh, right. I met Chaos in the garden downstairs. She gave me a force field device to set up below, to protect those who didn't want to come up. But she said if the device gets damaged, the force field will fail immediately. It won't last very long. You set it up yourself. Yeah, Chaos taught me how to do it. She said people would be scared if they saw her. You really do have a talent for this, Rose. As expected of a future Science Council member. Lucia keeps those last words to herself as the faces of Project Winter's victims stare back at her from her memories. In the future, Rose is destined to give her life to Project Winter, leaving behind only her daughter Rosa. And this bright, gentle child before her is fated to grow up and walk a path that only seems unknown yet has already been charted for her. Words of guidance and advice catch in Lucia's throat. Before the unstoppable wheel of fate, all struggles seem so futile. After countless attempts to change the past, after enduring countless fruitless cycles, Lucia raises her increasingly heavier hand to tenderly pat Rose's head. After you leave Constellia, be careful of those robots. They're dangerous. Have other places gone through similar things to Constellia? Yes, that's why you have to keep yourself safe. I will. The girl nods, a smile showing up on her face. I hope I can find Lithos. Lucia wants to say something, to tell her certain truths, to offer warnings. But the price of changing the past looms too ambiguous and burdensome for her to take such a gamble. Commandant. She suddenly tightens her grip on the hand in her palm. Ow, ow, ow. Sorry, Commandant. Are you alright? Lucia immediately releases her grip, but unsure what to do with her hands now. She leaves them suspended awkwardly in the air. Well, as consciousness slowly returns, you find your throat too hoarse to speak. The searing agony in your temples seems on the verge of cleaving your skull apart. Lucia gently takes your cold hands in hers once more, her warmth chasing away the lingering chill of nightmares. What time is it? 8 a.m. on January 1st, 2161. The sun's already out. I slept for almost a day. Your brain slowly processes the signals from your body, every sensation so dulled that time itself seems to stretch. You struggle to form words as something vicious or viscous trickles from your nose, oozing over your cracked lips. A metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Lucia supports your chin with one hand while using the other to roll up a sterilized cotton ball and carefully insert it into your nostril to stop the bleeding. Alright, now tilt your head down. Liv said, as if suddenly remembering something, she immediately reaches out to pinch your nose. She said to hold it like this for a few minutes. Now lean back against the bed and rest for a little while longer. Take it easy. I've already taken care of most things. We still have time. Sure. Another wave of headache strikes as those lingering nightmares creep in, flooding your vision with countless twisted, chaotic hallucinations. Water. Here. Are there any painkillers? Yes, I found some. Watching Lucia methodically administer first aid to the Commandant, Rose steps back to give them space. Her eyes dart between the construct and the Commandant before she quietly retreats behind the door. With a gentle smile and wave to Lucia, she closes the infirmary door, leaving the two of them alone. Here you go. You swallow the painkiller she brought with water, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in your throat. After resting on the infirmary bed for a moment, the pain slowly begins to subside. Better now? I feel much better now. Turning your head, you finally notice that Lucia has been holding your hand this entire time. Is she worried about something? I'm alright. You gently brush your thumb over her hand that's holding yours, and Lucia's expression finally softens a little. I had a very long dream. I saw you, Vonnegut, and remembered things I'd forgotten when we just got to Constellia. Liv and Lee back then. Don't worry. We went through a time rewind after leaving the Inver Hetero Tower. Lee and Liv should still be fine. I saw Lee in my dream too. I dreamt about what he went through in the Inver Hetero Tower. Now I finally understand why he kept staring at the tower back then, looking so troubled. Maybe he had already sensed the changes at the tower and wanted to come along with us. Even though he's forgotten what happened in the tower, remember it for him. Yeah, then let's go back soon. No one mentions the price of return, nor speaks of their silently chosen death. What's the status of the key? This is our last chance. A final chance that requires sacrificing her and just her alone. She keeps the truth to herself while you, stirred by a faint premonition from your dreams, choose not to delve further with questions. That we must make it back this time, no matter the cost. And so, she begins her report amid this facade of peace. This time, there's no trace of the red tide at all. The streets are clean. I suspect Agent Zero. Let's just call her Cradle. The memories associated with that name might help disrupt her more. Alright. I suspect that Cradle is under stronger suppression this time than before. She no longer has the power to corrupt the streets. This is our chance. I want to rescue the people trapped here first. Especially since there are more people we know here, like Chico and Rose. If we don't get them back to their own time, it could severely impact the future. Indeed. Tell Lucy about the dream where Chico's gone. Both the purifying force and the hetero tower. Even though it was just a dream. Many of your dreams have already aligned with reality. Instead of brushing them off as just dreams, I think they're more like the influence of the Inver Hetero Tower. Just as I once transmitted messages to my other self through the Inver Hetero Tower, Lee had similar experiences, though back then none of us understood what he was going through. I think this is also part of why Chaos is so concerned about Rose. Is she worried about how this might affect the future? Yep. We can't risk such drastic changes anymore. Besides, Rose and Chico are our companions. The same goes for everyone else. Helping them helps us, too. But isn't it Vonnegut's force field that's keeping everyone trapped? I found Chaos. She agreed to help temporarily disable the force field. She agreed. Well, I guess that makes sense, since Cradle can no longer cause catastrophic disasters. Temporarily opening an exit won't pose much risk. Commandant. Hearing this, Lucia's expression grows more solemn. What's wrong? Why do you trust a hetero creature so much? Disregarding that lengthy, torturous underwater nightmare, you chose to work with Chaos because this might be the path of least sacrifice. What would Lucia think if she knew you were prepared for your own sacrifice? Is it because you think this will cost the least sacrifice? Even unspoken, she has still noticed your intention. Let's go back together, okay? This is her first time telling a lie. A promise she knows she cannot keep. Yeah, let's keep fighting until the very last moment. The very last moment. Grasping the implications hidden in those words, Lucia falls silent. What about you? How are you doing? Me? Of course I'm fine. Her wariness and unease subtly seep through her facade, betraying her efforts to hide them. Pose the question once more, are you really alright? And she would merely force a smile, insisting that everything is indeed fine. Oh, by the way, after coming here yesterday afternoon, I've addressed each of the issues you pointed out. Let's go over where we stand now. She always maintains this composed facade until problems are resolved, using her methodical nature to mask the wounds that lie beneath. Sure. Rose, the mercenaries, and the staff are all fine. I've mediated their conflicts for now and had them call back the people exploring the underground parking lot ahead of time. Just like when you convinced Mona, the staff supervisor last time, I've managed to persuade her to give me the elevator access card. She takes out the access card and shows it to you. After that, I reached out to Chico, and together we convinced Yuko as well as Darcy and Barley who were with her. They've gone to gather the employees hiding in other areas. They should be back by now. However, their conflicts weren't built in a day, and my words alone won't resolve them. For now, we're just working together towards a common goal. As she speaks, Lucia's hand remains firmly clasped to yours. Is there anything else troubling you, Commandant? I'll get right on it. Have you been carrying me with you the whole time while doing all of this? Yes. I was worried Cradle might appear suddenly, so I kept holding you in the same position we used to during flight tests. I'm sorry, that must have made you uncomfortable. But after confirming Cradle's current capabilities, I've mostly been in the infirmary since late at night. It didn't last to hold Lucia in your arms. Pat her on the head. Oh. In the arms. Lucia is caught off guard when her words are interrupted by your sudden embrace, but she quickly understands the message you're conveying with this warm gesture. After experiencing 76-time rewinds in such helpless isolation, any comfort that words could offer has become hollow. In her overwhelming anxiety, she has grown accustomed to confirming your safety through physical touch, and in return you have learned to mend her scarred heart the same way. Commandant, I'm fine. She stands up, attempting to show she's unharmed, yet beneath your worried gaze, she lowers herself, enveloping you back in her embrace. Lucia. She responds with a soft murmur and a bitter smile, drawing her face closer until you can feel your own breath reflecting back. You look into her eyes, those eyes usually full of tenderness and resilience, now shadowed by the sorrow of a setting sun and the defiant rage against the approaching endless night. Yet her heart, her consciousness, and her resolve remains unbroken by this endless torment and adversity. She is still here, burning everything she has to exist here. I'm sorry, making you bear so much for so long. Thank you for always staying by my side. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Commandant, for always being there for me, and always letting me stay by your side. The winter wind seeps through the half-open window of the infirmary, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. She pulls the blanket over, inching nearer. In the distance, the clamor of crowds echoes in your ears, people arguing about recent conflicts and plans after departure, their voices tinged with joy or sorrow. In this firm embrace, the two of you share the silence here, one prepared for sacrifice, the other knowing death was certain from the very beginning. Yet neither speaks of it. You exchange silent glances, offering solace through the shared embrace, as though striving to etch every word unspoken onto each other's souls. Her silent chest yearns for the beating of the human heart, while all the reluctance to part and desperate longing are swallowed down. This shouldn't be the end. Sure. Now, let's go over everything since we started, just in case my memory fails me again. Sure. Let's begin. My frame replacement was completed on March 30th, and we entered the Inver Hetero Tower on October 3rd. During this period, aside from regular test missions, we noticed that both the Red Tide and Hetero Zone were spreading much faster than before, and their patterns of expansion had become unpredictable. According to the intelligence gathered inside the Inver Hetero Tower, we speculated that the unpredictable surge of the Red Tide might be caused by the tower. Correct. On October 3rd, we entered the Inver Hetero Tower to investigate. Our path was constantly hindered by hetero creatures, making both our investigation and attempts to alter the past rather difficult. Vonnegut acted multiple times, attempting to merge you with chaos, and for that purpose, he made you die. Many times. At the mention of these still fresh wounds, Lucia's voice begins to tremble. All of it was to ensure Chaos had sufficient consciousness stability to take over Agent Zero's authority, and to suppress Agent Zero's original will. At that time, none of us realized the truth, nor were we in any state to listen to Vonnegut's explanations. We tried to return to our original era, but the collapse of the Inver Hetero Tower and Cradle's sneak attack dragged me into the past instead, which was 1 month after that April Fool's Day. Lucia nods. After returning, you seemed convinced that merging with Chaos was the only solution. You stopped me from fighting both Vonnegut and Cradle in the Inver Hetero Tower, and instead had me assist Vonnegut in dealing with Cradle. But Vonnegut was worried about Cradle being killed at that point. Yes, because Chaos wasn't ready yet to take over Agent Zero's authority. To buy time and extract himself from this three-way conflict, Vonnegut used the Inverhero Tower's core and his key to expel us from the tower and cast us into this era. The collapse of the Inverhero Tower delayed us by 10 days. Cradle arrived earlier and had already made preparations in the city, inciting some civilians to obstruct our way. First time we came to the Hetero Tower, I was killed by Yuko, probably having been coerced by Cradle. Lucia lowers her gaze and slowly nods. After your death, Cradle hastily disengaged from our battle, as if she couldn't wait to get away. After that, the red tide began to recede, no longer flooding the entire city, and I found out the existence of the fruit. What exactly is it? Ayla said it's a kind of hetero creature that looks like a heart. It seemed to be something Vonnegut created. For Cradle, it's more like mind fusion, or maybe mind corruption. So you ate the fruit and used yourself as the bait to lure Cradle, essentially poisoning her. As far as results go, the gamble paid off. The second time, we convinced the people here and obtained the elevator access card. Her voice is now barely a whisper, as if drained of all strength. Even though things ended badly, we still managed to find a way in. And we confirmed that Cradle could indeed be restrained by the fruit. Good. My memories are clear. Things will work out for sure this time. Bearing your weight on the bed's edge, you hoist yourself up in a sitting position, taking a deep breath to brace yourself for what lies ahead. It's time to put an end to all these messy time rewinds. Liv must be worried sick, and I wonder what Leigh's up to right now. Why do you gotta make me choose between these two? Come on, man. And I kind of miss your cooking. Commandant? Despite her usual reluctance to yield, or perhaps stubborn pride, about her cooking skills, these words catch her off guard. She cups her face in astonishment, carefully verifying your well-being. We only have half a bottle of nutrient solution left in our supplies. Should I bring it to you? I'm fine. I just really want to go home. Back to our usual life. It's been far too long. If you were to add up all the time spent in these rewinds, it could amount to 5 or 6 years. Or, no, perhaps even more. Time has elongated to such an extent that you no longer can, and no longer wish to, keep track. During these grueling explorations, your thoughts sometimes drift to Leigh. Did he face the same obstacles when he entered the Inverhero Tower? Did Vonnegut and Agent Zero put up the same kind of resistance? Or perhaps he faced entirely different challenges. Well, you'd have to read Spiral of Kronos to know. Looking at Lucia again, you notice how her expression has grown more somber. The worries of your journey etched deep between her brows. When you first entered the Inverhero Tower, Lucia still smiled often. Now, when we return, those unaware of our experience may be astonished by your change. Why? Because your expression, your demeanor, they're different from when we first set out. The same goes for you, Commandant. She reaches up to touch the space between your brows. I suppose we can call it growth. That's quite a painful way to grow. You once mentioned that growth is always painful. Stroke Lucia's hair near her cheek. Indeed. Your fingertips graze her heated skin, warmth seeping into your chilled palm. He tilts her head, gently nuzzling against your hand in response. Then, with a smile, she extends an invitation. Shall we go check on the others? We still have some time before heading out. All right. Froggy and the Four-Leaf Clover. 3119. As soon as you walk out of the infirmary, waves of commotion from beyond the side corridor wash over you. Peering through the fire safety window, you see the summoned mercenaries standing in a semicircle, their gestures betraying fear and tension. Some clutch their weapons close to their chest, scanning their surroundings as if expecting some great threat to emerge at any moment. Explain yourself. You have to tell us everything. Calm down, she's just a kid. This isn't about her being a child. We all saw that monster. What happens if it gets loose? How can we ensure our parents and loved ones stay safe? You weren't exactly a saint when you were beating people up and stealing our stuff. Yeah, we were desperate and hungry, so we stole some food. Once we're out, we'll accept any legal consequences. We have to serve time, none of us will run from it. Those monsters are a completely different story. What's going on? Lucia gives a slight shake of her head, signaling you to wait and see how things unfold. You asked about that device, so I told you the truth. Chaos gave it to me. She said we could use it to protect ourselves. This she you're talking about. She could use that thing to protect us, or she could use it to trap us. Isn't that the exact same thing that's kept us trapped here for so many days? We didn't understand it before because we'd never seen it, but now we get it. Chaos. It's right to be wary of hetero creatures, but we need to cooperate with her for now. Why don't you go talk to them? They should be more familiar with you this time. Alright. Lucia pushes open the door, her expression remaining stern. Smile, Lucia. Good force, stay calm and composed. Smile and wave, boys. Smile. Oh, look who's up. The wimp who had to be carried around yesterday. Say that again? Very punchable mercenary? Who's the one that's got the super suit, huh? Who's the one that's got the power armor suit? Me, not you. Lucia, give him a couple punches. Punch him. Oh, I don't know. He's very punchable. No. Tensions are high. Let's keep it calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Perfect timing. You said you'd helped everyone escape and we believed you. That's why we gathered everyone here. What's the deal with this monster the kid mentioned? It can control those barriers? If it can come and go as it pleases and shut people out whenever it wants, what's stopping it from sealing this place off and doing whatever it wants once we're gone? Don't tell me you two are working with it. No, we're about to address the matters related to her right now. What? There's another hidden trouble in this city other than chaos. She's the source of all those monsters patrolling the streets. Remember the mechanical riot you mentioned last night? Those hetero creatures share the same root cause, and the same problem exists beyond Constellia. You'll still encounter such machines once you leave. So it's basically the end of the world out there. No way. You'll see the situation for yourself once you leave. How do you plan to deal with the problem here? By working with that monster? The cooperation is temporary. Even Chaos fears that lurking threat. We'll deal with her, but only after we eliminate the greater danger. This will be dangerous, and you could get caught in the crossfire. That's why we want you to evacuate. There are people out there who need your help more. If Commandant and I were scheming something, we could have killed you all right here. Lucia draws her pyro katana as flames ignite in her hair. Without her taking a single step forward, everyone backs away several meters. If you think I can't handle this alone, feel free to test that theory. The people stand at a distance, exchanging bewildered glances before breaking into hushed whispers. Let us discuss this among ourselves. Lucia sheathes her weapon and nods to the captain. The mercenaries retreat to where Chico stands at the far end. Yuko, who has been staying in the corner, now finds herself unexpectedly in the spotlight. Hi. Mustering every ounce of courage, she approaches. That hidden trouble you mentioned earlier. Were you talking about Cradle? Yes. Do you know what she really is? She voices the question that Cradle has always left unanswered. It's quite a long story. She's like a disaster-born new human, but her nature is actually more complex. I talked with her for a while. She told me she was a character created by an author. That's not wrong, but it's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to possession. More like personality data conflict. Sounds about the same. Amidst the surrounding clamor, she takes a step back and leans warily against the wall. Well, at least the cradle I spoke to was real and didn't deceive me right from the beginning. Takes a deep breath. What did Cradle talk to you about? Mostly far-fetched stories. Would you mind telling me more? There might be some crucial intelligence in there. Intelligence? Do the stories she saw in the red tie really count as intel? Oh, and something about her creator and their will. Anything else? Apart from those, well, she said she came from the future and something about her being... I didn't quite understand that part. Some sort of administrator, I think. She had something to do in that future, but she failed before completing it, and she still couldn't figure out exactly why she failed. Oh, right. After you arrived just last night, she came to me and said some weird things. What did she say? She asked if I remembered how many times I had died, and if I had ever dreamed of becoming a butterfly. I had no idea what she meant by that. Could she be talking about the tale of the butterfly dream? Maybe she meant something more literal. After you experienced death once in Constellia, there were times in your dreams when your vision followed the butterflies, as if you had become one of them. So, what is it? She says she came here from the future, that she could travel through time. In some futures, she had actually killed you. She killed me. But why? Because she killed Chico, and you sought revenge. Chico? No way. She promised me that if I found my sister, she'd give me a chance to help her. How could she have killed her? And her response that time was, who cares? Who cares? Is it also because of that personality data conflict you mentioned? It's a bit different, but you could think of it that way, yes? Is there any way to bring her back, bring back her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly. She has not completely forgotten you. She turned her consciousness into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she says she would give you a chance to hurt her. What do you mean? I don't understand either. Do you know all of this because you're also from the future, just like her? Yes. No, yes. Just as I thought. So time travel really does exist. Please, tell me what's going to happen. Was she right? Will everyone really get caught in a calamity that never ends? Yes. What about me? Cradle mentioned that in your future you're familiar with my sister Chico. Do you know me? Lucia casts a questioning look at you. Didn't Cradle tell you anything about your own future? She did. That's exactly why I wanted to hear it from you again. Bianca once mentioned that Chico had a younger sister in the support force, but she fell in battle during the mission. And then, how did I die? Did I cause trouble for Chico? Her sister was injured and corrupted before running into an Ascendant. When Chico saw her sister still calling out for help, she couldn't bring herself to strike her down, and instead tried to save her. That's a reasonable judgment of the situation. But she still turned corrupted. Under the Ascendant's control, she detonated the device at the bottom of the building, killing all 14 constructs who were conducting an investigation there. Chico survived but was gravely wounded in the process. She originally had the potential to use a specialized frame, but after that explosion, her mind was severely damaged and she lost that qualification forever. Even so, when she merged with the hetero creature, she managed to retain a fragment of herself, preventing that massive body from going berserk. Bianca's hands paused briefly as she sorted through the mission reports. She never let go of her regret. Even though she knew her sister couldn't possibly survive after falling into the Ascendant's hands, she still couldn't bring herself to end it. To make someone give up before they fought till their last breath. That would be too cruel. I'm sure that's what Commandant would say. But for most people, the ability to fight until the very end is a privilege reserved for heroes only. Though even as I say this, if I faced with making that same choice about someone important to me, I'd probably hesitate for that crucial moment too. Can you tell me? You fell during a rescue mission of the support force, and before that you had saved many lives. After you were gone, even the captain of the support force would still speak of you. You haven't answered my question. Did I get many people killed by working with the wrong side? Just like now? No one could have controlled their fate in that situation. It was an accident, not intentional harm. In the future, you'll meet many people whose lives you'll save. Don't blame yourself for something beyond your control. Though Lucia speaks these words, her brow remains tightly furrowed. Through countless cycles of death, she has witnessed the pain Yuko brought, even understanding the circumstances and inner turmoil behind those actions. The wounds torn into her heart run too deep to simply absolve with a smile. In the face of inescapable desires and suffering, all words of reason or forgiveness shatter like fragile glass. So it's true. Cradle wasn't lying to me. Thank you for being willing to share it with me. Go talk to Chico. Tragedy isn't inevitable. We've talked already. She told me she kept her distance because of the sensitive nature of her work. She realized those mercenaries died because they sought help from Cradle. Her gaze drifts to Chico in the distance, their shared silence speaking volumes about the rift between them. If you had a sister like me, would you forgive her? Lucia lowers her eyes as distant memories surge before her like relentless waves. I'm not in any position to answer whether your real sister would forgive you or not. Looking at Yuko, Lucia speaks these words as much to herself as to Yuko. If my sister were in your situation, I think, rather than answering on behalf of the victims whether to forgive her, I would want to tell her, the her from the beginning, something else entirely. Huh? Your existence alone has meaning. You don't have to sacrifice something just to justify your right to live peacefully. That's not kindness. It only harms you in the end. That's wrong. And once you start down the wrong path, you'll keep falling deeper into the abyss, trying to make up for that first mistake. And once you step into that abyss, victimhood breeds hatred, and hatred leads to hurting others. Breaking free from this vicious cycle often demands an even greater sacrifice and time. Yuko, if you could stand at the beginning of it all and look back at the choices you've made, is Chico's forgiveness really what you're asking about? Suddenly, a bitter, self-mocking laugh escapes Yuko's lips as she leans against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. I'm the one who can't forgive myself. I made a mistake and couldn't forgive myself for that, and everything afterward was just a cover-up. I was just desperately trying to justify my actions. You're right. The more I tried to do something about it, the more mistakes I made, desperately trying to make myself needed. What did that accomplish in the end? I was too weak. I died there, dragged so many people down with me, and even hurt what little family I had left. If only I had time to grow. If only I had the power to change things. Unfortunately, there have never been any what-ifs. She pulls the little froggy from her chest and clutches it tightly in her hands, falling silent. Do you like Froggy? Lucia bends down and crouches beside her. Yeah, I loved Froggy's stories even before I graduated. She murmurs with her head lowered. Froggy wasn't good at anything. It wanted to find a four-leaf clover of wonder so that it could have a home, but only ended up in one silly situation after another. But somehow, it still managed to find something meaningful in all those failures and mishaps. Reading those stories made me wonder, if only I could find something meaningful in my own failures, just like Froggy. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I really like Froggy as well, but I only recently found out that it has its own stories. Huh. So before that, you just liked it for its design? Yeah. You only recently found out its stories. Which book did you read? The one where it started searching for a four-leaf clover to find happiness and a home. Ah, the first book. Does that story have an ending? Originally, there was one. In the end, Froggy still couldn't find a four-leaf clover, nor the home that was supposed to come with it. But Froggy took the items gathered during his journey of failures to build a modest, rundown tent, and planted ordinary three-leaf clovers beside it. Even though they were just common clovers, Froggy tenderly nurtured and protected them, until one day, it found a four-leaf clover among them. Froggy couldn't find a four-leaf clover of wonder, but it ended up creating one instead. That's actually a nice story. As Yuko speaks, she pulls out a Froggy-shaped voice recorder from her pocket. I have a song here written for Froggy, though I only kept the instrumental track and lyrics. With a sniff, she holds back her tears and hands over the voice recorder in a solemn gesture. Lucia, I would like to give this to you. To me? Yes. You helped the people who are trapped here, and you shared a lot with me. Thank you. Hello, Carefree. The song never had the chance to be released. It's a miracle itself that someone who loves Froggy gets to hear it. With this miracle, I wish for you and your most cherished one to be able to create your own four-leaf clover of wonder. Aww. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. She stands with a wave goodbye and walks away. Aww. That little interaction almost brought a tear to my eye, I'm not gonna lie. Lucia. Watching as Yuko's figure disappears into the distance, you softly call out to Lucia. I'm here, Commandant. The mercenaries are still in their discussion. Want to take a walk over the observation bridge? Alright. Stepping out of the infirmary, you walk onto the observation bridge, basking in the morning sunlight. The streets below appear clean and orderly, showing no trace of the red tide's corruption. It seems the long night has finally passed. Lucia stretches slightly in the sunlight, then sits down on the edge of the observation bridge, turning back to look at you. Is there something you wanted to say? The look on your face when you were talking to Yuko. Were you missing your home? Yeah, a little bit. This is the golden age, when they should still be alive. Lucia. I know I can't change the past. We have more important things to do and our own home to return to. In these words, I only say them when you ask. Lucia squints her eyes in the breeze, her gaze drifting far into the distance. Commandant, look. At the end of the leftmost street, there's an exit. It's the highest point around here, so also quite far from the underground parking lot. Once everyone's gathered, we'll have them evacuate from there. Even if Cradle deploys the red tide, it'll still take some time to reach that location. With a smile, Lucia outlines the next steps of the plan. Alright. As we move out, we take the vanguard position, with the mercenaries covering the rear, keeping the employees protected in the middle. Commandant, would you provide ranged support for those in the rear? Just please stay within my sight. No problem. It's indeed safer this way. Lucia nods, letting out a soft sigh against the cold wind. From here on, it's going to be one battle after another. Yeah, we can't let our guard down until we're home. Are you hiding something from me? Why do you say so? Just a feeling, I guess. It's nothing. Just some uncertainties. There's no point discussing them now. We'll only know once we're inside the Inver-Hetero Tower. In the end, she chooses to keep her thoughts to herself. And so, standing beside her, you also remain silent about the plans for when you enter the Inver-Hetero Tower. Winter sunlight breaks through thin clouds, and the force fields enveloping Constellia, casting a radiant golden hue over the city. She reaches out as if to grasp something in the wind before her, then lets out a soft sigh at its intangible nature. Time to go home, Commandant. Now I can see I can see like 3 ravens flying. There's 2 behind her and then 1 in the distance in front of her. It's time for you to go home. Let's go home together. Like countless times before, you reach out to Lucia, and she responds with a smile, taking her hand in hers. Sure. Oh. Yeah, that was nice. Again, that interaction with Yuko, legit, that almost brought a tear to my eye. A canal that leads to the galaxy. Hey. As soon as you return to the infirmary, the mercenary captain approaches. We finished our discussion. Everyone trusts you and agrees to this operation. If the outside world remains safe, we'll send reinforcements to assist you. But if, like you said, everyone's struggling to survive, then we'll prioritize helping them first. Alright, let's do it. Right then, I'll leave the big trouble here in your hands. If things get out of control, don't hesitate to call for backup. Yes, sir. It will be. Let's go. Most of them are already waiting on the 2nd floor. Alright. Lucia turns around and gives you a warm smile. Commandant. Yeah, it's time. Second floor. The previously dispirited crowd has come back alive, now eagerly discussing their upcoming plans with renewed vigor. As the construct and you step into view, the crowd falls silent in unison. Apart from the crowd, at the far edge stands Chaos, fixing her gaze directly on you. Just wave at her. Hi! Just as your eyes are about to meet, Lucia steps between you, blocking both Chaos's gaze and the lurking hetero creatures from your view. That very same step places Lucia right beside you as both of you now stand together before everyone. Folks, the crowd falls into a tense silence, hanging on to every word Lucia speaks. Form up behind me in the positions we planned. The hetero creatures are currently in the 1st floor lobby. Once the force field barrier is down, they'll rush right at us. I'll take point. While you handle any stragglers, avoid their fluid splashes at all costs. Even a single drop will cause an unstoppable infection that could lead to amputation. Once you're out, stay away from all machines and regroup with other humans. That's your only chance of survival. That's all. Any questions? We're good. Let's move out. Rose, disable the force field. Hidden in the shadows, the girl listens to the thundering footsteps above while crimson butterflies dance around her string-playing hands. By deliberately containing the red tide, they've fallen right into my trap, thinking I've lost control over it. The Grand Plaza shall be the perfect stage for your mass funeral. She smiles as Lucia's strike blasts through the inner doors of the exhibition hall, the shockwave carving a path through the sea of hetero creatures all the way to the 1st floor stairs. The glimmer of hope vanishes as quickly as it appears. The remaining monsters surge forward to seal the gap, causing the hetero creatures' formation to contract one by one ring. With an icy gaze, Cradle runs her fingers across the strings. In response, crimson butterflies soar over the monsters' heads, while the trembling strings echo with lingering resonance. Through the carnage and scattered crimson, Lucia, at the vanguard, pierces through the chaos with her gaze fixed on the girl lurking in the shadows. It's time to end this, Cradle. Vision 0. Dazzling flames burst forth, their radiance instantly dispersing the surrounding gloom. The heart vanishes from the girl's grasp as crimson butterflies gather and dissolve, coalescing into a new form, a blood-red scythe materializing with its blade gleaming. As the scythe takes form, Lucia has already closed in on Cradle, the powerful strike slicing through the air with a frenzied howl. The blade flashes, descending in a devastating overhead strike. Carried Cradle barely raises her eyes, and with just a curl of her finger, a flying hetero creature hurls itself at Lucia, its expendable body intercepting her fierce attack. 2, 3, 4. At Cradle's call, every hetero creature marks Lucia as their prey, lunging desperately at this radiant beacon of light. Surrounded by the hetero creatures, Lucia raises her other hand and firmly grasps her second blade. You're not taking another step forward. The light of the blades flashes, cutting through the encroaching prison of monsters. Serpentine dragons of roaring flames weave a violent dance, incinerating the grotesque enemies until nothing remains. Lucia deflects Cradle's strike with one blade as she swiftly eliminates a weakened hetero creature with her crimson blade. The fierce wind sends her frame's ribbons fluttering. In a swirl of blazing light, her twin blades flash in a synchronized arc, shattering the ever-looming despair. The platinum radiance gleams brighter than the celestial dome above, its countless luminous facets reflecting and interweaving. Within this brilliance, Lucia stands out like a sun, casting light upon all in her path. No matter where you run, I will stop you. What's the point of this? Chico, cover them while they evacuate. Copy that. Yuko also leaves the hiding spot, joining the crowd's escape. Though Lucia has drawn away most of the enemies, several stragglers still lurk at the edges, their eyes fixed on the crowd. As the mercenaries form a protective circle around the employees, herself included, their gunfire keeping the stray hetero creatures at bay, her thoughts suddenly drift back to Cradle. If only she had discovered the truth sooner, she would have never let Cradle help them fight off those mercenaries, and they would still be alive. If you still hate me after this, then I shall give you a chance to hurt me. Would she hate Cradle? If she saw Chico being killed, she surely would. Caught in the middle of the crowd, Yuko watches Chico as she maintains suppressing fire against the remaining monsters alongside other mercenaries, eyes fixed on the battlefield. In the end, she's still the one being protected. She thought things were different when working with Cradle, believing she could secretly offer food and protection to everyone. Only now does she realize the folly of her actions. She was still just relying on others. In that moment, the ground suddenly trembles with a thunderous roar, like a beast awakening from its long slumber, the violent shaking scattering the evacuating crowd. Swear word, an earthquake now of all times? Watch out! The ground is cracking. Red tide bursts forth from the ground's fissures, surging outward in an instant. Hetero creatures emerge from all directions, shaking off the tide from their bodies before charging forward with savage momentum. Those at the back of the group cry out in terror, their screams mixing with desperate footsteps as they run for their lives, afraid of being consumed by the crimson tide. Move forward, watch your step, we'll cover you. Amidst the sharp report of mercenaries' gunfire, enemies follow one after another, momentarily quelling the panic in the crowd's hearts. Like a battle horn's call, the mercenaries fire in unison, holding back the hetero creature's onslaught. The stragglers leap across the fissures one by one as the red tide surges madly behind them. Another person comes running, his face contorted with pure terror. Behind him, this looks like a girl, right? Behind her, I'll say, a hetero creature gives relentless chase as the ground trembles once more, turning up the tide in its wake. Amid the chaos, the employee who has been hiding in the middle of the crowd suddenly buckles at the knees and collapses, reaching forward with desperate hands. With the hetero creature's breathing down her neck, Chico grips her gun with one hand and amid the monster's roar, uses her other hand to pull the fallen person up before giving her a firm push forward. Keep running, don't look back. As these words ring out, the mercenary captain fires several rapid shots, taking down the hetero creature in front of Chico. Watch your flanks too. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Chico catches her breath and resumes directing the evacuation group. As the crowd gradually shifts from chaos to order, Chico takes position beside Yuko, standing guard at the group's flank. Chico, who has been focused on the broader situation until now, turns to her sister. Recalling the recent events, she asks in a low voice, "Where's your gun?" "Still with me. There's only one bullet left." "Got any more for me?" "Forget it. You've never been trained to use a gun." Chico adjusts her shooting stance and reveals the dagger at her waist. "Take this. We'll make it out together." Chico falls into silence once more, her focus back on guarding the flank. Sensing her sister's reluctance to speak, Yuko restrains the words she wishes to utter. "And I want to help you." Yuko glances once more at the dagger in her hand, then at the gun she doesn't know how to use. She looks up at the battlefield. A few more hetero creatures fall, but their armies continue to emerge from the tide in an endless onslaught. In mere moments, the red tide erupts amid the earthquake. A crimson circle of death rapidly constricts, like a giant hand crushing what little space remains for the survivors to escape. As a massive wave threatens to swallow the crowd whole, desperate screams erupt from the group. They're swearing! Forward! Charging at us! Ah. An agile figure suddenly appears at the front of the group. That monster? Chaos extends her hand, and the force field unfurls, blocking most of the hetero creatures while creating a temporary shelter against the encroaching red tide. The exit's right ahead. Disable the force field behind us and let everyone retreat. I don't think she has a hand to spare. The moment we turn around, we'll get drowned. The young man swings his baseball bat at the approaching hetero creature's neck as if venting days of pent-up frustration. Nice hit. Home run. Then he grabs Darcy, who struggles to keep pace with the group due to her frail constitution, practically dragging her along by the arm. Harley, slow down. Slow down? If we don't move now. The whistling of bullets cuts his words short as the mercenary captain takes down a struggling monster, throwing a sharp glance at the two. Shut up and move. Yet disasters are like holes that can't be plugged. No sooner is one crisis contained than terrified screams erupt from another direction. Stay away! Stay back, as hetero creature lunges at Mona, its deformed claws gleaming with murderous intent. Falling behind Mona, Yuko freezes for a moment before springing into action. Mona! Yuko's body moves on instinct. She dashes forward and shoves Mona out of the way. The claws still come down, leaving horrific gashes across Yuko's leg. The pain, rather than bringing her down, only serves to tighten her grip on the dagger. With newfound courage surging through her, she drives her blade deep into the hetero creature's neck. As fluid splatters and the monster collapses, delayed panic suddenly seizes Yuko's entire being. She falls back onto the ground, too terrified to even pull her dagger free. Yuko! I'm fine. Her voice trembles as she grasps Mona's outstretched hand. Attempting to rise the wounds on her leg proved too much, causing her to collapse back down. Yuko, what were you thinking? Now you can't even walk. It's okay. It's not that bad. You can just walk slowly. Yeah, with the red tide behind us, right? What are you talking about? I'm not complaining about your walking speed. I know, but I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're the one who found a job here and brought me along. Consider this my way of saying thank you. Mona lets out a sigh, saying no more words. She grabs Yuko again, and with all her strength, pulls Yuko up from the ground. I'll help you. We'll walk together. Thank you, but... The words reach her lips, but come out as barely a mumble. You should go ahead. I'll only slow you down with my pace. Alright. Mona glances at the departing group, loosens her grip, and hurries to catch up with them. The moment she reunites with the group, the ground violently shakes again. The red tide surges forth, separating Yuko from everyone else. Yuko? Don't worry. I'll wait for Lucia to help take me over. You all go ahead. It is her choice to make. Mona has no right to intervene. She watches as Yuko limps up the stairs, then turns to join the moving crowd. The never-ending red tide slowly devours the lowlands, as the evacuating crowd seeks refuge within the sanctuary produced by chaos under the mercenaries' protection. Rose pours every ounce of her strength into dismantling the force field. Despite the repeated tremors within Chaos's sanctuary, it manages to stabilize with each surge of energy she unleashes. All eyes are fixed on Rose, hearts torn between utter despair and overflowing hope. Yuko catches sight of Chico in the crowd, who scans the sea of faces, seemingly seeking her sister's presence among the throng. The mercenary captain pats Chico's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the encroaching foes before pressing his last remaining bullets into her hands. A silent passing of responsibility. Chico accepts it all without a word, shedding her role as a sister to once again become a protector. Alright, sudden whoosh through the air shatters her momentary peace. Cradle, who has been trapped in the exhibition hall, now breaks through Lucia's blockade. Must say you're at the end of your rope again. She doesn't even spare another glance at Yuko on the stairs, her eyes fixed on the sea of people and the construct standing in her way. One-on-one, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but with all these people around, ensuring their safety is sure to distract you. Lucia rushes in with a fierce slash, cutting off both Cradle's advance and her taunt in one swift motion. A slight smirk crosses Cradle's lips as she swings her scythe to meet Lucia's blade. Sparks explode from their violent collision. What exactly are you, Cradle? In her daze, she recalls the question she once asked. My name is Cradle. Who I am is a more difficult question to answer. But I think I lost my creator. And because of that, I've been searching for stories of other creators. It's not my mission. Just consider it a regret, or maybe a hobby. Cradle has shown her kindness before. When exactly did she start to change? It's more like she's using that character as a vessel, similar to possession. More like personality data conflict. Two different personalities dwell within her body. The kindness Yuko felt back then wasn't a lie. Is there any way to bring back her original self? It might be possible, but I don't know how exactly. She turned her consciousness into one of those butterflies around her and willingly swallowed it. Maybe you mean something special to her. Special? Me? Yeah, she says she would give you a chance to hurt her. That butterfly. Is it still there? Her murmurs are interrupted by shouts from behind. Turning around again, Yuko sees that the evacuating group has opened both the barrier and the disaster containment wall. The red tide surges forward another step, as if eager to drown everyone's hopes, forcing people to scream and push the way out as death inches ever closer. Evacuate one by one. Those who can still fight, stay behind to cover. Everyone else go first. Yuko! Her sister calls out to Yuko, finally noticing the insurmountable red tide that separates them. Yuko! To Yuko's surprise, her sister, whom she views as capable of overcoming any challenge, stands frozen in place, only able to utter her name once more. Once again, she finds herself becoming a burden to Chico. Chico, you know what? Cradle told me that in the future, I'll still end up being a burden to you and everyone around you. Huh? Chico sees Yuko break into an inexplicable smile, but can't make out what she's saying. I've been thinking about what someone like me could possibly do. And no matter how much I rack my brain, I just can't find an answer. Across the distance, her words fail to reach the other side again. Speak up, I can't hear you. Yuko, hurry up and get Lucia to bring you over here. We're running out of time. This exit needs to be sealed right now. Half of the crowd has already pushed and shoved their way out, and Mona, after shouting her warning, squeezes through the narrow exit. Yuko, answer me! How could she possibly answer? What words could give her legs the strength to cross this uncrossable river? All she can do is gaze at Chico, listening as the sounds of combat between Cradle and Lucia draw closer and more frantic. Perfect. Since you've opened the barrier, I might as well take advantage of this chance. You're not getting past here. No, really? Then let me present you with a trolley problem I've been planning for quite a while. Amidst Cradle's laughter, the long-suppressed red tide and hetero creatures suddenly burst forth, lunging at the Commandant who is providing support behind Lucia. Stop me, or stop those hetero creatures. If you choose me, my little soldiers might just run wild everywhere. As Lucia charges without hesitation toward the Commandant surrounded by red tide and hetero creatures, the girl dashes past the red tide, making a beeline for the crowded exit. Chaos! Guarding the gate, Chaos hears the cry but maintaining the force field has already drained her strength. She is in no condition to face Cradle head-on. Yet, seeing Chico has been evacuated, Chaos stands her ground, refusing to abandon her post. Watch out! The scythe's blade crashes forcefully against Chaos's force field, tearing open wounds across the doll's fragile arms. Just one more strike and everything will crumble. Cradle! She screams at that body, one that will never answer her call. I remember now how you killed me and what happened with the butterfly. That is nothing but a complete lie. How could someone with no connection to the Hetero Tower remember things from before the time rewind? Yet, Agent Zero hesitates in her attack upon hearing this false intel, turning around to look back with Cradle. Now I understand why the creator you spoke of made that choice in the end. With a smile, she raises the gun loaded with a lone bullet. Though unaware of how to wield it, there's one spot she knows she can't miss. Let the rotten wood burn. Oh. Blood erupts like flames, blooming into a single-winged red butterfly from Yuko's loose hair. With countless words of worthless wishes and farewells left unsaid, she crumples heavily onto the ground and rolls into the red tide. Yuko! A familiar ringing emanates from the butterfly she had once swallowed, compelling Cradle to lower her hands. Run, Chico! The captain's firm grip seizes Chico by the collar, scoops up a rose, and forcefully pulls them both through the narrow exit. As the last person evacuates, the force field finally seals shut once more. Yuko! Before there's any time to confirm anything, Lucia carries you up and leaps into the air. Within the red tide, Cradle slowly approaches Yuko, pensively taking her into her arms. In the howling wind, Lucia's expression remains inscrutable, yet her grip noticeably tightens around you. Commandant. Regardless of the weight burdening her heart, she cannot look back on this one-way path. No one knows what emotions stirred within Yuko as she pulled the trigger. Was it because of that insurmountable red tide? Was it to buy a few precious seconds against Cradle? Or was it because she learned what the future held? Or perhaps she had fallen into despair about her own life? Was it truly the right decision to tell Yuko about the future? Should one glimpse into the changed future, the survivors would affirm without hesitation, yes, her death was the right choice. The way I shouldn't be watching this? You're spoiling yourself, yeah. Do you want me to explain why Chico's here, or do you want to just experience it yourself later? Just taking a sip of my tea. Many will survive that incident, and Chico's mind will not be damaged trying to save her. Got claimed I'm heated. Really? Is it because of it's one of the OSTs? Was it like Flame of Hope or some shit? It's usually Flame of Hope that gets the claim. Every other OST is like fine. Well, Flame of Hope and some other OST, but it's in like the title of the song is like in Chinese, so I don't know what it is. But it's like it's like 2 or 3 OSTs from PGR that gets claimed. And it's usually, I know that Flame of Hope is one of them. It's usually just Flame of Hope. In the distant future, when Chico dies at Copperfield Aquarium, her hetero-humanoid form will be able to process more intricate data thanks to her intact mind. The world will mark this as a turning point, guiding humanity toward a more stable and prosperous future, until one day they can safely venture into the cosmos. Yuko did some good at the cause of her life. Yet how much more rotten wood must we burn? How many heroes must die with regrets? And how many more righteous deaths must we endure before we can build a canal of wounds leading to the Sea of Stars? It was just back. It doesn't matter if it's like background music or if it's anything major. Anything will get copyright claimed. Anything. That's how terrible the copyright system is in YouTube. Literally anything. Even if it's only for like 40 seconds, it will get claimed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how major of a song it is, how minimal it is. It does not matter. That's just how it is. It's, again, YouTube's copyright system is terrible. Don't skip the stage. I forgot that this was a combat stage, a combat node. That was a long bit of dialogue just to get to the combat stage. It was a lot. Talk to Lucia, decide what to do next.
指揮官、事前に権限を有効化しました。
Yep.
地下駐車場のエレベーターで降りれば大丈夫です。
Yep. Yep, even with some of my streams. Yep. 50% of your revenue is mine. Yep. That's how it is. Literally any few seconds. That's just how it is. YouTube is terrible like that. It's completely unfair. It's even worse because someone who has done a remix or whatever of that particular song can also claim it. If one particular part of that song is anywhere remotely similar to what they've done. It's stupid. It's really dumb. Say for example, you listen to like the Endless Path music, right? From like Aeon Reforged, and you hear the piano parts playing throughout. If someone did a piano cover of that song, they could there's a chance they could possibly claim that music from whatever content you made with that original piece, just because it's the same melody. That's how terrible this shit is. I know this because it's happened to me multiple times on not just my other channel, even on this one. I've gotten copyright claims from like my Nier Replicant streams and my Final Fantasy IV streams. It's happened so many times. It's terrible. And YouTube is not going to do anything to make it any better. It's just how bad it is. Lucia? She's like zigzagging. It's like a crocodile chasing after her. Wow, that sucks. Yep, it's terrible. A lot of the times though, at least from my experience, at least from my experience, all the time, okay, let me pause here. Through my experience, every time I've made a dispute about the music being used, a lot of the times the dispute doesn't get like reviewed by the claimant, which means the claimant, the person that I say person, but the one that claimed the music from your content most likely is a bot. But that's speaking on my personal experience. You'll know it's a bot when they don't review the dispute and they don't do anything for the next 30 days, starting from when you sent in that dispute. They never answer the claim. Yeah. So it's usually just a bot that does this. I've been like 3, yeah. I will say though, in one of my previous streams, there was one where they actually did look at the dispute and then they just rejected it outright. I can't remember which stream it was. I think it might have been like my Nier. It might have been one of the Nier ones. I don't remember. But it's fucking stupid. It's just genuinely annoying to deal with. It's even dumber for me because I'm not I can't even monetize my content, bro. So they're claiming it for no fucking reason. They're just claiming it for no reason. Personally, I would rather just, even if it were to hurt me the most, I would just mute. Even if I was monetized, I would just mute. I wouldn't give a fuck. If I lose out on some shit or whatever, if the experience isn't as entertaining just from the muting, I don't care. I am not letting these fucking idiots take so much advantage of the fucking copyright system. No way. I just like how it's the background music, background cutscene song instead of like Rami or something important. I know, it's kind of weird. From all my PGR streams, it's usually just Flame of Hope. Well, yeah, usually that's about it. Most of the time, when you're doing PGR stuff, a lot of the times, you're not gonna get copyright claimed. I remember yesterday when I was streaming this, going through Shaper's Ripples, they were playing Flame of Hope in the background. And that's when I was like, ah, shit, I gotta start speaking loudly or speaking a lot more during this. Just so I don't have to get annoyed by the freaking copyright claim. God, Jesus Christ.
私の目の届く範囲に指揮官 大丈夫
Oh no.
まだ耐えられます大丈夫です心配しないでください道が阻まれたこのままでは
Bro, this power suit does everything. You can enter Matrix. It's insane. He's so tiny. I think she's even shorter than number 21.
指揮官こちらですさああとどれくらい持つでしょうね私のお
I
気に
swear
入
I've
り
seen
の
that
曲です
scythe before in Final Fantasy XIV.
そちらの計画には時期尚早でしたねあと10回ほど鑑賞すれば
Reloading.
私にも対抗策がなかったかもしれません
Kratos right there, shoot her.
これもカイウスとの取引の一部ですか指揮官まだチャンスはありますあと少し物語の結末で瀕死の英雄は巣穴に逃げるも狼を撃退する力はもうない九死に一生ではなく狼を寄せてしまった臨時パスワードの入力を前回と同じ数字です援護します
Oh, what the hell? Wasn't it this? No? I know it started with a 9. Was it this?
指揮官お忘れです
Oh,
か
yeah, okay.
パスワードは 973654
I was
です
so close. I
行きま
just
しょ
had
う
I had the 3 in the second as the
私の
second
証
digit.
もなかなかなのですよあなたを正確に保存できます彼女が来ています
POV.
早く先に
Whoa.
指揮官
What in the Shining? Chaos. Nice. This combat stage had a really long dialogue segment at the beginning. Really long. The search for tomorrow. Taking advantage of Kratos' momentary pause, you step once again into the nightmare-shrouded elevator. No sooner do you enter the hidden floor than the red tide surges through the shadowy tunnel alongside its master. Even with the sharp decline in Hetero Creature's cradle, born from both Red Tide and Hetero Tower, remains nearly invincible. Watching as the two figures struggle in the tunnel from the shadows, Chaos suppresses the urge to step in and help again. You're growing weaker. Under no circumstances should you engage Agent Zero once more in your current state. Scythe user? Yeah, Cradle's really cool. I like her. I like how in her Cradle form, we'll say that, the one where she's wearing her green cloak, she's got a harp. But then when she goes Agent Zero mode, when we see her currently, with all the red and stuff, she uses her harp transforms into a scythe. That's really cool. That scythe design is very, very familiar though. I swear to God I've seen it from some other game. Either from... No, it wasn't from Final Fantasy XIV. I think it was actually from a way older game I used to play, called Vindictus. Even though the hiddens are shorter than the main chapter, the length difference in the read-along story for a second. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to mention that too. I forgot to mention that I did upload the hidden chapter 1. I forgot to completely mention that. Yeah, the thing with the hidden chapter 1 was like a lot of it was like just combat stages with no dialogue before and after it. And even if it did have dialogue, it would only just be before this stage. So it was drastically short compared to the actual chapter 1. You're growing weaker. Under no circumstances should you engage Agent Zero once more in your current state. Every move is a gamble with her life. She must exercise caution. You know what? I've never felt such joy before. With a smile, Kratos effortlessly evades Lucia's lightning-fast slash. That key of yours is useless now, isn't it? Among the three of you, taking out just one would be enough to crush Vonnegut's plans. Once I lose the key, it will be difficult to keep Agent Zero away from the core. I won't be able to force her out of the Inver Hetero Tower like before. This isn't just about her life. When Vonnegut's plans fall apart, everyone will have to pay the price. The few remaining Hetero creatures charge at Lucia in unison. In the narrow tunnel, there's nowhere to dodge. In that split second of hesitation, their combined force sends her reeling. If not for her thruster steadying her just in time, she would have crashed straight into the red tide beside her. It will severely strain your frame. First use won't be fatal, but repeated usage will eventually exceed your limits. Chaos clearly understands what Vonnegut left unsaid. One more use of his gift means stepping right into the abyss. Now, who shall I eat first? Lucia? I've never gotten the chance to finish you off completely. The terrain here works against you. Such a rare opportunity. You'll do nicely. A new cage of spikes erupts from the ground, like demon claws rising from the abyss to drag their airborne prey back to Earth. The punishing crystals explode into an intersecting trap, instantly binding Lucia's joints in their grip. The crystals contract and compress, shackling the captain of Grey Raven until every possible movement is sealed away. Bring it on! Lucia! Deep in the shadows, Chaos clenches both fists. Do you know why I chose clones to make the key? What's funny? I missed the joke. Watching as her obstacle falls into a new predicament, Cradle calmly shifts her attention to a different target. Let the rotten wood burn. That line goes hard. The only chance of survival, the only gamble, lies in the corruption Yuko left behind. A restraint that will last mere moments. Just kidding. I'd rather kill that Commandant one more time. If the gamble pays off, she will not die here. If it fails, she will be the only one who does. Stay calm. Do not go out there. This is all part of a greater plan. No, there's no chance left. No chance at all. If anyone dies here, everything will be beyond saving. Why do others have to sacrifice themselves to complete my consciousness? Cradle raises her scythe against the human who is about to reach the lift. Why Why am I the only one who can't do it? A flash of red light plummets. Commandant! Yes. An arc of phosphorescent, blue takes the fierce assault, dissolving the lethal strikes force bit by bit. The doll raises a force field ahead, her hands trembling as countless wounds appear across her forearms. Watch out! Lucia finally shatters the punishing crystals imprisoning her and dashes over. Sounds nice. The girl swings her scythe upward, its arc of light blocking Lucia's path, yet its true target is Chaos, now too weak to parry the attack. Before your very eyes, the doll's severed limbs fly past, dissolving into myriad crimson sparks midair. The ghastly wound sends shivers down your spine, while the crystal facets mirror your stunned expression. The fading trails of light appear to sweep away every remnant of Chaos's consciousness. The gamble is lost, and once again she has to meet such a hasty end. Damn, Chaos dead? Through her dying eyes, Chaos watches as Lucia seizes her chance to dash past Cradle and grab you, with the rift now mere inches away. At least you can. The executioner's blade plunges toward her chest, piercing through her body without hesitation. Chaos breaks into a smile, trying to shift her gaze towards the rift, hoping to confirm with her dying breath that you have safely returned to the tower. Yet, she sees no one there. Instead, a long-forgotten warmth emanates from behind as someone swiftly holds her shattered body in their arms. Chaos! In her daze, a brilliant white light blooms in Chaos's blurred vision. She hears Cradle's voice, filled with displeasure, and then... Now, let's go! In an instant, the rift swallows all three of them into darkness. But we got her out of there. The hollow echo of running footsteps reverberates through the air. Though Cradle no longer pursues them, Chaos lies grievously wounded in your arms. Her condition so severe that even direct contact barely causes any corruption symptoms. In the fading of this shattered form, not only does Chaos's life wane, but the entire Inverhero Tower crumbles along with her. Tremors shake the tower as the path beneath warps grotesquely, the surrounding structures threatening to collapse at any moment. Lucia leaps to your side, shattering a protruding crystal brick. Any progress? She's still alive. The traps she set along the way overpower Cradle's attacks. It's because of Yuko. We must find Vonnegut first. He's the only one who can save Chaos. Understood. I'll use the flight mode. Hold on tight to me, Commandant. Alright. Looking down at Chaos in your arms, her body resembles a shattered porcelain doll with a large piece missing. As if sensing the weakening connection that restrains Cradle, her kindred hetero creatures, no longer held back, begin emerging from both sides of the red tide. Hang in there. You have to make it. Hetero Tower core level. The core trembles as its luminescence flickers and shatters. Vonnegut's brow furrows as he places Chaos within a cluster of crystals that cradles her like swaddling clothes. No matter how many times he softly calls out Chaos's name, she remains unresponsive. Any progress? Before Vonnegut can answer, unhurried footsteps echo from behind. The three of you turn around to face the young girl who has once again appeared. God damn it. We meet again, Mr. Vonnegut. Her smiling eyes widen, only to reveal nothing but coldness within. Perhaps I should call you by a different name. What would you prefer? Professor Trout? Number 7? Or Nemo? You have recovered your memories, Agent Zero. Indeed, all thanks to the memories you left to Chaos. But you still haven't answered my question. Well, all of that is irrelevant now. With the key gone, you're at a loss. My child, Hetero Tower, will soon be back in my arms. Why don't you drop the force field? Let me have a taste of the memories amassed by a lone man like yourself in your pitiful attempt to stay alive. Wouldn't it be much better to be remembered and harvested by me rather than fade into a complete oblivion? You're always so rude. In that case, countless hetero creatures emerge from the shadows behind the girl. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cradle takes a step forward, and all the hetero creatures surge forth at once. Countless fissures spread from beneath Cradle's feet, and menacing crimson light erupts through the splintering ground. The crimson blast shatters against the blue barrier, then clings to every crack like viscous mud. Surrounded by a tidal wave of enemies, Cradle channels with both hands, forcing the crimson power to tear a collapsing breach in the agent's steadfast shield. Lucia! Roger. A decisive beam of white light plunges into the enemy swarm from above, unleashing a circular storm. Without hesitation, she delivers an aerial slash, shattering the harp in the girl's hands. This open terrain certainly works to your advantage. Cradle clicks her tongue in irritation, her gaze piercing past Lucia and through all obstacles to fix upon the human commandant protecting Chaos. The moment her gaze finds its target, Vonnegut instantly appears before you, raising his hand to block her piercing stare. Vonnegut, either find a way to wake Chaos up, or prepare to merge with her. We have no means to expel Agent Zero from the tower. It will turn into an endless war of attrition here. The agent glances at Chaos's broken form, then his raised hand grasps an unfamiliar blade of golden light. Tell your construct to cooperate. Given the situation, she doesn't need me to tell her. Do you really think you can stop me without the key? Or without Chaos? A blade of golden light cuts through the air as Vonnegut's strike silences Cradle mid-sentence. He and the airborne Lucia align perfectly in a diagonal formation, their white and golden lights intertwining as they target Cradle at the intersecting point. Hovering in stillness, they hold their breath. The crimson hetero waves continue to surge chaotically. In a flash, two blade streaks tear through the air. Countless blade shadows burst forth simultaneously, cutting off all of Cradle's escape routes one after another. The girl's form shatters under their combined assault, but all that remains is a contemptuous sneer. Vonnegut pauses, then in one fluid motion spins and swings his light blade, instantly cutting down the phantom that has materialized behind him. What a badass. The dissipating crimson light spirals through the air, and a mere moment later, Cradle appears floating high above, composed and unhurried as she plucks another note from her harp. The berserk grows even more savage, while the surrounding hetero creatures within the red tide completely lose control under the harp's melody. The surging tempest threatens to drown every living being in this overwhelming storm. Thunderous crashes and piercing whistles slice through the air, interweaving and clashing as successive flashes of light illuminate the chaotic scene unfolding before your eyes. Even joining forces with Vonnegut isn't enough to suppress Cradle now. Chaos. Chaos! The shattered doll remains unresponsive, her hollow shell barely clinging to existence. This marks the last chance, but as Vonnegut warned, fighting here will only lead to endless attrition. Without Agent Zero's successor, no one dares to kill Cradle here. What can you do? Is there any other choice besides merging with Chaos now? But even if you were to merge with Chaos, this human body of yours hasn't been properly prepared with the necessary medicine. Questions of despair and grief swell within you, their deafening echo making it hard to breathe. Looking up again, Cradle has broken through all obstacles, now just one step away from the Emperor Hetero Tower's core. She raises her hand, the crimson force churning in response. No, that's the hope Lee left for everyone after going through countless hardships. Stop! Lucia rushes forward, but the waves of hetero creatures block her path, bringing her down like a bird with broken wings. I like how they highlighted Lee in blue right here. Because all the previous times they did that, you could click on it and it gives you information. But it didn't have like these like broken like the underline underneath. So they just highlighted it for more emphasis and significance, I suppose. Rather than just information. Rather than as a glossary. There we go. Vonnegut stands firm, launching countless yellow crystals straight at Cradle, only to watch them all disintegrate and shatter midway. We can't let her get to the core, let alone let corruption invade this area. The usually calm and composed agent lets out a roar of rage bordering on breakdown. Chaos! There's nowhere left to run. The Inverhero Tower shudders violently as crimson light erupts through the scattered brilliance, corrupting the azure glow in a mere instant. Lucia, the key! Beneath the fading azure light, the unstoppable girl finally reclaims her child. Finally. Melt down that core. Copy that. What? In a moment of stillness, Lucia vanishes before everyone's eyes, her frame's stealth function concealing her movements. Cradle immediately abandons the newly acquired core and dashes towards you, hoping to force Lucia out of hiding, only to slam straight into a force field. My boy! Tell her to keep going. A tidal wave of ringing floods your ears as the tower's walls tremble with violence once more. Jesus! The tower's core emits a blinding crimson light as a thunderous roar shakes heaven and earth. The end has come. The crimson storm devours all in its path. The once blazing core, like a decaying giant, crumbles and melts under an unknown pressure, its flesh and skin dissolving inch by inch. How dare you! Steal my child from me again! Cradle roars in fury and hurls toward the disintegrating core as numerous haywire crimson tides scatter through the air. Very well, this will be your grave. The Hetero Tower convulses with unprecedented violence, tremors more intense than any ever felt before. Bam! The girl deflects Vonnegut's opportunistic slash, the crimson trail quickly fading into nothing. Step back! His roar shatters into your ears, carried on a gust of wind. Just as you will your body to move forward, every function within you suddenly shatters apart. Cradle's scythe slices straight through your abdomen. With a twist of the blade, she pulls it free, followed by blood spraying through the air. Pain tears through your every nerve as the clash of blades rings out behind you once more. Commandant! Lucia breaks through the crimson light like a blood-bathed blade, the flames blazing as she catches your falling body. Don't mind me. Take her down first. Lucy has no time to respond. Her blade aims straight at Cradle in the distance. The Omega Core rages within her frame as all the punishing energy swirling in the air converges, transforming into power to be wielded by her. Nearby, Vonnegut raises his hand, stripping away every force field surrounding his body to seal off Cradle's movements with all his might. Think it through. Even if you destroy the core and kill me here, you still can't eliminate Agent Zero, who draws power from the Red Tide. Let alone, you're the one to die too. Flames erupt violently, and the overwhelming blaze devours everything in an instant. Her unbridled rage, her lingering pain, and the hatred born from her scars, Lucia channels it all into this single strike. Stop it! As the shout rings out, an endless white devours everyone's vision. In that moment of absolute silence, the agent in black raises his arm and violently smashes Cradle's broken body deep into the rift. Immediately after, all the force fields still under his control instantly envelop the rift where the core has vanished. As the white light slowly converges back to its origin, your vision clears to reveal Vonnegut standing before the rift, exerting all his strength to uphold the force fields. Jesus. Pyroth of the Long Night. What are you doing? Are you going to stop me again? That's what I should be asking. Killing Cradle here won't do us any good. Vonnegut seems to harbor a deep, primal fear of the torn space before him. With his back to the two of you, he focuses entirely on defending against this rift. His usually composed voice now trembles with barely contained grief and anger. Grey Raven Commandant. The Hetero Tower's core is destroyed. Everything is about to go completely uncontrollable. The Red Tide is no longer under Cradle's control. While it won't become her tool to attack other eras, it will continue to breed hetero creatures here endlessly. Those mindless monsters will simply roam the hetero tower, advancing into other eras through the same rift where you came from. I must concentrate all my power on upholding the force field, on upholding the force fields here. The barrier containing all of Constellia is no longer sustainable. The red tide and hetero creatures below will inevitably enter the golden age. Clutching your abdomen where Kratos' blade had pierced, you fight to sit up and utter words, only to be cut short by the searing pain. Lucy immediately applies pressure to your wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding, but to little avail. What about your ascendants? It's not a viable solution. Given the nature of most ascendants, having them engage in repetitive tasks while being exposed to the hetero tower capable of altering the past will only lead to further complications. Merge with chaos. Becoming Agent Zero is the only way to stop all of this. But you. The barrier before you consumes far less energy than the one encompassing Constellia. Why are you struggling to maintain it? Because. Before he can finish his words, a luminous spike erupts from deep within the sealed rift. The razor-sharp spike moves with lightning speed, tearing through barrier after barrier with unstoppable force, before piercing straight through the agent's body. Vonnegut? He neither answers nor cries out in pain from the grievous wound. With practiced ease, as if this were all too familiar to him, he reaches out and grasps the spike, impaling him with his bare hands, methodically breaking it down, piece by piece. The deep wound in his unprotected back is left to slowly heal through punishing. I don't think I need to explain anymore. This is... Her questioning words are cut short as another spike comes thrusting toward him. Once again, Vonnegut's body is pierced through. He repeats his earlier motion, crushing the crimson energy piece by piece into nothingness. A new wound tears open beside the unhealed injury, as Punishing's healing capabilities continue to slow down. This is the price that comes with the core's destruction. The core that Lee of your squad reversed didn't just control the hetero tower, it served as a defense mechanism as well. Now, without the core, the corruption it once held back will flood here from another world. If this world were to bear two entirely different catastrophes at once, there would be no hope of recovery. Both your goal and mine would be equally meaningless. The spike pierces through once more, opening yet another wound. I'm the only one who understands what this is. It has to be me who stops it. It's all because the core is destroyed. Despite your foresight, witnessing the events unfold before your eyes, the looming despair it heralds weighs heavily on your soul. Don't blame yourself. If Agent Zero had taken the core, the outcome would have been the same, and I wouldn't even have had a chance to defend against it. While the situation is dire, we have still avoided the worst case scenario. But now we must find a way to deal with both the red tide and the hetero creatures leaking into the golden age. Can we fix the hetero tower's core through time rewind? Even with only one path remaining, you will never stop searching for alternatives. Wait, the key. Looking down, she discovers that the key, after absorbing the hetero tower's core, has transformed into an eerie cubic crystal. That's the key with the core stored within it. Even if you try to rewind time with it, the hetero tower won't be affected. The hetero tower is like a long tunnel. With it, you can reach different points in time within an area through various exits. And now, spikes pierce through Vonnegut's body one after another, subjecting the agent to endless torment. And now, the tunnel itself is damaged. You can't fix it through interference from outside the tunnel. Even from a distance, both of you can see how these few words alone are draining what little strength he has left. There's no turning back now. Only becoming Agent Zero can suppress the red tide and prevent the catastrophe you saw. He takes a deep breath, trying to regain his usual composure through this motion. Brave Raven Commandant, would you stand idly by and allow the red tide consuming Constellia to spread across the entire world? Once Agent Zero returns with the sea of red tide, she will instantly complete. Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Where did you send her? A fog, right behind this rift. There are many ways to enter it. The entire Hetero Tower is a danger zone. Without proper authority or a key, it's nearly impossible to return. What exactly is the fog? It's a zone of temporal chaos caused by corruption. According to... No, there's no time to explain. Agent Zero has the authority to return here. What I'm doing now is only a temporary solution. It's time to make your choice, Grey Raven Commandant. Don't you want to protect the future you've been fighting for? Vonnegutt's furious roar compels you to look up and survey your surroundings. Devastation continues to spread through the shadows, while the now leaderless red tide flows toward the exit through the rifts created by Agent Zero in the Hetero Tower. Soon enough, it will surge towards the defenseless Constellia, slaughtering the unprepared people of the Golden Age. Over 30 years since the punishing virus outbreak, countless have already fallen in the struggle. If the red tide joins the fray, how many will even survive? You've been prepared for this all along, haven't you? Indeed. The two of you standing here have long understood that there would be no returning unscathed. Every one of those tragic divergent futures stems from your present reality. If you run away now, everything you hold dear will fade into nothingness. You don't even know if your other self outside the Hetero Tower has already perished in these 30 years. What consequences await if you leave the tower now? Alright. Pressing against the bloody wound on in your abdomen, you force yourself to sit up from Lucia's arms. If sacrifice is inevitable, then at least let it be yours to bear. I accept your proposal. Take me with you. Vaughn. Before you can finish speaking, a pair of hands grabs you firmly, nearly causing you to collapse to the ground. Lucia can no longer contain her grief and fury, her entire body trembling as she clutches at your coat. Her eyes dart between your eyes and the wound in your abdomen, her mouth opening and closing, yet unable to form a single word. She remains silent, and you ask no questions, as if the two of you are having a conversation through this shared silence. And now comes the time to voice the conclusion. Gently shake your head at Lucia. All this time I've failed to protect you. She eventually brings herself to say it. At least let me take your place. Though the dreams didn't fully reveal how Lucia came to this decision, you've long sensed it coming. As you woke up, Lucia has been focused solely on evacuating everyone from Castelia and returning to the Hetero Tower. Neither of you has broached the final, most crucial question. How exactly will you deal with the Hetero Tower? It's as if this part has been deliberately cut out from the meticulous plan, leaving behind a telling void that speaks volumes in its silence. You knew I would refuse. I know. But I'm not choosing to die, Commandant. There's a backup force field device at the rift exit, powerful enough to cover the entire hidden underground floor. The hidden floor is already hard enough to find, and given what's coming, no one will venture there anymore. As long as I keep watch over the device, the red tide won't appear ahead of time. What are you talking about? This plan is worse than death itself, nothing but pure torture. You're planning to guard the rift from the very first day until the red tide shows up? But what's the point? Once the Hetero Tower appears, those rifts will still... Your thoughts spiral back into that endless May 3rd once again. Once the Hetero Tower appears again, the rifts will multiply, bringing forth the red tide that will destroy everything. At least this buys us time. Take the core and return to our era. And then what? Leave you here to die from exhaustion? That's not what matters. Her voice grows more agitated as she stares at the wound still seeping blood beneath your clothes. As long as you can escape with the core, I'll stand guard until that very moment. Do you have any idea how painful this will be? The Omega Core gives my frame infinite endurance. I can do this. That's not what I'm talking about. It's better than watching you leave. Lucia, you don't have a choice. This isn't up for discussion. Your grip on your coat slowly loosens, allowing you to lean back against the floor. Just as she once checked for a pulse, Lucia now takes her hands in hers, gently pressing them against her cheeks. A final farewell filled with warmth and an attachment she cannot bear to break. I can't watch you die again. I'll do this, even if it means defying your orders, and you won't be able to stop me. Not in your injured state. Go back, Commandant. Return to our time. Return to those you love. You should be surrounded by them, living a long and happy life. This is the future I've always longed for. A peaceful world. In a world where you're there. Wait for me there. I won't keep you waiting long. I'll catch up to your time soon enough. If it means keeping you alive 30 years is nothing. I hold no fear for whatever lies ahead. 30 years. It sounds like a white lie told to comfort a child. Will you really be able to come back? Whatever happens to me, your safe escape is all that matters. Taking on everything by yourself, that's just arrogance. Then you're doing the same thing right now. We've always been alike, haven't we? Our thoughts, our decisions, the things we do for each other, we've always been alike. And I won't compromise on this, and I won't even plead for your permission. Her grip tightens, her resolve set. If met with another refusal, she is prepared to knock you unconscious, if necessary, to accomplish this task. Then, please take this as my plea. If you're really going to do this, there's at least one thing you have to do my way. Go ahead. You take the key. No. Listen to me. If you really mean what you said, that you'll soon catch up to my time. For me, it'll only be a matter of minutes, or maybe a few days apart. Unless you're planning to leave and never return. Moreover, I cannot predict what lies beyond the Hetero Tower. If something goes wrong again, I cannot guarantee the safety of the key. One last thing. If the worst really happens, use the key to save yourself. Promise me. Lucia lowers her eyes, remembering the 9 endings she has seen and the final path she has chosen. Just as the visions have shown, the Hetero Tower's core now lies destroyed, and she will stand guard by the rift for years to come. Yet none of these visions have shown what would happen if Lucia were to hold the key. Do you really think the key can save me? In my dreams, I glimpsed someone using it to escape from the fog. Are you sure? Vonnegut let this information slip earlier as well. But asking Vonnegut now would be pointless. He'd never give an honest answer since he wants you dead. I just can't. I can't let you leave like this. When confronted with issues you refuse to compromise on, even your resolute voices sound strikingly alike. After a long moment of contemplation in the face of your unwavering resolve, Lucia eventually concedes with a nod of agreement. I get it now. She gently puts you down from her arms, burying her bitterness deep inside as she composes herself once more. Lucia rises to her feet and puts away the key containing the core. Chaos promised to send us back to the right era. You can do that too, right? I can only guarantee that the bridge will assist you in going back to the moment you return to the Hetero Tower. As for your Commandant, that'll take some luck. Are you certain that this plan of yours will work? Of course. And with Commandant's severe injuries, it's simply impossible to complete the fusion preparations you need, even if Commandant stays in the tower. Even with my approval, Any mind fusion under these circumstances would be unstable. Do you really want to risk failing again? Alright, I'll do my best to help you both. There's an invisible stairway near the exit on the core level. I'll make it visible for you. Commandant. She bends down and takes out the froggy voice recorder, the gift from Yuko. Hold on to this for me, and return it when we meet again. Sure. You must keep the promise. If you break the promise, I will never forgive you. Of course. For you, it won't take too long. I'll come find you soon. Let me help send you out of the Hetero Tower. With a forced, bitter smile, she covers your eyes and speaks words that sound all too familiar. See you soon, Commandant. Dang. What's transform into a butterfly? Having bid farewell to her most precious one, Lucia steps into what will become her long imprisonment. Through glimpses of future information, she sees herself standing before the rift. Among the 9 possible futures, she knows this path will lead to the fewest losses. Even still, multiple possibilities await at the end of this path. She has seen a future where, after winning the battle, she and her commandant return to the correct era with the core, reuniting with everyone. She has also seen one where she fails to hold on for these 30 years, leaving the world in complete chaos. And more often, she has seen herself returning to the Hetero Tower, repeatedly battling Vonnegut only to fall to his power. Did Commandant make it back safely? Did Commandant receive treatment? Was Commandant able to regroup with Liv and Lane without Kratos' interference? These questions remain unanswered, and this anxiety is bound to haunt her for a very long time to come. Should she fail to endure these arduous 30 years? Should she disappoint all those relying on her? How will she ever reconcile with herself? But what other choice is there? If no one restores this devastated past, the present that person could return to would cease to exist entirely. She will take it as a gamble. She and the Commandant have already found the path of least sacrifice through their journey. This alone is worth being grateful for. Lucia takes out the paper 4-leaf clover from her chest, gently caressing it in her palm as she prays for a miracle at the end of her long imprisonment. No matter what happens, Grey Raven will always reunite. She speaks these words to herself as she gazes at the paper clover. She needs to believe these words. She must believe that miracles are still possible. Meanwhile, she steels herself for what's to come. No matter what, she must fulfill her final promise. Return the core to Commandant. The Grey Raven Commandant had a long, strange dream, witnessing Lucia's endless sacrifices and losses within.
行け！当たれ！それ！集え！暁な彼方まで！超えゆけ！ここが最終防衛戦。死守して赤潮の出現が加速するのを阻止します。プリア森林公園跡の悲劇は繰り返させません。
Oh boy.
集え！ 暁の光。当たれ、カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。これでまだたった数分。移住強盗の降臨まであと何年。指揮官、もう私たちの時代に戻れましたか？ちゃんと治療を受けていますか？大丈夫、大丈夫。この機体なら私はまだ頑張れる。
Please close your eyes and look away from her. As long as you don't watch, the battle in the dream lasts for a moment. As long as you don't watch, her suffering cannot seep from dreams into reality. 20 years later. Jesus.
どれくらい過ぎた？20年、30年。端末はもうとっくに壊れて。そうだ、あの時こう言えばよかった。再会したら指揮官に。それから一緒に行ったあの場所、グレーレーブンはきっと。集え、暁の光。当たれ、カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。行け、集え、暁の光。指揮官、あなたに会いたい。会いたいです。会いたい。
Wake up and don't watch as time tears her apart. Wake up and let this torment end, even if only in dreams. Don't look at her anymore. Please don't look at her anymore. I think that's what that last line said.
Oh. 集え、暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。行け。先に下がってください。
Jesus. Holy shit. I'm not
暁
stopping.
の光。それ、カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越えゆけ。集え。終わりです。
The end of the dream is engulfed by an endless white fog. Time seems to fade away, and all sound ceases to exist. Everything disappears, dissolving into the true domain of the fog. Her decision at parting becomes scissors that, over this unending passage of time, ruthlessly sever all that could be stripped away from her, yet peculiarly sparing her life alone. She remains alive, nothing more than alive. The buzzing key in her hand serves as a reminder. She still has her life left to lose. Shaper's Ripples, Severance. And head off with the Mission Complete music. That entire third part took 3.5 hours? Christ! That's long as hell. Holy shit. We got 6 more nodes to go through. Slaughterhouse number 5. That's one hell of a title. Vonnegut. At the end of the white fog, the Grey Raven Commandant sinks into a new dream. In this dream of a madman, perspectives spiral into chaos. He possesses multiple identities, often unable to distinguish who he truly is. At times, he is a renowned professor. At others, his consciousness drifts through the manic delusions of countless murderers. He becomes the victim burned alive in the museum, then turns into the perpetrator who avenges her death. He tends to patients with healing hands, then slaughters the entire hospital with a lucid mind. For a long time, he lives in constant stage fright, never knowing which consciousness dwelling within his body will take the spotlight next, what intentions they will harbor, or what consequences they will bring. Upon becoming Vonnegut, becoming an agent, and being reborn in a new vessel, he begins constantly trimming away at his own mind data. Only by cutting away the uncontrollable and unnecessary parts, preserving what is controllable and meaningful, can he truly become himself. Vonnegut compiles what remains of his self into a chaotic report, like an undelivered last will, forever put away in his terminal. It begins thus. Nemo was a sickly child from birth. After graduation, he underwent the construct surgery. Yet he felt no gratitude for his father's arrangements or this increasingly widespread technology. Instead, he saw in mind data upload technology the harbingers of war and fundamental flaws. He abandoned the great expectations his father had placed in him, refusing to add fuel to the approaching fires of war. Instead, he put his tireless construct body to use by pursuing a license as a psychiatric physician. His father berated him as a coward who'd give up eating for fear of choking, too afraid to pursue the advancement of civilization and technology. Nemo offered no defense, and from that day forward cut all ties with his family. It wasn't until years later, after working at a rural psychiatric hospital that Nemo reconnected with his father. He encountered the initial victims of the chaos contamination. Dr. Nemo, we already ran tests on the patient in bed 12 the day before yesterday. Why are you requesting additional examinations? Several readings seem abnormal. The same ones you've been reporting. Just forget about it. It's clearly schizophrenia, no matter how you look at it. We have plenty of patients with similar symptoms. Why are you so fixated on this one? We have other patients showing similar abnormalities. Yeah, I'd say it's best to let it go. Your reports on bed 12 never really caught anyone's eye before. The hospital's already swamped. Don't add more stress for yourself. If you're really set on following it through, take it to a major hospital. A small facility like ours doesn't have the proper equipment anyway. No one cared, and no one thought about investigating. After careful deliberation, Nemo compiled his findings into a report and sent it to his father, whom he hadn't contacted in years. Days later, a mysterious fire broke out in the inpatient department. Security, pull the patients down and get them to the first floor. Don't let any of them escape. We've got bed 12 under control, but bed 13. Security! Let go of me. There's no time left. Everyone must know the truth. We need to evacuate now. The fire's still spreading. Pin this guy down first. He's gonna make trouble for us on the way out if we don't. Dr. Nemo, hold him down. I'm going to inject him with... What the hell? Phosphorus? Sodium, Jesus. But his weight. I remember his weight and dosage. We need to administer it now. Keep him steady. The three of them pinned the struggling man down on the relatively safe stairway as Nemo prepared to inject the sedative when suddenly... Hey, did you hear something? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the oxygen line in the ward violently exploded. The blast sent the railing crashing into the wall, hurling it toward the three people restraining the patient. The investigation concluded that the incident was caused by degraded electrical wiring, despite having been expected just last month, which resulted in the fire. Several patients attempted to flee during the chaos but were later caught and transferred to a larger hospital. Only Nemo survived, having become a construct. Though he left the hospital taking responsibility for the incident, this twist of fate inadvertently saved him from being further infected by chaos contamination. The incident was later classified as an anomalous event triggered by the termination of a chaos contamination incubation cycle. The Vanguard team conducted an investigation and implemented corrective measures. However, as long as the chaos contamination remained uncontained, any attempt to correct the past would only lead to the same outcome, or something even worse. This was our fault. We should have left the past alone. Things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's far too late for that now. We're outliers to those infected. To solve it from the root, you have to be the one to do it. Kill them, Nemo. Release them from their suffering. The dream's vision suddenly ends here, traveling through the fog and stars before settling in a place not entirely unfamiliar. It should have been just another ordinary afternoon when Professor Trout was invited to provide pro bono medical services at the Science Council's internal hospital. While waiting for the next patient, he received a cryptic message. There was 0-point energy below it will cause. The message came with an attachment that could not be opened. Trout paid little mind to it at first. Being a well-known figure, he was accustomed to irrelevant messages that often flooded his inbox. Yet it was the peculiar timestamp that caught his attention. December 25th, 2197. The date displayed in the top left corner of this terminal read December 25th, 2150. A message from the future, 47 years. Just as he tried to examine it more closely, the mail vanished, replaced by new content. Contamination report. This message also came with an inaccessible attachment, Once again, it only lasted for a second before vanishing and being replaced by new content. Chaos data. Still, an inaccessible attachment and mail content that vanished instantly. Construct technology force field data. Still the same as before, it continued to intrigue Trout. Interest was all it could remain. The messages could not be opened or even recorded, leaving Trout at a dead end. Note, according to Nemo, the Vanguard team had attempted to send data to the Science Council of the past. These messages contain warnings about zero-point energy attracting the contaminating mimetic, research reports on contaminating mimetics, data about chaos contamination, and information on construct technology and force fields. Even without human carriers, the very act of sending information and data to the past would result in the chaos contamination corrupting the messages. These messages were randomly scattered to various locations. Most people never even saw their fleeting contents, and those who did simply dismissed them as spam or virus notifications. To turn the tide of defeat, time travel is essential. But using time travel would only further spread the chaos contamination. The future where Nemo exists is already beyond salvation. Note, to this day it remains unknown if the Dominic in this world, with a person bearing the same expectations, ever received similar messages. Whether they too were unable to read the complete contents, or if they did read everything but made different paths. In a different handwriting. He was never one to back down. He wouldn't stop exploring just because zero-point energy might attract the contaminating mimetic. Regardless, those mysterious messages came to an abrupt end here. 1 week later, at the same location and precisely at noon, Trout received another message from the future. Hello, hi, blah blah blah. How's the world where you are? This time the message did not vanish. Driven by curiosity and seeking a bit of entertainment, Trout composed a reply. Hello, I'm glad to receive your message. The world I'm in isn't ideal. We have plenty of perfectly healthy lunatics going around hurting people. About a minute passed before another message arrived, but sending date was several days later than the previous one. Did you also need blah and kill the infected? Blah's symptoms are similar to schizophrenia. You have typical blah and blah. The only solution is to kill them preemptively. Although the term the infected eluded Trout's comprehension, he was already writing a book detailing his manipulation and coercion of individuals deemed not guilty by reason of insanity into taking their own lives. Revealing a few secrets to this mysterious sender in exchange for a sense of openness didn't strike Trout as a bad move. Yes, it seems we share the same regrets. How many have you gotten rid of yourself? When the reply arrived, its sending date was actually several months earlier than before, as if the sender's time was constantly being altered. Hospital below 106 people. Soon after, he received another message with an even earlier sending date. 107, my father too. Alright, with this, you've taken care of all the infected ones within your reach. Keep the force field equipped a protective suit. Welcome to the Vanguard team. No, I don't want to. Where are you off to next then? Planning to atone for those you've killed by taking your own life? I'm just tired of it all. Our team is running short on capable people, and your father even spoke of you to Dominic before he was infected. If you truly wish to die, make it count for something at least. At this rate, there won't be a single living human left in this world soon. And how about this? Dominic's next plan might call for a sacrifice. Well, give me an answer. Sure. Professor Kilgore Trout, who stayed at the Science Council to provide free medical consultation, the third message from the future arrived just a few days after the previous one. The sender, however, seemed like someone on a business trip. The time of transmission kept changing along with their location. Is there someone below Dominic, world where you blah blah blah? Are you referring to the founder of the Science Council? Yes, blah blah, please blah blah, find the blah blah. I went looking but didn't get to meet Dominic. I'll try again later. Please, but we'll find I didn't get to meet that busy person today, but I did catch up with Dominic's assistant and shared these featured messages with her. She denied everything, brushed it off as a prank, and mentioned that the Science Council had no intentions of developing a time machine. Forget Lola, guard team? Or forgot? I met with Dominic today, brought up these messages again. Dominic claimed to have no recollection of them, similar to what the assistant said. Forgot. He abandoned the blue team? Why? Maybe this disregard was needed. While we talked, I felt like it wasn't that Dominic completely forgot. Those details just didn't seem matter much to Dominic. What I mean is, Dominic's attitude was more like someone who had just heard bits and pieces about future events. Perhaps this Dominic isn't the person you're looking for, but rather someone whose situation is similar to the relationship between you and me. This is merely speculation, of course. Will you, Lola, trust Lola, help us? If you're unweary of this world, I'm open to some crazy projects, but you'll need to tell me what exactly needs to be done first. Besides that, I have one last personal matter to attend to. Professor Kilgore Trout makes public confession in his new autobiography. A reporter from a news agency received the latest novel by Professor Kilgore Trout. Except for early life anecdotes, the book details how the protagonist, a psychiatrist of 15 years, manipulated and drove 13 individuals to suicide. All were patients he had treated for mental illnesses, with the later half of the book including the actual case files of the 13 patients. Jesus. One of the patients bore an identical name to the mastermind behind the museum arson case from 15 years ago. Professor Trout's family members were among the victims of that incident. After repeated verification of the book's authenticity, the reporter decided to report to the police. 7,411 people initiated a joint petition for March in support of Professor Kilgore Trout. As a renowned psychiatrist and psychologist, Professor Kilgore Trout has helped countless patients and assisted the police in solving numerous cold cases. The 13 people he incited to commit suicide all had criminal records but were largely exempt from punishment due to their mental illnesses. According to the reporter's detailed investigation, during the 15 years Professor Trout worked as a psychiatrist, he assisted the police in identifying around 100 criminal cases involving mentally ill individuals, with 13 believed to have been driven to suicide. In an interview, he disclosed his motive: to test if those who justify murder with mental illness would themselves resort to the same reasoning for suicide. And yet, it still hasn't stopped people from speaking out for him. So far, 7,411 people have initiated a joint petition online and organized an offline march. The termination of sentence for Professor Kilgore Trout may prove difficult. A lot of this we read in a previous chapter. I think it was Cradle Parade? If I remember correctly. The police have yet to discover further evidence linking Professor Kilgore Trout to the 13 suicides after his last autobiography was sent out. Reporters have raised doubts about whether the autobiography was actually written by Professor Kilgore Trout himself. Was it by a journalist who has been bribed to send the professor's reputation down the drain? Was the professor forced to write the autobiography? Professor Kilgore Trout signed death row inmate body experiment agreement. Before leaving, he smiles at the reporters and says, "I want to delve into more possibilities before the world meets its end, regardless of where I may find myself." Significant progress made in an experiment for uploading mind data. Mind data can now be fully integrated into humanoid bodies. These entities are designed and designated as constructs. Reports indicate that after his consciousness was digitized, Professor Trout offered invaluable information and what? I don't know how to pronounce that. Insights to researchers, propelling the advancement of construct research to new heights. Methodological? Incident report. Kilgore Trout's mind data has been lost. It's as if it was deleted, but that's impossible. Someone must be helping him. Consciousness data doesn't just vanish into thin air. This demands immediate investigation. He escaped. Nemo, I hope Aloha doing well. Trout. Our current technology is limited. My consciousness is cluttered with too many other voices, but the digitization process remains necessary. You seek someone to take over Agent Zero's authority, and I'm curious to see what possessing such power would be like. First, one must shed their human vessel. But my below limited. I hope Nick will preparations, or this will all be in vain. Of course, if he below everything, we won't have any room to intervene. Let's treat this as a contingency, then. After all, this world still lacks the means to freely rewind time. Why didn't you tell everyone about the below warning? Do you think that would have made any difference? Mister, is this the place? Following Trout's instructions, Lithos carried the container housing Trout's consciousness and lurked in Constellia for days before finally sneaking into the underground hidden floor. After a long wait, precisely at the ignition of 0-Point Reactor 1 and the outbreak of the punishing virus, a strange rift materialized before Lithos. A young man staggered out of the rift, collapsed before Lithos, and reached out his hand. Give me Trout's consciousness. That marked their first encounter. What happened to the Hero Tower's core you mentioned? The core can't be destroyed, and neither can Agent Zero. If I brought the core with me, she would follow, so I left it with the bridge. As Nemo had predicted, the contaminating mimetic of this world did not appear, likely due to Dominic's more thorough preparations for Agent Zero. Yet the rift that the bridge across dreams failed to seal still stood as a subtle reminder that the future threat remained uneliminated. Agent Zero still existed, and the Hetero Tower would appear again. Perhaps he should never have come here at all. Perhaps he should have perished there along with everyone from the future, from that future. But would that truly solve everything once and for all? Moreover, everything he had witnessed continued to remind him. Merely containing the contaminating mimetic within Gestalt was far enough. At the moment, Vonnegut sits in his room, poring over these records. His consciousness merged with those of numerous Death Inro mates who participated in mind digitization experiments was implanted into Nemo's body. For an impossibly long time, his mind remained in chaos. Noises constantly interfered with his thoughts, sometimes even disrupting his actions, a maddening loss of control for a professor who had always carried himself with such composure. Though terrified by these occasional glimpses of erratic behavior, Lithos remained steadfastly by the professor's side. After all, this was the man who once saved his life. It was during that time that he gradually became aware of Luna's transformation into an agent. Through careful observation, he unraveled how she connected to the Ascension network. A coincidence, yes, but one that could be replicated. The others who merged with his consciousness in the mind could inherently increase the weight of information. After an extensive process of organization, he finally obtained power equal to that of an agent. To maintain control, he must trim away the noises, excise unwanted consciousnesses. But I can't read that. I cannot read that at all. What did that say? Yet to maintain his authority as an agent, he must preserve these very same consciousnesses. Oh no, I read that already. What was the previous thing? I couldn't read that. Even now, these chaotic, remorseful voices continue to urge forward both filtering and evolution, maybe? They yearn to leave regret behind, to become truly omnipotent. Yeah, evolution, okay. And that was what said before. Authority is an agent. Okay. Even now, Jesus. Even now, the slightest lapse sends him spiraling into dreams of madness. Thank God for the review. Who exactly am I? Am I truly lucid and in control of this self, Nemo and Trout, that I am? Under these persistent self-interrogations, he donned his mask, maintaining a series of intentionally disquieting habits, all to keep every consciousness within his mind on edge to ensure his own existence. This collection of chaotic memories made whole, the mask bestowed upon them a singular, unified identity. These self-imposed moments of discomfort served as a way to verify whether he still maintained control over himself. Torn between these two states, he silently endured the first 2 decades following the outbreak of the punishing virus. The world seemed peaceful enough. The punishing virus, in contrast to the chaos contamination, proved more detectable and less lethal. Really. Yet it remained dangerous, harboring, at the very least, the potential for catastrophe. This premonition of his came true the moment the red tide erupted. Yet the traits of the red tide, particularly those red tide projections, heralded an entirely new possibility. Every voice within his mind called out with their remorse, hoping the red tide could preserve the deceased and grant the lost souls a second chance at life. Even now, he can still vividly recall the turmoil at that time. It seemed to have taken him tremendous effort before he finally managed to regain his sense of purpose. He steeled his resolve to trim away and excise the others from his mind. The noises. Mister, I'm glad you've made this decision and entrusted the operation to me. As his mind finally grew clearer, he began to notice that the origin of the red tide bore striking similarities to the chaos contamination. It seemed everything was far from over. Was it the fog? Had it seeped into somewhere unnoticed? Countless questions lingered amid the noises, offering no definitive answers. Mister, this will be your 3rd operation. It might damage your mind. The more he faced the red tide, the more apparent the Hetero Tower's growth became. He must prepare the key now. Losing the Hetero Tower would be more catastrophic than anything else. Make Hetero creatures more human. Let's begin with creatures like those on Earth. Fish or insects will suffice. We should take this experiment one step at a time. He never revealed his true intentions to Lithos. Advancing the Red Tide's evolution aligned perfectly with the whispers from the Ascension Network, and Lithos eagerly embraced this mission. Upon reviewing the existing data, Vonnegut rubs his pen in contemplation before updating new records on his terminal. Due to the Constellia incident, Chico Kirishima's mind has remained stable. Babylonia has obtained more complete data through her elimination. As the specific contents remain unknown, it's unclear whether the humans are devising countermeasures, or if the increased volume of data is simply prolonging the analysis process. The Hetero Tower's manifestation was 1 month later than the previous time, yet still earlier than initially estimated. Last time, its premature appearance might have been due to the humans completing their preparations and establishing positioning coordinates. This time, it may be because Agent Zero has regained full authority. The silver lining is that even after its manifestation, the Hetero Tower still lacks a core, preventing Agent Zero from seizing it. And now, Vonnegut glances at the time, May 10th. According to the correct timeline, the Grey Raven Commandant has been missing for over just a month. The Cradle of Deep Blue project continues to advance, though he has faced numerous failures in the process. Each key he discovered has proven imperfect. After repeated tests, only the Grey Raven Commandant has proved compatible with his plans. Everyone else has encountered varying degrees of complications. If he were to place this true commandant right before him, rescued from the hetero tower into the cradle of deep blue. No point in feigning sleep now that you're awake. He speaks to the person lying on the bed a few steps away. Oh. Okay, hang on. I shall be right back. I'm just gonna go to the toilet, so I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. That entire node took half an hour to read. Or like 40 minutes. Holy. The final interview. After 7 full days of slumber, you struggle to sit up. The sutured wound on your... Sutured? Wound on your abdomen appears nearly healed. Survey your surroundings. Observe Vonnegut. Survey. Survey surroundings. Looks at Vonnegut. The house exudes a vintage charm, with daily necessities scattered about. A thin layer of dust blankets the corners, contrasting with the pristine gleam of frequently visited spaces. Upon closer inspection, you notice scratch marks on his couch. Could there be a cat in the house? Did you stitch up my wound? He did not answer. How did I end up at your place? Because of your severe injuries. After leaving the hetero tower, people in the clean zone should have found me. There's no clean zone here. You and Lucia retrieved the hetero tower's core. Me modifying the core and creating the clean zone happened in the previous layer. Naturally, this layer has no clean zone. Previous layer? Previous layer. He shows absolutely no intention of explaining further. Look at the exit. Bullets. Every possible exit is sealed off by a force field. Escape seems nearly impossible. Lucia is still trapped in the fog. Even with the key, you don't know how to use it. You must extract information from Vonnegut, then find a way to save Lucia and take her out of the hetero tower. Asking directly would make him suspicious. You decide to start with some casual conversation. What time is it now? It's the afternoon of May 10th, 1 month after you fell from the transport craft into the red tide. Don't act like you had nothing to do with this. So I've returned to the past after all. I'll just say that. Indeed, and Cradle pulled you to this exact point in time before. I used the rat hole she left behind to ensure your emergence time remained controllable. Shouldn't you be in the Hetero Tower? At this point in time, I haven't entered the Hetero Tower yet. But you remember what happened in the Hetero Tower. Transferring memories through the Hetero Tower and punishing virus is one of my specialties. Why did you save me? To ensure you're in optimal condition for the next phase of the plan. What will happen to Lucia and me now that the clean zone doesn't exist? You'll likely still enter the Hetero Tower once you're ready. What about Lee? Vonnegut glances at his antiquated terminal, preparing to search through some records. You will still enter the Hetero Tower, albeit with a focus on mending the rifts that have appeared alongside it. So the world is relatively safe for now? No crisis has erupted yet? Yeah. But once Agent Zero returns, it becomes impossible to predict which moment in time will be affected. And the chaos contamination isn't spread either. At the mention of this, Vonnegut's hand freezes for a brief moment. How did you learn about this? From Dominic? Grey Raven Commandant. Vonnegut repeats your title in a grave tone. Though his head remains lowered and his expression unchanged, his grip on the pen tightens ever so slightly. I suppose even you would consider this situation out of control. Should I tell him about what you glimpsed? What I glimpsed in my dreams? If I remain silent, this agent certainly won't reveal anything more to me either. In those long, agonizing dreams, he never once disclosed the chaos contamination to his subordinates, instead consistently portraying it as an unavoidable phenomenon caused by the Ascension Network and punishing virus. Unveiling what he already knows will merely expose your means of acquiring such information, hardly escalating the peril of your predicament as you're already entrenched in the tiger's den. And let me share a secret about myself. I actually dreamt about you. Here, I'll share my secret. How about that? You adjust your position, letting your recently healed body rest against the pillow and begin to recount the visions that unfolded in your slumber. About Nemo and Professor Trout and the death row inmates merged into his mind. Every event that happened in the ocean's depths, alongside the events involving the core and Lee within the Hetero Tower, you shared it all with him. It is only after you finish telling this long story that he finally raises his gaze from the antiquated terminal to meet your eyes. Then, he thoughtfully lowers his head again to look at the records on the terminal. These symptoms of yours, they're remarkably similar to the effects of Agent Zero's authority. If there aren't any secrets about you beyond my grasp, then that means you've eventually merged with Chaos and taken the place of Agent Zero. His voice is calm, even with an undercurrent of dejection. Since you already know so much, there's no point in hiding things anymore. If there's anything you want to know, go ahead and ask. Yet, if the answer requires a detailed elaboration, you can only ask one question. I have matters to attend to later, and you must stay here until you've fully recovered before departing. 2. You're the one who needs my help right now. Even if you keep me locked here, I have ways of being uncooperative. Go ahead. First, explain to me what you mean by the previous layer. It refers to different future paths. For instance, in the previous layer where the Hetero Tower's core was still intact, Lee would modify it after entering the tower. After the core was destroyed and taken away, Lee's actions within the tower would change, instead focusing on mending the rifts by paying an equivalent price. The diverging futures of this world are intrinsically linked to the Hetero Tower. Rather than using terms like world lines, I prefer to refer to them as different layers of the Hetero Tower. Even when events are altered through the Hetero Tower, the sacrifices and existences of the past don't disappear. They become the foundation leading to the next layer. The Hetero Tower grows ever taller because of this, until it brings about destruction, or until the moment of collapse. What will happen if it collapses? The world of the highest layer will remain. Is it still possible to return to the previous layer? 2 questions. Oh, he still answers it. If both Agent Zero and the core still exist, yes. That's why you must stop Agent Zero from reclaiming the core, even if it means melting the core down. I understand now. I understand. Now for my next question. Well, that's going to be the 4th question then. What exactly is Dominic's current state? One who stands in the light should have more contact with you than I do. You don't know. But you gave me the hint about Dominic's invitation back then. You must know something at least. Dominic's invitation. Oh yeah, I read this yesterday. He searches through his vast repository of memories spanning countless moments, then briefly checks his terminal before finally understanding which specific item the person on the bed is referring to. Someone capable of leaving you that invitation must possess the ability to perceive beyond their own viewpoint. It is logical that they would leave a password that only you could remember. That's just my theory. Is the current Dominic the same person as the one Nemo met? Most likely not. I suspect the real Dominic never escaped the fog. Through some means, Dominic has been continuously sending message to the successor in this era. You mean the current Dominic is more like Dominic's successor? Correct. I believe the previous Dominic gave you that invitation so you could become the new Dominic and contain the contaminating mimetic. I refused back then. Even if as the new successor, there would be little you could do against those determined to break through the data walls to get their hands on Dominic's legacy. Besides, it would mean digitizing your brain, your consciousness, and you lack the required affinity for that, right? That's why I had them use cloning on you instead. It's an older yet more dependable technology. You mentioned Dominic is in the fog. What exactly is the fog? It's a realm of temporal chaos created by the Hetero Tower and chaos contamination. To draw a comparison, it resembles the red tide in this world to some extent. The red tide. Or rather, the red tide is a lesser variant of the fog. It can corrupt time and also keep one alive in an incomplete state. He hesitates for a moment. Can you imagine a world stripped down to just 2 dimensions, or yourself existing as a 2-dimensional being? So that's the fog. Has anyone ever made it back safely after being swallowed by the fog? It might be possible with the Hetero Tower's core. I have one more question. We're a little greedy now, huh? You've already asked 2. More like 5 or 6 at this point. No matter what, you're going to sit down and answer me. It's no big deal compared to you coveting my life. Second one. Vonnegut lets out a sigh. Go ahead. Ask Vonnegut a personal question. Ask about the contaminating mimetic and chaos contamination. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know what to ask him. Personal question or about the... Unless they both lead into the same, answer. Which, I'm not sure how that would work. Hang on. I wonder if the Offshoot.app is fully up to date here. Oh my god, it is. Let me see. I want to see if there's any difference in the answers here. It's funny. Okay, wow, it's a lot of different things actually. It leads into a lot of different things. If I ask him a personal question, it gives me another 3 choices. 2 of which are questions that are you left-handed and do you have a cat? That's funny. And then for the cat one. Oh yeah, they lead into completely different answers. Oh wow. Choices. And then I wish I could pick all of this. I wish I could read it through all. Oh, okay. Hang on. If I had picked the cat one, it would go back to a different question that's asked later on. That's funny. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if... whatever. I'll just ask him a personal question. See, right here. Are you left-handed? Do you have a cat? And what I looked was that the cat one eventually leads to the first option. Left-handed one doesn't, though. As far as I know. Do you have a cat? Because of the scratches on the couch? And then he just stares at you. Upon hearing this question, Vonnegut, previously gazing downward, surveys the room. Tracking his line of sight, uncovers a plump, ginger figure under a cabinet. Stray cats have always been around here. I don't see any point in chasing it away. No need to set up a force field to keep them contained either. I might have believed you if the cat wasn't so chubby. Let's have some light banter. Don't you have anything better to worry about? Then why don't you go cook something for me? That's funny. You just mentioned that these symptoms of mine might mean I'll become Agent Zero in the future. We'll just pick that one. You sound quite dejected. Aren't you happy about this? It's a sign your plan has succeeded. Many people prepared for ways to survive the catastrophe, but in the end, only this plan, the one demanding the greatest sacrifices, the most deplorable of them all, succeeded. How boring. So you knew your plan was deplorable all along. Why didn't you change it? You haven't saved everyone yet. You know your own limitations, and what you can't accomplish. So why won't you change your approach? Damn, he hit you with the Uno reverse. An agent has their limitations and capabilities. I've tried many other approaches too, repeatedly revising my plans using the hetero tower. Upon reviewing the outcomes, among everything within my power, this plan is in fact the most considerate of others. If you truly wish to save the future. Save the future? I'm not some noble idealist. Besides, as long as the sun continues to rise, the world will always need salvation. Do you still want to pass through the gateway? That's one of my goals, yes. A planet devoid of life would be boring too. These two things aren't mutually exclusive. plan that tries to accomplish both will demand countless sacrifices. Would Nemo approve of such a plan? I only wish to give that world its final rest. They're not quite dead. Their consciousnesses still struggling at death's door. I found no way to save them, and I absolutely cannot bring the core back there. While Vonnegut's voice remains unchanged, his tone is now tinted with subtle weariness and softness. Nemo? His purpose aligns with the others as well. He returns to his usual composed and detached demeanor. Why does the contaminating mimetic specifically target 0-point energy? I'm guessing this is what that second, like asking him about the mimetic, leads into. He lets out another sigh, seemingly giving up on arguing about how many questions this makes. The gateway in the hetero tower serves as a shortcut to another gate. Another gate. That lady once told me about another gate, behind which exists a civilization without life. It's recycling what it deems valuable. Civilizations that have mastered 0-point energy, and testing them. Those civilizations whose development is deemed unbalanced or incorrect have their data harvested and brought back through the gate, where they're left to evolve on their own. Incorrect civilizations. The criterion is whether they can survive the containing mimetic's assault. If humanity can learn to control the punishing viruses they do fire, it will become both a gift and a tool. To fail the test, yet recklessly utilize 0-point energy is, in the eyes of the gate, incorrect. Why would the gate do this? To preserve the data seeds of civilization. The gate seeks to carry these seeds through the catastrophe of the heat death, allowing them to be reborn when the universe starts anew. He forces out a sarcastic laugh. If you've never found me kind, don't expect any kindness from this civilization either. No matter the reason, once you set your sights on something too distant and grand, everything in the present becomes expendable. That's how you see me and humanity. We're just sacrificial pawns to you, aren't we? He remains non-committal. Regardless, I will ensure Agent Zero's authority remains under human control, allowing the sacrifice to be reborn through the Red Tide's aid. It will contain the Red Tide within the ocean, carving out a habitable zone for what remains of humanity. Is this your vision of an ideal world? To have humanity live forever in fear, suppressed by both the Red Tide and Agent Zero? To live at the mercy of her self-control and kindness, unable to explore any further? To let all of those who sacrifice their lives undergo a twisted rebirth within the Red Tide? Feel free to disagree, but there are no better options left. I will soon take you to the sea, where you'll replace the incomplete chaos and solve the problem at its very source. Dominic has failed to find a successor, and Babylonia's technology isn't advanced enough to defend itself against Agent Zero. For both you and humanity, I am the only choice left. An ironic situation indeed, but no matter how much hatred you harbor, the only path forward is... Slap him. Vonnegut never expected this from you, a disarmed human. Accompanied by the sharp echo of the slap, that perfectly fitted mask drops on his lap. Beneath the mask, the face is marred with cracks, as if its bearer has long forsaken the effort to mend these wounds. An agent like you can't even heal the wounds on your own face. Wounds? They're caused by the instability of my mind. Even if I heal them, they'll just fester again. No point in wasting effort. Does mind instability really manifest on one's face? This happens when you forget your original face. Is it because of the voices mixed in your mind, or the memory chaos brought by repeatedly experiencing time rewinds? Is that all you want to ask? He picks up his mask and locks it back onto his face. Since you chose to hit me here, this must be more than just an emotional outburst. I just wanted to hit you. Slap him again. Tell me what you want. Care to take a gamble? Take me back to the Hetero Tower. He listens in silence as if he has been waiting for these exact words all along. The Hetero Tower's core is with Lucia. Leaving her in the fog isn't what you want. It will only let the same tragedy repeat itself. I want you to help me rescue Lucia. Do you realize what this means? You will also let Agent Zero out, right? Yep. I know you have another option. You just don't want to use it. Are you referring to giving the core to Chaos? Allowing her to temporarily take over Agent Zero's authority? Nod. When did you learn about this option? I don't want to tell you. Actually, I didn't know. I was just trying to get you to talk. You know what? Honesty is the best policy. Such an option indeed exists, but it would make Chaos end up like Cradle, gradually losing control over herself and becoming nothing more than a vessel for Agent Zero. It means a chance to deliver the Hetero Tower's core to the Science Council. I want to finish what Dominic couldn't back then. Concerns flicker across Vonnegut's face, yet he stays silent, intent on listening. I understand you're determined to make me merge with Chaos, and Lucia will still not allow it. The gamble will come after Chaos becomes at Agent Zero. Is this how you want to choose who gets to decide your fate? You don't have a choice. Even if I fully yield to you at this moment, head to the underwater cradle slaughterhouse and allow Catella to shape me into a proper key. The issue with the Hetero Tower's core would still remain unsolved, even if I were to become Agent Zero. Unless Lucia is brought back, I won't help you with anything. However, if you do save Lucia, she will start another endless cycle of time rewinds and battles, fighting relentlessly to get you back. Indeed. So your plan is to have the me currently inside the Hetero Tower pull both Lucia and the Tower's core out of the fog. Then hand the core to Chaos, kill Cradle when she catches up, and let Chaos take over Agent Zero's authority, even if it won't last long. If you win, I'll convince Lucia to leave with the core on her own, and I'll merge with Chaos. She falls into contemplation for a moment. There's a major variable in your plan. What? Even if you win all your gambles, a battle with Agent Zero will certainly cause the Hetero Tower to collapse again. The time you and Lucia arrive at after leaving the tower will become even more uncertain, and even the anchor point she left on May 3rd will be erased. What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hetero Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? There's another thing. The eye inside the Hetero Tower, after enduring prolonged torture, must have depleted all reserves of composure. If I'm not completely broken down by then, that means I'll act on the more volatile side. It's bound to be an unsavory battle. But right now, you still have the power to change time and receive information from the future. Why not take the gamble here and now, instead of dealing with me being completely uncooperative? After a long, silent contemplation, Vonnegut speaks in a tone unlike his own. Sure. You're agreeing to this? Yes. I've also been wondering what it would be like if Dominic's original plan had succeeded. Even if it fails, let's consider it a necessary setback. Nemo. But you must understand this. If Chaos fails to hold on and you remain unable to find a way out, even Time Rewind will have repercussions. At that point, you absolutely cannot evade sacrifice any longer. Otherwise, this world will spiral into the same predicament and march toward inevitable destruction again. Alright, when it really comes down to it, I will not evade sacrifice. I promise. I'll stake my life on this. Your life. A sneer forces its way through his weary voice. Back then, everyone who entrusted their lives to me thought the same way. You all just want to trade your lives away like currency, making a graceful escape from this suffering. His sneer trembles with lingering resentment. But the sacrifice I speak of is to forever live on, with time as your only companion, witnessing everyone's departure, yet remembered by none. If after all the struggles, that is still the only possible ending, I will accept whatever cards fate deals me. The bridge across dreams. Three more days pass, and at last, your body has fully recovered. Under Vonnegut's watchful gaze, you step into the Crimson Hetero Tower once more. Alone, dodging hetero creatures and red tide within the hetero tower, you finally return to the starting point after a long, grueling journey. Before you stands the same silhouette marred with wounds. You're back. How is Chaos doing? I've managed to repair much of her damage. Just as the outside Vonnegut said, the Vonnegut here will surely repair Chaos. Soft footsteps approach. Looking down, you see the doll's face, still wearing that unchanging expression. Chaos. Are you alright? She nods gently. You bend down to meet her gaze. For the first time, those once vacant eyes now show a glimmer of emotion. Why did you come back? Are you still going to do this? Have you still made the same choice? Chaos's gaze slowly drops downward, eventually moving back upon you. I can hold on a bit longer. There's no rush to decide now. Agent Zero hasn't come back yet. No, I haven't given up. I came back because I have a new plan. A new plan. Even while fending off the spikes, Vonnegut keenly catches your whispered words. What are you planning? Share the plan with them. A gamble. Huh. His voice brims with impatience, for enduring prolonged torment leaves no soul untouched. Very well, I'll take the gamble. The Hetero Tower's core remaining in the fog is indeed a risk, but regardless of the outcome, I will leave and stop standing guard before this rift. But if you lose? Chaos's gaze is lowered, whether from weariness or reluctance to meet your eye, you cannot tell. At least I've fought with everything I have. Besides, victory or defeat won't be determined until our battle reaches its end. Chaos raises her gaze momentarily, yet as if a sudden recollection strikes, her already dim pupils retreat back into a hollow abyss. Are you sure about this? You don't trust me? Because I trust Lucia. You don't trust me? That's not it. So you defeat Vonnegut, and I gain Agent Zero's authority. Then what? The problem remains unsolved. The mission bound to that authority will corrupt me in return, and I'll lose myself just like Cradle did. Even if I can suppress it for now, one day, eventually. Before that day comes, I'll return with a solution. We have the core and all this intelligence to work with. Asimov, other construct squads, and Babylonia. All I need to do now is bring the core back and buy time for everyone. Just as Chaos is about to speak again, a cold warning suddenly cuts through the air, emanating from the figure nearby. Now that a decision has been made, there should be a sense of urgency. Agent Zero might return at any given moment. Using the bridge across dreams won't just help us find Lucia, but also let Cradle track us down. Keep dawdling like this and your absurd plan will be dead in the water before you can even test it. The you outside Hetero Tower have already said the same thing. Let's get started then. Beneath his urgent, pressing rests an unvoiced truth, one that eludes the listener's notice entirely. The rift before him trembles ever so faintly as countless indistinct whispers echo through the space like murmurs from a haunting nightmare. In this gray, hazy realm, a faint buzzing sound persists, the last remaining proof that Lucia is still alive. She no longer cares to count the years she has endured, her body and memories now worn ragged by the ceaseless erosion of time. Running has lost all meaning. No matter how far she pushes forward, the scenery around her remains forever unchanged. That faint glimmer of hope lies eternally out of reach. Perhaps it was nothing but a false lure from the very beginning. Her futile running slowly comes to a halt, and Lucia collapses to the ground. Her eyes, now nearly melted with the fog, stay locked on the churning cube clasped in her hand. Ching! Silently, her fingers tighten, pressing against the key that holds the core within. The buzzing cuts off abruptly, and with it the last trace of discord in this deadly silence vanishes. Within this eternity, she finally accepts the future she has long since foreseen. I'm sorry. Her voice dissipates into the fog, leaving only the silent movement of her lips. I've hidden too many things, about both the choice and the price of using the key. She speaks these words to herself in silence. At least, let me keep our final promise and see you one last time. As she speaks to herself, the port at the back of her neck opens, exposing the circuits that connect to her frame's core. I miss you so much. I really want to return to you and everyone. The key emits another solitary buzz as Lucia, with unwavering determination, guides it towards the port. No matter what, I will keep my promise and return this core to you. Bowing her head, he places her hand over her chest, fingers delicately tracing the gray raven emblem, a silent oath to her companions. You will all survive this, I promise. A luminous glow envelops her form as the power of the key surges through every part of the pyroth frame. The perpetually quiet fog at last breaks its silence. Lucia raises her head, clenching her fist and pressing it firmly against the emblem, as if sharing a long-distance fist bump with her fellow gray ravens whom she hasn't seen for so long. And this price, I alone will pay it. As if responding to her resolve, a rift silently emerges amidst the surging fog.
ここが出口。性質は異獣強盗と似ている。機能も同じ。ただここの方がより橋に近い。これが私たちのルール。私たちの安全区域。あなたに残せるもの。私たちの遺書。
にもこの世界から離れ0号対向車を徹底的に消せる方法を探してほしい。
Whoops. I didn't know what the button did. I didn't think it was a jump. So I wanted to press it.
頼む。まだ破壊が及んでいない世界を救ってくれ。生きることを望む人々を救うんだ。
私たちのことは忘れて助けようなんて考えないで。時間を巻き戻すチャンスを私たちのために使ってはダメ。
あなたたちが決めたルールがここを守っているんですね。ですがすいません、押し通らせてもらいます。行け集え暁の光。それ当たれカラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。これ以上の戦闘は無意味。離脱します。
Oh shit. Gotta time it, okay.
この橋まるで亡骸でできているような。
ドミニクは去った。彼は準備しなければ、私たちの英雄として。
前へ進め、ニモ。贖罪を望むのなら父の最後の願いを遂げるんだ。それは私たちの願いでもある。
私はここに残るしかない。出口は下だ。
They left all they said in the past.
This この橋は私を拒絶している。急がなければ。
Left control and Q is so awful.
私、やっと。
Because I'm holding the left control button with my pinky. There we go. Homecoming butterfly. Tremors shudder through the air. See, it's this OST. This OST is what gets the copyright claim. Jesus. Tremors shudder through the air as Vonnegut lowers his hand, maintaining the force field, allowing the rift to stir before everyone. Your heartbeat quickens as you instinctively move a step ahead. As you step forward, a figure tumbles out from within, taking several unsteady steps before barely regaining her balance. Those familiar eyes appeared veiled by a gray haze, her gaze drifting aimlessly until finally settling upon you. Calm. Lucia. Ignoring the ache in your heart, you dash forward without hesitation. You firmly support the faltering Lucia with both hands. While her frame shows barely any external damage, just as relief begins to set in, an inexplicable unease suddenly wells up within you. The unease stems from Lucia's silence and the uncertain state of her mind. In this instant, her eyes lock onto your face as the haze veiling her gaze gradually fades away. As if beholding a bright light, she stares in a daze, her lips trembling, her now bright eyes reflecting the hope she holds dear. Lucia. Before you can call out again, you sense a sudden weight in your arms as Lucia envelops you in a tight embrace. Casting aside the prolonged solitude and countless unspoken words, she embraces this long-lost warmth, clutching tightly onto the one to whom her heart belongs. All the suppressed grief and confusion vanishes like mist. This moment of reunion strips away her shell of numbness, and beneath her touch, Lucia trembles ever so slightly. Jeez. Gently pat Lucia on the back. I'm alright. Thanks to you and Lee, the situation at the head of the tower hasn't spread any further. She remains silent, simply tightening her embrace. Her soft murmur of acknowledgement is barely audible, a mere whisper in the air. Lucia? Commandant. Her voice emerges muffled, but steadier now. Lucia scrutinizes the person before her, as if absorbing every familiar detail she once knew all too well. Lucia. Yes, Commandant. Her voice grows steadier with each word. As her unease melts away, Lucia lifts her head once more. She loosens her embrace and steps back, her gaze traveling from head to toe before meeting your eyes again. Lucia. My name, Uzubeni. Welcome back. She breaks into a smile in response with another fleeting embrace, so brief that you only catch the sound of her voice echoing softly by your ear. Glad to be back. Lucia steps back, ending the embrace. After meticulously checking her whole body, she unclenches her fists and gives a wry smile. Watching Lucia recover, her pyro frame appears pristine on the surface, but there's no denying it has been under considerable strain. The earlier unease creeps back into you. However, Lucia instantly senses your concern and takes the initiative to report her condition. My frame is functioning normally. As for my mind, there are no deviation warnings detected. With those words, she initiates a mind connection with you. All readings are normal, and her mind displays no sign of deviation. It's just as Lucia said. While under considerable strain, her frame shows no serious issues. But why? Over 30 years of combat plus the life or death escape from the fog, and she shows no serious issues at all. An ominous feeling creeps in, as if everything before you is but a fragile dream, ready to shatter at any moment. Her fingertips grow cold, a chill of anxiety creeping in. Then Lucia's hand finds yours, pushing back the cold with her warmth. I'll be fine, Commandant. Her voice is soft, as if hiding something, but before you can grasp this fleeting moment of doubt, your thoughts are interrupted by movement nearby. She's coming back, too. Chaos approaches silently. Though she maintains a relatively safe distance, Lucia's hand drifts instinctively to the hilt of a pyro katana. Lucia, wait. We need to help Chaos. Lucia glances back at the rift, gesturing that there's an equally dangerous threat inside. Let's kill Cradle first. Then her gaze turns back to Chaos, suspicion and vigilance still lingering in her eyes. You can give her the core. After a moment of silence, Lucia nods, fixing a piercing gaze upon Vonnegut. This is a gamble. If he disagrees, a fight between us is inevitable. But this plan is our best bet right now, for now. Got it. With the plan laid clear and intelligence complete, even though it's a gamble, Lucia no longer hesitates. She reaches into her frame and pulls out the key, extending it towards Chaos. Right at that moment, a crisp shattering and deep howl echo simultaneously. Watch out! A cold glint slices through the air as razor-sharp blades, forged from the red tide, clatter to the ground. Well, well, we finally meet again. You guys certainly weren't easy to find. Isn't it about time you give up? These futile struggles only make your life read like a tedious, wearisome novel. Commandant, stay back. We're still continuing like this. Before Cradle can finish speaking, she swiftly dodges to the side. An invisible impact grazes past her ear, taking with it a few strands of her long hair. And here I thought you'd keep watching from the sidelines. She glances at Vonnegut's body as it continues to heal. Must have been quite painful for you these days. And you still help them? Don't tell me you're working together now. Cradle's frown turns to a sudden realization, and the red tide around her begins to roil in response. With that, her smile fades and her eyes narrow. Excellent. This way, we might just write ourselves a nice, clean ending. Despite the reef's resilience, when faced with the relentless tides, it will eventually yield. With her declaration, the towering red tide comes crashing down with thunderous force.
また仲間の亡骸を踏み台にするのですか?
She has a grab? Is that grab?
行け! 今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう? 当たれ! カラスバのように輝け! 紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ! 物語を回し
回復
I am not used to Cradle's
今
attack
回
pattern.
はどなたが主人公なのでし
後ろに注意を。
ょう。先に下がってください。そちらはまだ準備不足です。
I am not
こ
used
の
to
体を
Cradle's
破壊で
attack
きて
patterns
も
at all.
カイウスはコレドールと同じ道をたどる
The
で
last
しょ
time
う。
I fought her was actually
こ
during
の程度の苦痛と困難など
Source Beacon.
経験済みです。
集中してくださ
当たれ集え暁の光。
い。カイウ
カラスバのように輝け。
ス、集中してください。
彼方まで超えゆけ。
カイウス、
失敗したのはコレドールだけですか。
I don't need your help. I'm guessing that's to clear the fight without using Bonneget or Chaos. We'll do that again then.
If 必要であれば私も助力します。今は私を信じるべきです。
あなたを信じた人はもういませんよ、グルート教授。今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。当たれ。行け。今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。先に下がってください。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。そちらはまだ準備不足です。この体を破壊できてもカイウスはコレドールと同じ道をたどるでしょう。この程度の苦痛と困難など経験済みです。当たれ。集え暁の光。行け。カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。あなたたちの物語に触れたい。共に咲き誇りましょう。それ。集え暁の光。それ。行け。カラスバのように輝け。紅蓮のよう。今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。失敗したのはコレドールだけですか。
What? Is that not it then? I didn't choose. Is that not it? That's weird. Hang on. Let me see if I can find a solution to that. As I figured is don't use Vonnegut or Chaos in the fight at all. Oh. Let's see. Let's see. Not sure what I have to do. I'm looking at a video that says achievement guide, but it doesn't even tell you what to do. Or maybe I can't be defeated? Can't die once. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did go down. I did get knocked by earlier, so.
必要であれば私も助力します。今は私を信じるべきです。
あなた今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。当たれ集え暁の光。行け当たれカラスバのように輝け紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで越え行け行け今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。行け当たれカラスバのように輝け紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで越え行けあなたたちの物語に触れたい集え暁の光今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。共に咲き誇りましょう紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ彼方まで越え行け先に下がってください物語を抹消しますそれ当たれそちらは
Oh, dude, that was so close. Ugh. Yeah, she got me all messed up with that one combo, holy.
必要であれば私も助力します。今私を信じるべきです。
あなたを信じた人はもういませんよ、グルート教
Call me
授。
right after my launch.
それ行け、カラスバのように輝け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ、彼方まで越え行け。今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。行け、当たれ、行け、カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。今回はどなたが主人公なのでしょう。それ当たれ、集え暁の光、あなたたちの物語に触れたい。黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。集え暁の光、行け、カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け、グレ失敗したのはコレドールだけですか。
Now we got it. Oh, shit. Victim of suicide epidemic. Epidemic? 3 achievements. Welcome to the new world. No matter how many times it turns, the fate is sealed. Defeat Vonnegut in the undying state. The petite figure slams violently against the tower wall, as fine lines spread out like a spider's web, accompanied by the faint sound of fracturing. Lucia? A guttural moan escapes her throat as Cradle's composed demeanor crumbles, her eyes ablaze with hatred as Lucia charges toward her. She raises her hand to summon the red tide, but another force immediately intervenes, striking it down. Swoosh. With the red tide out of the way, Lucia's blade cuts cleanly through Cradle, with the tremendous force sending her barely maintained form crashing down. You worthless, rotten wood. Why can't you just obey my orders? Muttering incoherently, Cradle rises back to her feet, standing amidst the splashing red tide around her. Don't let her catch her breath. With a nearly imperceptible nod, Lucia raises her blade and charges at her target again, while chaos simultaneously unleashes all her power. Ha! Instead of retreating, Cradle charges forward to meet them head-on, attempting another clash. But in that instant, several force fields flicker into existence, intersecting to form a barrier that locks Cradle in place. The timing is so impeccable that Cradle has no choice but to alter her course or even attempt an escape. Vaughn. Blade drives through, its cold edge slicing clean and final. Cradle's unfinished cry dies in her throat as her life force flickers and fades, like a candle snuffed out in a single breath. Cradle lifts her head, her face contorted with agony. Seeing this, Lucia exerts more force, driving her blade another inch deeper without hesitation. This is the ending you deserve. Disregarding Lucia's movements, Cradle keeps her head held high, her stare penetrating both Lucia and the hetero tower. While her pupils gradually lose their sharpness, a spark of obsession still burns within them. Ending? In her haze, long-buried memories flood her vision like a relentless stream. Why? On that day, she wandered through a desolate land, harboring the same confusion in her heart. The ground, covered in dust and sand, was dotted with weathered gravestones. The human, whom she calls the Curse Queller, has made their final choice. Why give up at the moment, right before getting everything? In the end, I still couldn't understand anything. Whose memories are these? The original Kratos? Why all this now, of all times? Huh. Who cares? Coming back to her senses, she looks at Lucia's grave expression and suddenly breaks into a smile. With her contorted features, the smile appears both serene and maniacal. The ending I deserve. Say, Lucia, did you know? Humans have many time-tested rules when writing stories, and one of them is a major character's exit should never be mundane. Watch out! Happening even faster than your cry of caution, Kratos' body begins its transformation. Boom. Her words cut off abruptly, followed by a deafening roar as Kratos' small frame erupts with terrifying force. Commandant! Caught in the explosion's epicenter, Lucia is sent flying backward by the blast. She crashes through cascading debris before her leg thrusters activate just in time to stabilize her midair. The Hera Tower refuses to cease its tremors, exactly as the Vonnegut outside of it. Like burning fuses, cracks spread rapidly across every surface, heralding an inevitable collapse. Amidst the relentless turmoil, Chaos leaps into the red tide with the core in her arms, her body already beginning to dissolve. Chaos! You come to a stop at the shore where she vanished, with Lucius landing beside you. Together you both look out at the red tide as countless crimson butterflies commanded by Kratos glide into its depths like fish returning home. Meanwhile, Vonnegut already stands ready at the edge of the red tide, channeling all his power to help maintain Chaos's form. The tower's persistent tremors pound like war drums, causing the red tide beneath the agent to churn violently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, every second of waiting feels unbearable as the collapse continues. Just as hope teeters on the edge of despair, a magnificent crimson mist rains down from above. A strange pair of hands reaches out, grasping Vonnegut, and then wings rise from the red tide, bearing countless eyes, lifting aloft as shattered consciousness. It's this. Chaos. She offers no response, her success proclaimed through this eternal silence. Her form grows to match Kratos' size, red tears eternally streaming down her pale cheek as none can fathom the agony and torment she endures. This step is completed. Vonnegut turns to face the two behind him. Before he can make a move, Lucia's eyes flash with a sudden realization. In one fluid motion, she draws her blade and points it at the agent's figure. No need for such alarm. I haven't stooped so low as to prey on the vulnerable. I suppose that courtesy only extends to Commandant, whom you still find useful. Unwilling to pursue this futile argument further, Vonnegut's gaze moves past Lucia to focus on Yon. Merging with Chaos is your best option now. The explosion triggered by Agent Zero has left the Hero Tower on the brink of collapse. This is her revenge. I believe you understand what the consequences will be. Despite the tremendous cost, I've won every gamble along this path so far. I won't give up the chance to find my way out. I'll do this. We have other options. Humanity still has a chance to turn the tide. After a moment of silence, Vonnegut shakes his head with evident weariness. So in the end, force is still what it takes to reach an agreement. You think that the ceaseless cycles of struggle have clouded my judgment. But from where I stand, it appears that you two are blinded by your past triumphs, oblivious to the true crisis at hand. Vonnegut grips Chaos' shoulder as a golden light blooms from his palm, enveloping the core level of the Hero Tower. Let the survivor be the judge of right and wrong. The tremors temporarily halt under Agent Zero's command, while a magnificent mirage created by the force field emerges around you. Our battle need not leave more scars upon the Hero Tower. Beneath his calm tone, an overwhelming surge of power comes crashing forth. Okay.
始めましょう。
の光。行け、カラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。
新しい方法を見つけましたか。
紅の彼方まで超えゆけ。
無意味です。
それ、行け、集え暁の光。
機械でも何も変わらない。
カラスバのように輝い、黎明のように貫け。紅のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで超えゆけ。
朽ちた我らの悪夢に落ちなさい。
それ、当たれ、行け、集え暁の光。紅のように咲き乱れろ。
試行錯誤の末にようやくこの計画を作り出しました。多少犠牲は伴いますが、この計画がなければさらに結果は凄惨になる。
私たちの犠牲ありきの計画など絶対に許さない。
目的地は同じであるべき。
敵が同じでも求める未来が違います。
必ず成功する計画よりも
どんな代償を払っても必ず約束を守ります。もう終わりにしましょう。集え暁の光。それ、集え暁の光。当たれ。
異獣王とは王戦の根源だ。絶対に消し去る。
カラスバのように輝け。行け。
去る。異獣王さえあればまたもう一生きなさい。あなたの未来を探し。
それ、 集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように先に下がってください。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。行け。
まだ嵐は止んでいません。
行け。
No, dude.
大丈夫、まだ耐えられます。当たれ。集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。行け。集え暁の光。
魔の失敗は灰になりました。同じ過ちをしては
Holy shit.
大丈夫、まだ耐えられます。はあ、当たれ。集え暁の光。紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。
Damn it. I couldn't get the other two achievements. What are the other two achievements, though? You know what? I'll figure it out later. I'll just continue on with this. Shaper's Ripples. The agent's hands gradually lower to his sides. Though he can no longer fight, the spikes pursue him relentlessly, as if chasing down a sworn enemy who has thwarted them for years, determined to fight to the bitter end. His form, scarcely resembling a human now, wrestles against the spikes piercing through him, as he strains to produce fragmented words. I must warn you again. Merging with chaos is the only stable solution. I guess you still won't listen. If you insist on this path, if you truly believe that you are right, then go. Leave the Hetero Tower. The rifts and collapse within the Hetero Tower. Chaos and I will handle them. Take the core with you. Chaos will do her best to keep the exit open. Vonnegut falls silent for several seconds in the collapsing Hetero Tower, as if he can barely muster the strength for his final words. But remember, the Hetero Tower's collapse has become far too severe. chaos and die will seal off the entire tower, no matter what. Unless you return with results, I will never let you enter again. I will find a way to solve the Hetero Tower's crisis, I promise. When that time comes, I will release you from your burden. He forces out a nearly mocking sneer, devoid of any hope, as if saying that he will be dead long before that moment. Farewell. The next time we meet, we will likely be true enemies. I will return before that happens. She hands over the key containing the Hetero Tower's core, then walks back to Vonnegut's side, waving goodbye. Go now, while the collapse hasn't sealed off all paths. Lucia, let's go. Yep. Chaos watches as the two take each other's hands and dash towards the treacherous shortcut. Only after the two silhouettes racing towards Hope vanish into the distance does she lower her head, turning to face the dying agent beside her. If you had taken Lucia out of the Hetero Tower before starting the fight, you would have won without even raising your blade. Why didn't you do it? Leaving the Hetero Tower unguarded would only make things more dangerous. Is that all? Perhaps I'm just tired. I hope those two can prove themselves right, so I can finally be freed from this endless cycle. You won't find freedom. I need you to help me stay conscious a while longer. With the high concentration of the punishing virus, Chaos hovers before Vonnegut, spreading her arms to signal her next move. I trust that when you chose to have the fight inside the tower, you were ready to become a hetero creature. Yes, of course. A broken, sardonic laugh escapes from Vonnegut's lips. Since I've been left behind, let's go to hell together. Haven't we been in hell all along? With undying hatred in her heart, she embraces the agent's battered body. She bestows upon him both a prolonged death sentence and her own broken existence. The Hetero Tower teeters on the brink of collapse, violently shaking as countless walls crumble in succession, as if years of suffering are finally being obliterated along with it. Every obstacle ahead crumbles to dust, and after the endless torment, a path toward hope unexpectedly lies clear and unobstructed. Going home. Going home. Returning to everything once familiar, back to the peaceful life you used to have. Lucia's footsteps match yours with uncanny harmony, the sound of your footsteps on the ground resonating like two hearts beating as one. Sprinting alongside her on this long path as if death had never befallen you, you once more near the exit of the Hetero Tower. You made it! At last, your never-ending odyssey reaches its conclusion, with light shining ahead. Enemies are subdued and your injuries are minimal, nearly unscathed, much like when you first arrived. All you need is securely tucked away in your tactical pocket, the core of the Hetero Tower, the amassed intel, and every resource to aid in your onward journey. And here beside you stands Lucia, holding your hand so tightly as if she intends never to let go for the rest of her life. In this very moment, the never-ending night finally gives way to dawn. Lucia, we're home. Yeah, let's go, Commandant. Behind you, countless hardships crumble into nothing. And ahead of you lies everything. The eerie oppression of the Hetero Tower fades away from your being. Maybe now, having finally escaped, you can at last lower your guard, and with it the rush of exhaustion hits you. It's finally over. The long-forgotten wind feels oddly foreign now, but the familiar warmth beside you remains unchanged. Ugh. You turn around to call out Lucia's name, eager to express your joy, just like you would always do after every mission before. But the name dies on your lips. Lucia? The hand holding yours suddenly loosens its grip. Like a weathered flagpole giving way, Lucia crumbles to one knee. Her warmth dissipates at an alarming rate as countless cracks and corrosion marks spread across her frame. Her once indomitable form within the Hetero Tower now disintegrates, mirroring the collapse of the tower itself, falling apart in a mere moment. Lucia! Well, reach out. You quickly extend your hand toward her, but the mere effort of lifting her shattering arm has drained what little strength she has left. Seeing this, you waste no time grabbing her hand, doing your best to help steady her body. Here, lean on me. At that moment, her exposed Omega Core visibly dims before your eyes, beginning to break apart. You instinctively reach out, trying to catch the falling fragments, only to see them dissolve into nothingness at your fingertips. What's going on? You struggle to lift Lucia's immobilized body, searching frantically for a way to help her. Your eyes dart around, panic rising, and suddenly you notice it. Something else is wrong. Something off about the world around you. Endless ruins sprawl across a vast wasteland. Crimson specks drift through the dusty air like embers burning through a curtain, searing a painful reality into your eyes. This landscape is nothing like what you have seen before. The readings on your virus detector fluctuate wildly before settling at an impossibly high level. What is this place? Doesn't matter where. She clutches onto you like a drowning person grasping at driftwood, forcing herself to stand once more. Her battle-worn pyro katana flickers like a candle in the wind, yet remains planted in the ground. Using it as support, Lucy pushes away from your help and staggers forward. Like a drowning person clawing their way out of depths, just as she once rose from the red tide after witnessing your death. I have to leave now. The punishing concentration here is too high. And the Omega Core is... Right, let's go. Let's go. Hang in there, we'll find you help. Yeah, we'll be fine. Lucia turns back to look at you, her eyes carrying a feeble smile, but this attempt at encouragement only makes her gaze unbearable to witness. Anxiety ferments into panic, drumming wildly in your heart. Can we really find help now? What if you end up in a desolate time or world, and the Hetero Tower's ongoing collapse makes it impossible for you to return? A warning from the past echoes in your ears once again. The strange doubts you once felt now tear mercilessly at your heart. How did it come to this? Is it because of the Hetero Tower? The strain on the pyroth frame? It shouldn't be like this. As if sensing your inner turmoil, Lucia raises her trembling hand and gently pats your shoulder. Commandant, must get out of here. She manages 2 more steps before halting, desperately using her weapon as a crutch. Lean on me. Lucia nods. Though she's supposed to rely on you for support, she keeps pushing you forward instead. She would never let you remain in danger, no matter what the cost might be. A sharp pain twists in your chest as the metallic taste of blood spreads through your mouth. Back then, you left the core with Lucia to prevent her from getting lost in the fog, and forced Vonnegut to use the bridge across streams to get her out. Out of the few choices available, you chose the path with the most promise. Yet why did everything still turn out like this? Time flows differently inside the Inver Hetero Tower compared to outside. A shining glimmer of hope dissolves like a mirage, crumbling into nothingness. The time inside the Hetero Tower? Despite the pyroth frame's perfection, it cannot possibly endure the ceaseless battles and the relentless strain on the Omega Core. After emerging from the fog, her apparent normalcy wasn't genuine. The repercussions were merely postponed by the Hetero Tower and the core. Once you left the Hetero Tower, you hadn't left the Hetero Tower this entire time. Once you left the Hetero Tower. Without realizing it, Lucia gradually falls behind you. She is clearly preparing to guard the rear, but her hand continues to push you forward step by step. Lucia, let me help you. Stop pushing my hand away. The force from your back disappears, though it was already barely noticeable to begin with. Lucia lowers her hand, her fingertips trailing down from your spine to your waist, finally finding their place to rest. Once more she holds up your palm, this time grasping your hand with all her remaining strength. With her damaged frame, she struggles to close that small distance between you returning to your side. Promise? Let's go together, until we find help, until you're safe. Let's go. Together, you and I. Supporting each other, Lucia and you begin your long trek through the desolate ruins. A dying construct on one side, a slightly wounded but corrupted human on the other. You call out and search, trudging through endless stretches of wreckage, only to find no signs of life. From noon until nightfall, you walk, stealing brief moments of rest as you lean on each other, and press on under the bright moonlight until dawn breaks anew. It's a blessing to have her by your side, just as it is for her to have you by hers. Alone, either of you would surely perish. However, Lucia's remaining energy drains away with each hopeless step. She grows ever more silent, her gaze always fixed either on the path ahead or on you. All that remains for her seems to be endless torment, wounds that won't heal, and agony that never ceases. As long as she maintains consciousness, every moment becomes another suffering to endure. You have asked Lucia several times if she wants to shut down her pain module. Her answer remains unchanged, a firm refusal. She needs the pain to maintain her sense of self, to reduce the strain on your consciousness that's connected to hers. With her frame beyond repair, any disturbance in her mind now would only exacerbate the situation. Lucia strives not to become a burden, while all you can do is cling to this faint glimmer of hope and keep moving forward. Following broken roadsides, you stumble into a desolate town. There might be something useful here, or we might find survivors. She nods silently, and thus you begin another round of searching. Your wounded body aches with exhaustion, legs nearly numb in the bitter wind, yet the unrelenting pain in your chest drives you onward. You search through countless abandoned homes, defeat the hetero creatures prowling nearby, and creep forward through wandering shadows. Yet all that you have discovered is futile. Expired canned food, deteriorating electronic components, and depleted vials of serum. It's not until you pass through the town's center and enter a hospital that you finally stumble upon a communications transceiver. To all survivors who can receive this transmission, a punishing virus is spreading across the surface. Your current location is not safe. Contact the nearest base or support force unit without delay. If you are unable to switch frequencies, transmit 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short signals on this channel. Personnel monitoring this frequency will pinpoint your location as soon as possible. Read to all. Follow the instruction. After the 10th attempt to receive the frequency, the broadcast disappears. This is Emma Copperfield of the Arctic Route Union Support Force. We have located your position. Please remain safe and conserve your stamina. Repeat, this is Emma Copperfield. Emma. Lucia manages a weak smile, as if resigned to an inescapable cycle of fate. I will never accept. This is not our ending. Well, at least we found rescue. Rays of sunlight pierce through the floating dust, bathing her silhouette in a gentle glow. Watching the drifting motes, Lucia breaks into a gentle smile and turns to look back at you. Commandant. Yeah. I'm so happy to be with you. Yeah. I feel the same. So stop talking like you're saying goodbye. The support force's vehicle comes to a stop beside the town. The woman from your dream appears before you as promised, immediately performing emergency inspection and maintenance on Lucia. How's it going? This is no good. The Omega Core overload is irreversible. You must replace her frame immediately. Does she have any old frames left? There's no time for a new compatibility adjustment. Asimov should have kept the plume frame. Asimov. Where is he? Tell me. He's gone. Emma lowers her head and begins recounting the events of the past years. What did you say? I couldn't believe you and Lucia would return either, but yes. 30 years have passed since you entered the Hetero Tower. Look. He tears off a scrap of notice paper, once used to wrap her box of trinkets, and passes it to you. Every word on this yellowed paper is familiar, but the reality they piece together is impossible to accept. The first 3 years after your departure were manageable, but by the 5th year, the Heterozone crisis finally erupted. Over these 30 years, humanity's front lines have shrunk time and time again. Now the Arctic Joint route stands as the last bastion on the surface. What about Babylonia? Is Grey Raven still around? She shakes her head. Babylonia has left Earth's orbit, venturing into space to search for a new home. Grey Raven. Lee and Liv have boarded a starship bound for deep space. We wanted to fulfill that dream of finding humanity's future. Grey Raven's shared dream. I'll let Vanessa answer any remaining questions you might have. Vanessa? She's still around? Yes, she's one of the few who chose to stay behind. Emma taps a few times on her terminal and a figure slowly materializes on the screen before everyone. Your eyes meet and silence falls between you. Though her appearance differs greatly from your memories, those familiar features unmistakably reveal her identity. It's been too long. This greeting comes 30 years late, Usabeni. I thought this time you were finally dead for real. Unexpectedly, her voice catches with emotion. Luna said you would definitely come back. Luna? Yeah. In times like these, we can't even keep the Arctic Joint route running without her. I see. I'll ask about all that later. Do you know where Lucia's plume frame is stored? Her megacore is severely damaged. She has to switch back to her old frame. The plume frame? What about the people and equipment that can maintain constructs? There's one right in front of you, Emma. She specifically said we need to find the plume frame. Vanessa, be quiet for a moment. I'm looking for someone who can answer your questions. Vanessa raises her hand suddenly, and through the blurry image, mechanical structures are faintly visible within. Your hand? Oh, that's ancient history. When Egret went through another big crisis, I was the only one who survived. After that, I became a construct. Now I'm the captain of Scarab. Scarab? Where's Valeria? She's gone. I'll tell you about it another time. Vanessa sits down, restlessly brushing the hair near her ears. Listen, we have two options, but both are long shots. Go ahead. First option, come back to the Arctic Joint route with Emma, while the personnel and equipment for construct maintenance are here. Well, given the current surface conditions, it'll take at least 14 days to get here. Can Lucia hold out that long? I cast a questioning look at Emma, but she shakes her head. Vanessa's words hook into you like a grapple, draining away every ounce of your strength. You slump back against the chair instinctively. Never did you imagine there would be a day when even forming words would feel this arduous. What's the other option? Find the plume frame. As soon as those words are spoken, the communication device suddenly crackles to life. I found it. Emma needs to drive 2,614 kilometers east to reach the old base. Asimov left the plume frame at that base before he left, but... Just what? Let Rosa finish. Rosa? The girl on the video feed now inhabits a construct body. Gone is the naive, reckless youth from your memories. In her place stands someone markedly more distant. The warehouse containing the plume frame, along with the entire base, was submerged by the red tide. The evacuation was rushed, and although we had teams sent over to recover resources after the red tide receded, there was no sign of the plume frame. Want to try your luck there? What do you think? This is our only option. Can I have Emma's assistance for now? Naturally. Emma nods in response. Get in. We're running short on time. Alright. Like a drowned person clinging to driftwood, you help Lucia climb into Emma's rescue vehicle. Good luck to you. Thanks. Miss Benny. You lift your head in a daze, meeting Vanessa's gaze filled with inscrutable emotions. Anyway, welcome back. With those words, Vanessa disconnects from the channel, leaving Rosa alone on the comm line. Rosa. I'm here, Commandant. Tell me what's happened over these years. Okay. Looking through the window, you watch the wasteland rushing past on both sides. Amid Rosa's crisp voice, information about the base and past events floods into your mind. Lee repaired the rifts caused by the Hetero Tower. After watching both Lucia and you enter the tower at the unchanged state, he and Liv tried to enter it themselves, but all their attempts proved futile. Despite the absence of the core, the tormented agent within the Hetero Tower has adamantly refused to allow anyone entry. Only Chrome and Wansho remain in Strikehawk now. Kamu disappeared during an investigation mission, and Kamui went to search for him. Neither of them ever returned. Cerberus managed to evacuate safely. Murray passed away from illness, and Dark Ares volunteered for a rearguard mission during the retreat, only to be completely wiped out. Now only Scarab and members of the support force remain at the base. Your attention begins to drift, your eyelids growing heavy. The scenery outside the window starts to blur. Lucia. Her hand has grown cold. Just a little longer. Sure. Amidst your prayer-like whisper, darkness offers its long-awaited embrace. In the first light. The final node. The vehicle races through endless wastelands and ruins, carrying everyone on board for 3 days and nights without rest. Throughout the journey, all three of you have barely uttered any words. Only the roar of the engine and the endless stream of passing scenery fill your senses. You keep picking up the pulsing Hetero Tower core from the bumpy seat, wanting to confirm that this one possibility still exists, yet hoping that everything before your eyes is just a haunting nightmare. Time and again, you reach for Lucia's hand to check for warmth between her fingers, and as always, she responds by gently caressing your hand in return. But her fading warmth serves as a constant warning. Time slips away with the setting sun, and the long night looms ahead. How much longer will it take? Or hours? Having been asked the same question countless times, Emma offers no further response. Almost there. As darkness devours the sky, the only hope that might exist at your destination pulls taut like a hangman's rope, leaving you uncertain whether what awaits is salvation or a death sentence. The vehicle turns left, entering a street that resembles those in the clean zone. The desolation and the prowling hetero creatures on both sides tear away at what should have been familiar, letting despair rust away at your heart. As if this despair isn't crushing enough, the supply vehicle suddenly begins to shake and emit eerie sounds. Hold on tight, it's hetero creatures. Emma grips the steering wheel tightly, trying to break through the hetero creatures' territory. However, the noise of the vehicle attracts the notice of those godless monsters as they begin their relentless pursuit. I'll cover you. Commandant. Stay seated. You open the window, ignoring the thick, punishing virus that floods in, and fire several rapid shots at the hetero creatures lunging towards you. Behind us, insectoid hetero creatures are executing suicidal dives from the skies above. You persist in aiming and firing, releasing your pent-up fury with each muzzle flash, until these repulsive insects erupt into splashes of fluid that merge into the darkness-swallowed ground, too feeble to continue the pursuit. This brief turmoil splits the night's veil before drowning in the endless wasteland, as silence once again blankets the scarred earth. The vehicle's roar becomes the only echo at this moment. A fleeting opportunity to vent your frustration fades away, leaving the weight in your heart unlifted. The headlights push back the darkness ahead, like a wanderer stepping into the long night with nothing but a feeble torch. As the vehicle jolts along, your hand holding the gun drops once more, disappearing into the pitch-black shadows. How much longer will it take? 3 hours, but what's wrong? Before she can finish her sentence, the supply vehicle's peculiar noises intensify. Then, amidst a deafening metallic screech, the vehicle is forced into a violent tremor before gradually grinding to a halt. Emma immediately jumps out to inspect the vehicle, desperately trying to salvage whatever she can, but the engine failure renders all her emergency repairs futile. The last mechanical whimper fades away, leaving behind a terrifying silence. This is bad. I already lost a set of repair tools on my way over. The base isn't too far away. Let's go there on foot. It's already dark, and walking is too dangerous. With your wounds, you'll soon get corrupted. There's no danger to worry about. The argument lasts only a brief moment before Emma's shoulders slump in resignation, her will to protest fading away. Hold on. I'll go with you. Stay here. Emma and I will look for it. We'll be right back. Don't worry about me. I promise you I'll come back with the bloom frame. I promise I will be back. Sure. Her voice strains with the helplessness as she quietly closes her eyes. I'll wait for you. Under the rising moon, Emma and you reach your destination in the early hours. With a detector in hand, you begin your painstaking search under emergency lights. You search through every possible location, from the most promising armory to the surface combat preparation room. From dust-covered personal lounges to the base's assembly hall. Each round of searching yields nothing but hollow emptiness. All around you, the ruins stretch out in leaden gray, their coldness cutting to the bone. Your fists clench so tightly that your nails almost pierce through the gloves. Rising once more from the scattered rubble, you glance back to see the sky revealing the first hints of dawn. Any looking around? Emma, who left to search for supplies, has returned without your notice. Her empty hands tell you the answer unspoken. Are there any areas we haven't searched yet? She stares at her terminal in silence for a moment. Rosa has sent a new analysis map. There are still 2 locations worth checking. Let's go. You dust off your palms and walk past Emma, turning toward the direction she's pointing. Grab a bite on the way. She hands you a compressed biscuit. Thanks. Despite having no appetite, even when eating has turned into torture, reason compels you to replenish the energy required to press on. While rushing toward your destination, grappling with each swallow, the name Emma just mentioned abruptly springs to mind. Rosa. Your anxiety throughout this journey has made you overlook this matter. Why is Rosa on the surface? Shouldn't she be with Asimov? Well, she came down in secret before they set sail and missed her transport back because of it. What for? I heard that she was seeking revenge for her parents. Her family died during Project Winter. After finding clues about the Ascendant who triggered it, she did everything she could to return to the surface. What now? She succeeded by killing the Ascendant. Unbelievable, isn't it? She was still human then, so young. But after that, he seemed deeply traumatized and fell into depression for a long time. Even after her recovery, she wasn't quite the same person anymore. She isn't as reckless as before, having become quieter, more rational too. To better survive on the surface, she built herself a frame and became a construct. Vanessa once joked that she's like the spiritual reincarnation of Asimov now, but I think this is just Rosa showing her true self at last. So, what happened to Asimov? Emma shakes her head. The last I heard of him, he was gravely ill. Then, he left with the others. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. People are gone. Times have changed. Nothing stays the same. Is Rosa now in charge of technology, like Asimov was? Yes, she's a genuine prodigy. If only we could have made it back to the Arctic Route Union in time. With Rosa there, maybe something could have been done for Lucia. But there are no ifs. Among the many wounds this arduous journey has etched upon your heart, the one that keeps being reopened is these words: there are no ifs. We're almost there. Rays of sunlight pierce through the thick clouds, casting down threads of light that were meant to illuminate the earth. Under these rays' watchful gaze, you step into your new destination. This used to be an event venue. Isla had visited here several times before. Rosa thought the frame might be here? Yeah, It was infested with hetero creatures a few years ago, and compared to other places, this area hasn't been thoroughly searched yet. She calmly describes how the base has been picked clean, leaving nothing behind. Alright, let's search quickly while the sun is up. The two of you throw yourselves into another fruitless search. Refusing to accept the detective's readings, you push past the dilapidated stage, searching every corner one by one. You push open the door to the reception hall where gatherings were once held, desperately searching through remnants of past warmth, praying for the faintest glimmer of hope. Nothing. 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 There's absolutely nothing left here. Only upon entering the WGAA's last lounge do you finally discover an unopened box behind a long broken hibernation pod. Filled with hope, yet prepared for disappointment. You forcefully break open the box's combination lock and are greeted by the sight of something perfectly sealed. Coding? Just as you are about to close the box in disappointment, you notice Lucia's name written on the coding component case. You pick up the case and activate the preview, revealing a drawing signed by Isla before your eyes. Aya! A message from the past streams forth alongside the preview. The WGAA received a direct request from Celica to design a ceremonial dress for Lucia's medal ceremony. Isla's cheerful voice crackles through the static, worn by the passage of time. Everyone was working at breakneck speed to get themselves ready for when you're back. And this is the one that won the vote. What do you think? Pretty nice, right? You can hear her twirling her pen in the recording. Since it's for a formal occasion, I've included the venue design in the preview as well. I can't wait to see her in this new coding. The message and preview fade back into the component case, leaving only the dust-covered room in silent mockery. Clutching the coding component case, you walk through the sunset glow as it reclaims the earth. You search every empty corner until your heart grows just as hollow. Did you find anything? Emma shakes her head again, a gesture that has been repeated countless times in this same conversation. Let's go back. Sure. When you step out of the sealed room once more, the bright moon has already climbed back to the treetops. Just as you are about to head back, staggering footsteps echoing from the distant street reach your ears. At the edge of your vision, a battle-scarred figure leans heavily on her weapon, desperately searching for any sign of you. Commandant. She calls out with a weak voice, stumbling through the ruins in her desperate search. Commandant. Lucia. You rush to her side and catch her exhausted body worn down by strain. Why didn't you wait in the car? You were gone for so long. I was worried. I was really worried. I'm fine. It just took me longer than I expected. She refrains from asking about the outcome of the search. The items you bear speak everything she needs to know. As long as you're safe. She gently releases her embrace. Where do we go from here? Should you head to the Arctic Route Union, or return to the Hetero Tower for another attempt? Words catch in your throat. No matter which side is picked, you know that futility and death are the only certain things. I found this. You hand her the case of coding components. This is the coding that WGAA prepared for you. Remember? Liv mentioned it before we left. I heard Miss Isla and the World Government Association of Art have come up with a bunch of new coding designs. When you get back, let's go see them together. Kind of like that summer, right? I remember. She clutches the coding component case tightly against her chest, as if trying to contain all churning emotions within. Why don't you put on this coding, Lucia? Sure. You part ways with Emma, who leaves to search for repair tools. And when the two of you finally return to the vehicle, it's already 5 in the morning. I'm guessing it's supposed to be saying already, not always. The winter sunrise is still hours away, while a lone icy moon looms high in the night sky, its frigid glow casting an unyielding frost over the silent streets below. According to the initial estimate, Lucia only has 1 hour left. On the way back, you are filled with desperate thoughts of other possible ways to get help, but despite all attempts and struggles, no solution presents itself. If that's how it must be, these last moments should be spent giving her a proper farewell. Sharing the same thoughts, Lucia turns around in the moonlight and gives you a gentle smile. We'll let it end here. Though the coating conceals all the cracks in her frame, her figure threatens to dissipate into the night breeze at any moment. The one who has always been there whenever you look back, who has never left no matter what happens, is now slowly fading away. If time could turn back to that day of departure, what choice would you make? Seek help from more people? But back then, only you and Lucia could enter the Inver Hetero Tower. Act more cautiously? The traps within the Hetero Tower and the chaos contamination spreading alongside Agent Zero are far beyond what mere caution can handle. Work with Vonnegut earlier to eliminate Agent Zero? The successor would only bring about the same problems. It's like a cursed cycle. To fix past mistakes, the Hetero Tower must be used, but using it only creates new problems. In this endless loop of pain, everything fades into nothingness, leaving only the vast expanse of stars behind. You remember what happened before we left? Of course. She tries to pull you back from the distant past, but your thoughts spiral into another round of torment. The space inside the Hetero Tower isn't particularly large. At least, that was how it felt to me. Every faction's assessment warned of potential dangers in the Hetero Tower, but none thought that venturing inside would evolve into such a protracted ordeal. But regardless, you have to watch out for potential dangers. None expected the Hetero Tower itself to undergo such dramatic changes. If only we had known before leaving that the Hetero Tower was like a giant Rubik's Cube, continuously shifting with every twist and combination. Would I have been able to keep you safe? You still remember her tears that never stopped. Not since that first time she held your blood-covered body in her arms. Was that when she made up her mind to prevent such suffering from ever happening again, no matter the cost? And yet, the more the two of you gave your all, the deeper you became entangled in that cursed cycle. When you look back now, the time behind you is already strewn with mountains of lifeless bodies and oceans of blood. Did you know how this would end all along? Did you know from the start that making changes in the Hetero Tower would cost you your life no matter what? Lucia falls silent for a moment, then nods. But I still believe in miracles. Believe that sacrifice isn't the answer to everything. Even if this outcome was inevitable, at least we have tried everything possible. Regardless, we have found the seed of a miracle. No one has ever managed to take the Hetero Tower's core outside in such a safe form, right? But what about you? A miracle will come, but what about you? Where will you be? Please forgive me. I'll have to stay in the past for now. But you will press on, far beyond, until you reach the place where everyone can be brought back. Liv, Lee, and our other companions. They didn't leave Earth because they abandoned it. They left to look for hope in places far beyond, to look for you. When that time comes, if you still want to, come find me. Of course I will. Ever since we first met, I've grown used to having you always by my side. I've grown used to this squad of mine. Over these years of missions and battles, I've seen you badly wounded time and time again. I've parted ways with you and found you back again. Even though I remember Grey Raven has endured their fair share of such pain, we will never yield to it. So I'm sure we will meet again. Grey Raven will come together again as one. No matter how far I must go, I will not give up. I will not accept an ending like this one. I know. Lucia smiles, her voice growing softer with each word. You know, before I met you, I kept asking myself, where should I go? For me, the crucial part of that question wasn't where, but I. Because I am me. I felt lost about where to go next. I am Lucia, but only a replica of her. I am Grey Raven's captain, but back then the old Grey Raven had no one left but the name itself. I am Luna's sister, yet how can I claim to be your sister while standing against her? The blanks in my memories didn't give me blind confidence. They only left me with an unshakable sense of confusion and discord. Where should I go? What identity should I continue with? When they look at me, who are they really reaching out for? If I hadn't met you, I would have remained lost forever. I'm glad that there are no ifs in this situation. You found me, not for Lucia's combat abilities, but for who I was standing before you. You saw the heart that belonged to me alone. After that, we formed the new Grey Raven. I live and lead. I found a place to call home. Together we tackled countless missions and accomplishments, one after another. And so, all those days and nights, years and seasons, wounds and tears, love and regrets we have shared, they can all belong to me alone. I can move forward as my unique self, the me that I've come to accept. Because of that, and because of you, I have become who I am today. I will never regret paying this price. A future without you is meaningless, and a future that doesn't align with our vision of peace is even more futile. So please, don't blame yourself once I'm gone. It's not because we made the wrong choice. I promise you, I won't blame myself, and I won't give up. Then we will surely meet again. Remember the 4-leaf clover we folded together before setting out? Lucia reaches out, placing the paper 4-leaf clover she has kept close to her in your hand. In return, you hand back to Lucia the voice recorder you have carried with you all along. Commandant, every failure has its meaning. We've obtained the seeds of a miracle, and from here on, we'll surely find a miracle that belongs to this world, and to us. She places her hand on her chest and gives you a salute. Commandant, I'm so happy to have walked this long path with you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. I'm the one who should say thank you. As the morning sun rises, you take the paper 4-leaf clover and pin it to Lucia's chest. Lucia, you are my miracle. You're the world's miracle. Oh, you are my miracle. Thank you, Commandant. Thank you. She keeps repeating these words until her voice grows too weak to speak. Let's sit down together. You take her cold hand and sit down together with her beside the vehicle. The morning sun rises above the horizon, gradually illuminating the desolate land. You lean against each other in the cold wind, locking eyes. There's so much you want to say, yet neither of you speaks a word. The time to say goodbye draws near. Despite her best efforts to stay upright, her body slowly begins to collapse. The time to say goodbye draws near. Soon she will fade into the light of dawn. If you don't speak now, you will lose even the chance to say goodbye. Commandant, your suffering at the Hetero Tower is over. I believe better days will come, and from now on you'll be safe and sound. I hope all your wishes come true. Please take care of yourself for that sake. Her words come out strained, as if even after long deliberation she can't find the right thing to say. All she can manage are these stilted words of wishes in place of a proper farewell. My only wish is to have the power to keep you with me. Thank you for your wish, Lucia. No, I don't want to say goodbye yet. Don't worry. You'll see many familiar faces at the Arctic Route Union. This isn't the Hetero Tower. You won't be alone and helpless anymore. Even without me by your side, Commandant, I know you'll be fine. Don't say goodbye with those distant hopes. You've long known how I feel about you. But I still don't know how to say goodbye to you. At a time like this, what should I say? What words could possibly? I don't know, because all I want to say is don't leave me. Don't leave me like this. Your words are cut short by her kiss. A kiss as gentle as a breeze and just as fleeting. And so, as if expelling all the pent-up emotions, as agonizing as a torn wound, you hold Lucia tightly, desperately seeking proof of her existence within this kiss. A faint taste of vital fluid lingers in your mouth, coming from wounds hidden beneath her coating. Why did it still come to this? Why must this be the only ending? These questions hammer at your heart as the pain threatens to tear your chest and mind apart. The tighter you hold her, the more you feel her once fiery warmth slipping through your fingers, fading into nothingness. Before her breath stops, she breaks away from the kiss, mustering what little strength she has left to cling onto you. Commandant, Sapeni, I think I finally understand why I couldn't find the right words to say goodbye. Having stood by your side for so long, I've forgotten that some words need to be said out loud. Of course, if you don't want to respond, please don't feel pressured to do so. You mean more to me than anyone in the world. Commandant, I love you. I just can't bring myself to part ways with you like this. How can I forgive myself for leaving you here all alone? Bound by this soul-deep regret, Lucia leans against your shoulder as her eyes slowly close. I don't want it all to end here. Me neither. Holding her gradually slumping body, you slowly begin to speak of the plans you made before setting out. I wish we could see how the sapling we planted has grown. Maybe it's grown so tall by now. Yeah. When summer comes, let's go to the beach together again, alright? We'll give Froggy's unreleased song to the WGAA. Let them play it on stage. Those desserts you wanted to try making, you can make them together. We can go to the movies. And how about a walk along the streets? Lucia? She stops answering. Lucia? She will never answer again. No matter what words are spoken, only the echoes of your own voice reverberate back from the lifeless streets. This is only the beginning. Days like these will continue to stretch on. You don't know how long this journey will take before you find a way to make things right. You don't know how much longer you must endure before you can hold these hands in yours once again. To the still body in your arms, you whisper her name time and time again until the winter wind snatches off the paper four-leaf clover pinned to her chest. Before the wind steals it away, you cache the paper clover you folded together with her, as memories of days long past come rushing back. Lucia, I think I see some writing on that page. Earlier, whenever I had a spare moment while getting used to my frame, I dropped by the library to look for those books you mentioned, Commandant. Whenever I see a passage that moves me, I can't help but jot it down. That's how this new notebook came about. Now, this time-worn paper four-leaf clover rests in your palm. When you folded it, you had no idea what words she had written inside. Unfold the clover. The faded handwriting slowly comes into view, revealing the final verse from the prologue of Songs of Experience. Turn away no more. Why wilt thou turn away? The starry floor, the watery shore, is given thee till the break of day. Indeed, the night has waned, and dawn is here. But why? Why do you have to leave me first? After what feels like an eternity, a travel-worn Emma finally returns to the vehicle with her newfound tools. Is it her imagination? She thinks she hears the sound of crying through the bitter winter wind. As she approaches slowly, she sees the human sitting by the car, cradling Lucia while humming a fragmented tuneless song. Depths of the sea, edge of the sky, build a rough, warm home. The human's gaze has long since lost focus, wandering somewhere beyond the horizon, sowing seeds, sprouting life. A weathered piece of paper flutters in the wind, filled with clovers. Dawn has broken, but the miracle remains out of reach. Fuck. Oh no. Sorry, I just need a moment, man. God damn it. I'm not gonna lie, when that Froggy theme started playing, I was I didn't want to interrupt the reading with my sorry. What's that? Yeah. God damn. The last time I felt like this was during Surviving Newsom. But man, wow, that really hit. You get her back though? Yeah, but still. Even knowing that, still. That's crazy because obviously Shaper's Ripples came out way sooner than like this, obviously. Like, last year, I think, for CN, right? And I knew what happens. I'll be honest with you. I did cry. I did cry when I first knew what happened. So, but even knowing what was gonna happen, even completely bracing myself for it, it still hit really hard. It still did. But because I was reading, I tried to hold it in a bit. Because obviously I'm reading it, right? I don't want to yeah, man. We'll get her back. I know we will, but man, that still hurts. It still hurts. I literally wanted spoilers of what happened because of how hard it hit, and once I found out that we get her back, I finally felt better. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's kind of unavoidable when you're on social media. often. Because I discovered her coming back on like Twitter. So I'm like, oh, cool, awesome. I feel better now. But again, regardless of knowing what's going to happen and stuff with Shaper's Ripples, I mean, it's still, ooh, you know? Because all I knew was the ending. All I knew was the ending, but everything else I didn't really know of. I think it was because everything else in the story really helped still make it hit hard. So, the future without Lucia doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. A future without Lucia. No way, man. We got that promise we made. We ain't gonna break that promise. No way, no how. Alright. So that has been Shaper's Ripples. Fantastic chapter. I still have these achievements to get, man. Got her new drip before she left. Mm-hmm. Ceremonial dress too. I think what really put it together at the end right there was the Froggy thing. That shit really... Hell, even that one interaction with Yuko and Lucia that they had, and then the Froggy theme started playing, even then I almost teared up. So this one was no different. This end was like... ugh. It'll be a while until we get to see her again, though. I believe she comes back during what, Ishmael's patch, right? So that's in like a few months, or in a month or two, right? Yes? Alright, thank you. This stage achievement stuff here, I'll try and do this on my own time. But I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, this was a really good chapter. Holy shit. I think, as far as I can remember, this chapter gave me the most, like... I think ever since Spiral of Chronos, it gave me the most, like, locked... Like, it made me lock in a lot more than the other chapters. Not to say the other chapters were terrible. They were fantastic as well. But, I had this moment while reading this and Spiral of Chronos where, like, I feel like my vision kind of, like, made everything look like zoomed in or something. I don't know how to better explain that. But I was like, oh my god. I think that was just a sign of me really being into the chapter or something, but this was really good. Not only that, this chapter also gave me like really hardcore like Nier vibes, Dragon Nier stuff, because of the whole different timelines shit and all that. Good night, y'all. Yeah, thanks for coming out, gamer. Or Garner, sorry. Sorry. The R and the N together made it look like it's M. Garner, sorry. Thanks for coming out, Garner. Have a good rest of your night. Jeez. This is one of those stories that's gonna, like, leave me processing for the next few days. Like, I'm gonna be constantly thinking about this for the next few days. For sure. Whew. Oh,
あなた
there
の
she
気にか
is.
ける未来にあなた自身もいてください。指揮官。
Oh, here she is. Waking up early. This is Chang Yu. Man. Not the time. Great chapter. Fantastic chapter. These past chapters with like DGR have been so freaking good. So good. This one's now up there with the more memorable stuff. Alongside like How Long Metropolis, Fake Ascension, Last Spark, Evernight Beat, a bunch of other ones. Surviving Lucem, of course. Polaris Bond was awesome. Aeon Reforged was great. Yeesh. They're cooking! They are cooking! Things are fantastic. Oh, yeah. Alright. Well, that has been Shaper's Ripples. Holy shit. Next weekend, I mean, Saturday, I guess, I'll read through, what's it called? Crescent Sun. ER09, Crescent Sun. 19 nodes. So it's going to be fairly short. I don't know how much shorter it is. I don't know if I'll be able to do this in one stream next weekend on Saturday, but we'll see. But that's the plan. I don't know what else to do for the other streams before that, though. It's definitely going to be a Woo-Wah one. That's just something I'll think about in the future, later down the line. So, with that being said, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And, I'll see you Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. I don't know what to play on Tuesday. I'll figure that out. Anyways, again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye-bye. We'll get you back, Lucia. We'll come back to us.